You're watching the 420 Pace, found
You're watching
at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
No.
I'm already into the 420, damn it.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Aha. Oh, it didn't do it this time, Marcel.
It didn't.
No, it didn't echo.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yay, it didn't echo.
So welcome to the show. It's the 420
Welcome,
radio
everybody,
show.
to the No Echo Show.
The No Echo Show. Russ didn't realize we had a theme song. I could see his face.
Oh, did
I
you
did
like the
not.
theme song? Did
It
you
was
like our
cool.
song? Did you
Yeah.
sing along?
I didn't know it. How could I?
Oh,
Well,
well, we all sing along. We should put the words or the lyrics up for people.
You know what? I was watching the show from last week, and at the beginning of the show, if you don't make it large on YouTube, it automatically kicks in the closed caption when it's because it's muted when you start it.
Yeah.
And it tells you the words right there. So,
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
just there.
Well, I know the words and I don't sing it. So
You used to.
Don't
you
feel
do.
bad, Russ.
You
No,
do.
I just move my lips and you guys think I sing it. So.
I don't sing it. I remove my lips. Besides, we're all muted. Can't sing it. We're all muted.
I move
Anyway.
my lips too, just in case I'm not muted. That's for your listening pleasure.
Tonight we have a gentleman named Ross joining us, who is the author. Yeah, I can speak real good. The author of the Big Book of Terps. So you're going to get Terpy talk, as you call it. I've seen you posting that all day. Welcome, Russ, to the 420 Radio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So I've got the book, even though Marcel wants the book.
Well, Marcel would read the book.
The book is called, like I said, The Big Book of Terps, and it's huge. How many pages, Russ? So I don't know.
580 or so.
So it's a textbook on everything that you would like to know that we know now, because 10 years from now, I'm sure there'll be more. There'll be a part 2 about terpenes and is it flavonoids or flavonoids? You called it flavonoids earlier.
I call it flavonoids, tomato, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it just depends on. It's like cannabinoids and cannabinoids.
Oh, I love Chris doing that. Cannabinoids.
Cannabinoids.
So we're also looking at the Big Book of Terps blog, which I'm going to copy and paste into our chat here for everybody who's listening on Facebook. Where are we? Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube tonight. We're trying different things. So there's the Big Book of Terps that we're going to be chatting about. And Darcy won't be joining us because he's got stones. He got stoned again. Okay. So I guess the best way to start this is to ask that question. What's a terpene? Actually, I'm going to ask it a different way, if you don't mind.
All right.
I know what a cannabinoid is. We talk about it all the time.
Mhm.
But what's so special about terpenes and flavonoids? I mean, I guess that's the best place to start.
Well, I mean, terpenes and flavonoids are pretty different. Terpenes and cannabinoids are much more comparable. That's because
Okay.
most cannabinoids are actually terpenes. So we're really talking about the same thing. I wish this was a bit more known in the cannabis industry, that most cannabinoids are terpenophenolic compounds, which means that they're based on terpene molecular skeletons.
Okay. And if you had the book, you'd be able to read more into that, obviously. It, they are key components in cannabis and other things as well, correct?
Right. I mean, terpenes, it's interesting that we're having this discussion in such a sort of novel way because terpenes have been well studied for a long time. They're in the air that we breathe, the foods that we eat, the medicines that we take, our shampoos and cleaning products, paints, solvents, and just, you know, they really sort of invade about every aspect of human society. Yet here we are having a conversation like they're novel. They're really only novel to the cannabis industry and how they relate to cannabis. And the problem in the general public with this knowledge is that they're so common that it's kind of been knowledge that isn't necessary to know when you're, for instance, you know, using a deodorant that has something like limonene in it. But these compounds are fairly different. Cannabinoids are more complex. They're heavier molecules, so they're not as volatile as the terpenes like monoterpenes and sesquiterpenes that aren't as heavy, and they seem to be meant to volatilize and be perceived through scent receptors.
So it's about taste and smell, basically.
Taste and smell, of course, yeah. And with the flavonoids, you're talking a lot about color. Of course, there's many other compounds at work. There's your sulfurs and your esters, ketones, and alcohols. How they all play together, we don't really know because we've been barred from studying cannabis specifically for so long now. This will definitely be emerging science for, you know, as you were saying earlier, Al, quite some time.
Yeah. As we were talking just before we came to air, I think Marcel and I were I don't remember now. I've lost what I was going to say.
What were you yammering about?
What?
What were you guys yammering about?
I don't know. We were yammering
Marcel?
about a lot of things.
We were talking about how, you know, the science is sort of advancing. We're going to be discovering things for some time to come. We were talking about the discovery of hashishene in particular.
That's what it was. It was hashishene. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. The technology is advancing so fast that it's getting hard to keep up. So you just keep plugging on. So you took the route of the terpenes, and you found all kinds of cool stuff.
Well, what I find interesting is, Russ, you said that terpenes have been around, you know, they're commonly used, and that people should be aware, and we kind of like know these things, but unless you've actually done any sort of studying on essential oils or, you know, naturopathic medicine or stuff like that, I mean, I love the smell of lavender. I know lavender makes people sleepy, but I never found out about linalool until I started using cannabis.
Right.
So I love that you have not a small book of terpenes, because that wouldn't do it justice, but a big book of terpenes to actually just touch a little bit on, you know, what terpenes are and how many different terpenes there actually are as well.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's an important point, is that even in the essential oils industry, we're often talking in sometimes hyperbolistic kind of language. We're talking about the oil of lavender or the oil of neroli or something similar. And even in that industry, we're often not talking about what those constituents are that actually cause those scents that are responsible for those fragrances and those tastes. And I see this a lot in particular with terpene companies that actually sell terpenes, but really what they sell are blends, and they don't even really talk to you about terpenes, not in their literature or in their sales materials. And I think that this is something that for me, I'm very passionate about, I think the aromatherapy and essential oils industry needs to get better about understanding the science and being able to articulate the science to, you know, their clients.
I recently got one of the little air thingy machines there that you can for aromatherapy. And I find it astonishing actually how quickly those scents fill the room with
you got a diffuser.
Yeah. It's just a little one. It bubbles up. It's actually kind of cool. I like it. It's got lights, trippy lights on it and stuff. Yeah.
Nice.
My house smells like terpenes too.
Yeah, mine
but
usually
those are
does
natural
too,
terpenes.
Yeah.
Well,
so, but can you actually buy terpenes? I know, I've seen on, like you're saying online, that they have terpene products, but those are not actual terpenes. Is that correct?
Right. They're usually blends, and they're saying that they're supposed to be like, you know, OG Kush or whatever. It's kind of a lot of nonsense, especially with so many chemovars not really being stabilized. So it's tough to make an evaluation of what those products are. Now, there are certainly industrial and commercial terpenes that you can buy. I mean, you could buy a gallon of pinene for probably a couple $1,000 for commercial or industrial uses. But the terpene companies that have been taking advantage of the new trendiness of terpenes often aren't really about the individual terpenes. They're about creating the blends. And certainly there's a marketplace for that. But it's not particularly what I'm usually talking about or what I like to dork out on.
Yeah.
Dork out on.
So what do you like to dork out on? I'm like,
I mean, I spent almost 4 years reviewing every study I could find and every book I could find about terpenes. That's what I have been dorking out on, and started down this path because I just kept finding so many fascinating and just deeply interesting and sometimes troubling things about terpenes and how they're used by plants and mushrooms and animals and bacteria and viruses. And there's a whole world of communication happening out there that we're not privy to, and it's actually the biggest form of communication in the world. I mean, this is just the very tip of the iceberg about what I can dork out on terpenes about, and everything related to it, from how bees use geraniol to how aphids use farnesene. There's just it's nuts. It's like it's a crazy world out there, deep, at the macro level, or excuse me, the micro level.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm excited about terpenes. I'm always interested in to find out what they can do and how they can benefit us.
Right. Yeah. Hillary asked, why does shellac smell like bananas? That's probably due to an ester, which will be covered in my next book, which is the Big Book of Keys, Ketones, Esters, and Alcohols in Cannabis.
Is this the first book that's been done like this with this much detail? Like, I mean, this is a textbook that's something that's going to end up in a university classroom, I'm sure, at some point.
Right.
It hasn't.
There is nothing else like this in the world.
Lots of words.
You sound confident because it sounds like you did many years of studying everything you could on terpenes, that there is nothing else like this.
Right.
You had to build
I've seen it. I read the books. I bought the books. I know who the researchers are. I collaborated with some of the top researchers. I know what's out there. And I created this book with that knowledge and with the knowledge of what needed to be supplemented and what needed to be disseminated to the public, and how, really focusing on making it just a readable book. Like, yeah, it's a textbook, but if you want to, you can just open it up and start reading it and absolutely find it fascinating and want to continue reading it.
If you want to know stuff about linalool, two O's, linalool. Yeah, you can find out. Like, it's literally filled with this stuff that you can read. Terpenol.
Virtually every chapter of each individual compound. So, for instance, Al, you're looking at the chapter for linalool is essentially a massive review study that has reviewed all the information that's been published about linalool from all the different sources and compiled it into one place. So, for instance, it would be difficult, as of the time of publishing anyway, to find much more information out there that isn't already already included in the book from, you know, the first page, which is meant to be kind of like a flash card that tells you all of the important details, and then the deep intensive information about how plants are using these compounds, how industry is using these compounds, how we can use them medically. You know, it's extremely comprehensive, and we'll be updating that probably every 2 years to keep up with new studies about these compounds. So the big book of terps is probably going to continue to get bigger.
Well, I mean, like medically speaking, I mean, they talk about that kind of thing in movies. I mean, growing up in the news, I remember back when they had the movie with Michael Douglas where he betrayed the guy who went into the rainforest and came out with the cure for cancer, you know, from flowers.
No, it was from the ants.
Oh, was it the ants?
It was the ants going into the sugar bowl.
Oh,
it was an awesome movie.
It was an awesome movie, but it's been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah, but he thought it was the plants, but then when he started testing the actual plants, he found it wasn't. Then he got cancer himself and cured it from using the sugar in the sugar bowl that the ants were using.
But that's all stuff that we're talking about.
They made a movie about sugar curing cancer. That sounds like somebody was trying to
no, they made a
the
movie.
narrative there.
They made a movie about ants curing cancer. But Dale has a question for you.
What's the movie called? Now I'm gonna have to watch it. Who was the actor?
You guys, I'll look for that, and you guys ask.
You look for that. I'll ask Dale's question because Dale wants to know what the aphids use terpenes for. But I have a follow-up question to that. So you go ahead and answer that one, then I'll ask mine.
Okay, cool. Dale's question is one of my favorite questions about aphids, particularly because they really fuck up our cannabis crops a lot. It's a big problem. So this is super fascinating. Aphids use farnesene, which is a terpene found in cannabis, sort of a minor, a secondary compound, but it's still there, as an alarm pheromone. So when one or more aphids start emitting farnesene, it's perceived as an alarm pheromone, and the aphids in the surrounding vicinity, particularly on the same plant, will then flee. So some plants have learned this over thousands of years, and when they are infested with aphids, they will change their phytochemical mixture to feature farnesene prominently, thereby mimicking that alarm pheromone and scaring off the aphids. It's something that I hope we could take advantage of as a pesticide.
That would be awesome, because my follow-up would be, what terpenes are attracting aphids?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I did read a lot about aphids. There's certainly blends, and this is happening a lot in the insect and plant world, where often insects are using the emissions, of all the emissions, especially of monoterpenes, and particular blends from plants in order to locate their host. So with some insects and hosts, we do know that. With others, it hasn't really been studied. Certainly a world of opportunity for study out there. But again, this type of interaction where trees are talking to insects in terpenes and vice versa is just rich for study and certainly something to really dork out on. And for me to find absolutely fascinating that all this is going on. And, for me, it makes me rethink how I feel about plants, knowing that when they're under attack, they protect themselves. They take steps to stay alive. They engage in chemical warfare. This is a world that we don't know much about, stomping around up here in our shoes.
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you a way that you could make a fortune is you come up with a terpene that repels spider mites.
There are plenty of terpenes that repel spider mites. There have been some products that have been patented, but for some reason I wasn't able to figure out why, probably just company failures. The patent expired and the product didn't remain in the market. So there's more opportunity there as well for spider mites and russet mites and a number of other mites that infect cannabis, where we could easily breed cannabis varieties that have phytochemical profiles that are naturally resistant to mites. And I think that this is a direction that we really need to start going in, where we need citizen scientists to start experimenting now, and reporting this information so that we can get control over things like aphids and mites.
Just don't blow anybody up.
Yeah,
Try not to blow anybody up.
including yourself.
I can't find this movie anywhere. It's not listed in his movies.
Who did you say it was?
Michael Douglas.
I don't think it was Michael Douglas.
I don't think.
Was
I
it
thought it was
Kirk?
It might have been Kirk.
No,
No,
I don't think it was Kirk Douglas.
Was
I
it
don't think
Robin
it was either
Williams?
one of them. No, definitely not.
I thought it was The Ghost in the Darkness, but no, that's not.
No, it's not. You guys go in and you guys carry on and talk. Where's my screen?
So okay, I got a question.
Yeah.
So many terpenes out there. Individually, they do. Some things are good for the industry. Some things are good for health. And it says here in your blog here that there are actual terpenes for treating cancer.
Yeah, absolutely. The terpenes, again, are very well studied, and they have been shown, many of them have been shown to be anti-cancer agents in a number of different ways, whether they are able to shrink the size of tumors, or they prevent angiogenesis, which is the formation of blood vessels that keep tumors alive. Lots of different ways that terpenes have been shown in, of course, a laboratory setting to be anti-cancer. Interestingly enough, although they're well-known and potent anti-cancer compounds, when I got into researching the flavonoids, it was exhausting to discover how well researched the flavonoids are, and how they also are extremely anti-cancerous in a variety of different ways. So this book is absolutely loaded with information about anti-cancer terpenes, all the different studies that are out there that are relevant to that terpene, and all the different cancers or types that they've been shown to treat. And, you know, I think that we need to start cross-referencing where terpenes and flavonoids and cannabinoids all intersect with certain types of cancers, and look at synergistic medicines based on these compounds. Terpenes have also been shown to be synergistic with many of the leading chemotherapeutic agents. So when we talk about synergy, we're really talking about things that happen outside of the endocannabinoid system, which could also happen in the endocannabinoid system. But we talk about synergy because it's important to understand that terpenes aren't just synergistic with cannabinoids, they're also synergistic with existing chemotherapeutic agents, and they, in some cases, can help deliver chemotherapeutic agents as well as enhance the effects. And this is all becoming increasingly more well studied.
The one delivery system that we do know here at the 420 radio show is cannabis. What other plant matters, or is there man-made terpenes as well that can do the trick as well? Or
I mean, that's kind of a question that comes up a lot. You know, a molecule is a molecule. So whether you have sourced beta caryophyllene from cannabis, or from, which is probably a more likely source, black pepper, it's the same molecule. The molecule doesn't know any difference, and it doesn't perform any differently.
We say the same thing about THC and CBD. It doesn't matter what plant it comes off of, whether it's a hemp plant, CBD is still going to be CBD. THC is still going to be THC. It's still all of the other terpenes and cannabinoids on the plant that actually make it work.
So what are the other delivery systems that are out there that you can get terpenes and flavonoids?
Well, I mean, first of all, I would argue that cannabis is an inefficient delivery system of terpenes, especially with the most common forms of administration, smoking and vaporizing. We're chemically altering these compounds and getting them in very, very small quantity, certainly not in any therapeutic quantity, unless you're talking about concentrated oils with very specific phytochemical profiles. So, you know, one of my missions is to help people realize, and this is something that I learned early in my research, is that and I just put a video out about this earlier this week, is that you don't need cannabis to get terpenes. And in fact, you'd be a little bit foolish to try to get terpenes from cannabis because it's an inefficient producer of terpenes. Yes, it's very cool that they have these kiva bars that have tons of different terpenes and different people realize, and this is something that they sorry, I heard an echo there and got lost.
Yeah, I was pulling up something and it echoed it.
No, but I understand what you mean. There's the amount of terpenes in cannabis, because in Canada on our labels we're labeling terpenes, and on our cannabis our terpenes are coming out with 0.2%, 0.1%. Well, that's a very small amount of terpene to try and collect. If you can collect the same terpene off another plant, then that just makes more sense.
Right.
We had the guy, we were talking about it last week, the guys that are pulling CBD, is it CBD that they're pulling out of orange peels?
Yes.
Yeah, they're making cannabinoids out of corn and orange peels.
In Japan,
Yeah.
or something, right?
Yeah.
China.
If they can pull more CBD out of an orange peel than you can pull off of say Avodac or something like that, that's a high CBD plant, then all the power to you. Go for it.
Right. Yeah, and this is a conversation we'll need to start having soon in the cannabis industry, and in particular as we continue the discussion about terpenes overall being an important part of who we are as humans, is that we should source terpenes from their host plants. For instance, again, if you want beta caryophyllene, you would go to black pepper and maybe blueberries. If you want limonene, you would go to the citrus fruits. If you want myrcene, you would look to celery. Cannabis does not produce these terpenes in a way that's efficient to source them therapeutically or industrially, commercially, etc. And Susan Trapp, who there's commentary from her in my book, she is certainly the world's leading expert on terpenes. She studied the biogenesis of terpenes. She agrees that cannabis isn't an efficient source of terpenes. So the best source of terpenes is eating correctly, eating foods that are high in those terpenes, and that's pretty easy to do for most people in developed countries. And with that said, it's important to recognize cannabis for the value that it provides, which is, as far as we know today, it is the most efficient producer of cannabinoids.
We should just let Dale turn his mic on.
Yeah, I think so. Dale, turn your mic on and ask your questions, please.
Wasn't Horatio extracting limonene from orange peels and then selling the isolate in Canada?
You can absolutely do that. That's where it's usually industrially produced, is from orange peels, or the waste products of the orange industry.
Well, I can't remember his last. I can't remember his last name offhand, but he was a Canadian fellow. He just passed away last year. His rig let go on him and got him right in the head.
Oh. Not good.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
If anybody has any questions that's listening, please feel free to ask.
Yeah.
You know, that's
we're going to make them answer you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Lots of ways to ask. It'll show up here in the thingy. That's the other reason why I don't like using Twitter, is we don't get the chat back. They see what we're typing, but they don't get we don't get theirs. So, you know, but so we're chatting with Russ Hudson, the author of the Big Book of Terps. We got lots of stuff to talk about, that's for sure. What time is it? It's only 7:30.
Yeah. Normally you would play a song, but
I've got some funny stuff loaded here that we're going to watch. It's only 2 minutes long. It's enough for a pee.
I have 2 joints rolled here and I don't know why, so I'm going to smoke one.
This is the 420 radio show. I'm going to load this thing up and we're going to watch some. This hour is 22 minutes. We'll be back after this is done. Oh, where's the button? There's the button.
It's a residential neighborhood. We need to keep the peace while preserving the right to protest. It's a thin line. A blue one. Okay, you're gonna need you to move along. You here for the protest?
No, we're here for the bands and the hot tubs and bouncy castles.
That's the protest.
Oh, dude, it's almost Canada Day.
We're protesters? Rad. What are we protesting?
It's a trucker protest.
Oh no, I like trucks.
Food trucks.
Ice cream trucks.
Ice cream truck is a food truck. Whoa.
It's not anti-truck.
Then what's it for?
Well, it was against vaccine mandate.
Good. I hate vaccines. I don't put anything in my body unless I know exactly what it is.
Hey, you want some of this?
What is it?
I don't know.
Sure.
Okay, move along.
What does he need to say?
He's a protester.
Why is he honking?
That's how they protest.
So if I honk, we could stay?
No. Okay, okay. Please don't. You can't just honk and get in your way.
But they can.
No, well, yes, but okay, well that's different because they.
Officer! Someone stole my weed!
Someone stole our weed!
Go.
Hey, Mary Jane Baker. No, I'm Mary Jane Baker. Wait, can we do that again?
Mary Jane Baker, take 27.
Hey, I'm Mary Jane Baker, and you're listening to 420radio.ca.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
You want music? Rock, punk, metal, alternative music. The Coverage Radio Show has what you want. Every other Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca. Hosted by DJ Michael Alvich, bringing you new and retro tunes from both major and independent labels. Only on the Coverage Radio Show. Radio Show. Radio Show.
And we're back, but I forgot to shut the video off.
And
now we're back.
And there was an echo.
There was an echo.
There was an echo through the 22 minutes. But it's funny as hell, 22 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny as hell. Well, I'll try and see what happens with the other one. I think I know what's up.
Cool. Don't let it happen again now. It wasn't that bad. Hillary says it wasn't that bad, but it was enough that
oh, it's because I shared the tab audio. Well, and it played twice through it. Okay, doesn't matter. Anyways, we're back. It's the 420 Radio Show. We're chatting with Russ Hudson about terpenes and stuffs like that. Why don't we while we're thinking about things to talk about, why don't you tell me what you find interesting about terpenes that a layman like myself might go, oh.
Put the guy in a spot.
No, I mean, there's really so many different things that you could say. I think the most interesting thing for the layman is to learn how prolific terpenes are in virtually everything that we do, especially Canadians and Americans who have access to rich supermarkets and parks. So to know that you can get therapeutic compounds by, for instance, going for a walk in a pine forest or any coniferous forest. That's what Japanese forest bathing is based on. The inhalation of monoterpenes, mostly pinene and myrcene, two of the three most common terpenes in cannabis. The layperson who uses paints and paint thinners might be interested to know that most of those products are based on terpenes and are dependent actually on terpenes in order to function correctly.
Yeah.
For the average person to know that every time they're eating a piece of fruit or some kind of vegetable, they're taking terpenes into their body. And when you are using any kind of general household products, from detergents to deodorants, hair gels, lotions, it's just absolutely ridiculous. If you go, for instance, into your medicine cabinet right now or your bathroom and look through these products, you will assuredly find terpenes in them. And I think that is pretty fascinating as a starting point for the layperson to understand, like, the prolific nature of terpenes and how they're so prolific in nature and in commerce and industry and medicine. It's a little bit difficult to even grasp how terpenes are so common in our lives already, and when most people know nothing about them. I think that's a pretty fascinating feature right there.
There's a reason why people from centuries ago that now they call monks and that they used aroma in their therapies and in their preaching. And I mean, one of the aromas that I love, probably one of the biggest aromas I love, is Neg Champa. Very old, perfumey. It covers up every smell. I've been using it to cover up my weed smell all my life, pretty much, all my adult life. But I noticed
Neg Champa is the smell of every bong store and head shop in Toronto and everywhere.
Exactly.
What's that?
Yeah.
Neg Champa.
Oh,
it's an Indian incense on a stick.
Oh yeah, I see. If I owned a cannabis store, I'd be burning patchouli.
Yeah,
because it smells more like hash.
One smell that really gets to me, which Paula used to use in the lounge all the time, is sandalwood. Burning sandalwood, doing her prayers.
Yeah,
I
have sandalwood essential oil for some products, and it's ripe.
Are terpenes involved in allergies as well, do you think?
Yeah, it's fairly well known in sort of dermatology, in certain circles, skincare circles, dermatologists, that terpenes, when they oxidize, can be irritants for some people. In particular, linalool, which is added to astonishing amount of products. When this is oxidized, it can be an allergen for a lot of people. In fact, in Europe, they're trying to get it added to patch tests, and may have succeeded within the last couple of years. So there are some concerns there, but of course, it's from the oxidation products of terpenes, and what I've looked at, rarely with the actual compound itself.
So are there smells that don't have terpenes? Or if it's a smell, there's a terpene involved?
No, certainly there are other chemical constituents that smell. There are also terpenes that don't smell.
Okay.
So you have both of those things going on. In cannabis, for instance, it's likely that the strawberry and banana smells of certain chemovar are due to esters. And because of recent work that was published by Abstracts in collaboration with Max Montrose and the Trichome Institute, we now know that the skunky smell of at least certain chemovars comes from sulfurs. So we have a lot going on in cannabis in addition to the terpenes. But in general, the monoterpenes are the most potent smell and sort of aroma. Of course, that's the pinene, myrcene, limonene.
Okay, so
top ones.
So when you go to the limonene, explain to me how limonene can have two different smells.
So there are two different isomers of limonene. There's also two different isomers of linalool.
I was just going to ask you if it was like that with the cannabinoids, because you've got the THCA, blah, 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 blah. You have the same thing in the terpenes?
No, that's a bit different because THCA is the acidic version of the molecule. Okay. So you're actually chemically changing it to then make it into THC.
I meant the subcategories.
You mean like alpha and beta?
But with limonene, it's not a subcategory. Some will smell like lemons and oranges, and some will smell like pine.
Correct, and that's those are the two different isomers. So basically, those molecules are the same molecules, but they're mirror versions of each other. And even though they're so very close, they still produce extremely different properties. So a lot of terpenes have this feature. Terpinolene, for example, which is a top 10 terpene in cannabis, one of my favorites, is actually an isomer of terpenine, which isn't even, I think, within the top 20 terpenes in cannabis. So you have a isomer of terpenine occurring more commonly in cannabis than you do the sort of the parent compound.
Lemon seems to be the key word in there, though. Why is that? Like a lot of the good weed that you get out there has a lemony taste?
I don't know. I kind of like this stuff that has the piney taste too.
Well, I was just going to say there's piney taste, there's different tastes, but a lot of the ones that you see have a lemony taste. A lot of
yes, and that doesn't mean that it's limonene. It could absolutely not be limonene. It could be terpinolene. It could be a blend of terpenes that are creating that smell. And this is one of the best examples that we have of synergy. Is the aroma of a certain strain is not due to one single constituent, it's the combination. And I think that's important to keep in mind as you talk about the different smells and flavors, that it's really hard to pin it down to one. And in all honesty, if you have a jar of limonene, pure limonene, and you smell it, it's not going to smell pleasant, and it certainly doesn't smell like citrus fruit.
Really?
No.
No, it smells more solventy. It needs to be diffused in order to create that sort of effect.
It's a big time concentrate, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and actually, Dale shared a link with us with Horatio stuff.
Yeah, hash oil stuff.
And I was just looking at it. Castoreum, Dale, and it's called limonene hash oil. Is what Horatio Delbert was making. And I would say he's got, it's made by its limonene hash oil or limonene hash oil, extracted with limonene and THC concentrate. So it's very likely it's a distillate that he's added terpenes to.
It's not a hash oil.
No, because it's clear. You see it, it's clear. It's distillate.
Yeah, and he's added the limonene back in, which is fine. You can mad scientist all kinds of combinations, and the industry's definitely going to get into that, but it's not hash oil.
Why'd Mary Jane write that when she could have just asked?
She didn't want to interrupt us.
Oh, interrupt us.
Well, you guys were chatting. I was just listening because you guys were saying basically it could smell like limonene, but not be limonene. And I've been trusting my nose the entire time. So now I'm like, well, now I can't really trust my nose.
You still need to trust your nose. What you need to do is we need better science so that when you smell a strain or a chemovar in a bag and your eyes light up and you're like, fuck yeah, that's the strain that I want. There's something happening there. As I was talking about earlier, there's all this communication going on between different entities with terpenes, and you're also receiving that communication. When you know this is the stuff that I want, and for instance, for me, it might be like super silver haze. When I smell that, I know that I want that. It talks to me in some way, but you might not like that. So I think that you still need to trust your nose. And when your nose tells you this is the good shit, get it. Even if the expectation of what you've been told at the dispensary doesn't match that sort of result that your nose shows. We need more testing so that when your eyes light up and you find a strain that just makes you go, wow, then you need to know, what is that strain? I need to know the top 3 constituents at least as far as the terpenes to understand this is what I need in a strain and this is what I like. And then you could sort of get into why. But first, trying to get that consistency is very difficult. And until then, you do need to trust your nose.
Well, I think the point that I was trying to make is when you said that it could be, what was that other thing that could influence the smell? So like was it a gas? No.
Well, it could be an ester, could be sulfur.
That's it, the sulfur.
Right.
If one of those aspects are manipulating what I believe is the smell that I like, I'm just like, I don't know, because don't get me wrong, I'll try anything once, and I generally I
Give
keep
it to
it
Mary
up
Jane.
here. I keep it up here of like what type of cannabis I do like and what I don't, but I guess I really shouldn't do that because depending on cultivar, lemon sour diesel from one producer is going to be different terpene profile than another producer.
Absolutely. And this is something we really need to get an understanding of in the cannabis industry. I've been talking to a lot of hemp farmers recently who do have a pretty good understanding of it. And not only is that true, but it goes far beyond that. For instance, the terpene profile of the back corner of your field could be completely different than the terpene profile of the front corner. For instance, let's say the back corner was exposed to aphids and it increased its phytochemical content so that farnesene was the primary terpene, and you harvested during that stage, you could have totally different phytochemical content in the same exact field.
Yep.
So this is why I say you have to trust your nose, because the chances that any dispensary anywhere in the world is delivering consistent phytochemical content is almost zero.
But you want to trust your taste too, because that's the flavonoids, right? Your
but
taste.
the nose is the first.
Despite the sort of precursor to the word flavonoids, there is no flavor association with flavonoids, at least none that we know of. Flavonoids are about color. So in cannabis, the blues, reds, and purples that you see are due to different types of flavonoids, and in the wider plant kingdom, typically coloration is due to flavonoids, and that's related to antioxidant protection, UVB, solar radiation protection, and some other relief of antibiotic stressors from plants. But primarily, they're known for the production of color.
Okay, so stupid question.
That's not a stupid question.
Where does the taste come from in cannabis?
Oh, that's a stupid question.
Terpenes. It's mostly terpenes.
So terpenes are both smell and taste.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
And you'll have other, like esters are imparting some taste in there as well. We just don't really know how much. We're going to get into that in another year. But certainly the terpenes are well-known flavor molecules. This is another use of terpenes. They're in food products that you wouldn't believe. They're so embedded in especially prepared products that they're not even considered an ingredient. They're considered sort of a precursor product. So they don't have to report those in the ingredient list. But chances are, if it's a processed or packaged food, there's terpenes in there in some way. They add terpenes to the packaging as deterrents from certain insects and bacteria and fungi. It's another section that terpenes are widely used in candies and beverages to give maple flavors and to give piney flavors, and to give, for instance, with linalool, you have that sort of lavender flavor. Linalool is the #1 constituent of a number of different types of cinnamon. So when you think of cinnamon flavorings, you could be talking about linalool. The flavor implications of terpenes are extraordinarily well studied. I recommend checking out a website called the Good Sense Company. For 40 years, they've been compiling information about exactly this. What do these compounds smell like? What do they taste like? It's an excellent source of information about that. And in fact, PubChem often uses information there, in their collaborative and verification processes.
Cool. You just
what is that? What is that word that Dale wrote there? I can't even.
But before we get to that,
Okay.
before we get to that, let's bring up the fact that we had Cheryl and Haley Rose on a few years ago.
Should have them
And
on again soon.
yeah, we should actually. But that was one of the things that they found with Haley. She's got a severe form of epilepsy that they've been treating for years with cannabis. And what they found was her being able to go into the dispensary, smell each strain, would pick which strain was going to work best for her that day or at that time. In Canada, we don't legally have that option. We can't go to one of the dispensaries and smell the cannabis.
Not in the legal stores.
Actually, we can't even legally look at what's inside the package.
Yeah, the only way that I can find out if the weed that I'm buying from the legal store is fresh enough for me to buy is to squeeze the package. That's all you're allowed to do.
And that doesn't work if it's coming into a tin can.
That's right.
But if it's coming in a tin can, it's sealed at the right moisture content anyway, so it's not an issue.
Are things that bad down in the States? Are they like that, or is it that controlled? Can you just walk?
It's pretty similar. There's some sort of lip service being given where a dispensary might put out, those special containers. They're clear, but they have some ventilation in them. But those same samples sit in those containers day in, day out. It's a terrible representation of what might actually be behind the shelf. It's just kind of a joke to make connoisseurs a little bit happy, but real connoisseurs know better anyway.
If you're a connoisseur in Canada, you're not buying legal weed. Sorry to say, but
well, that's true. That's not something connoisseurs do.
I mean, I Mary Jane also shops on the reservation as I do during the summer, anyways, and the quality of the middle of the road strain from the reservation dispensary is about the same as the bottom end of the legal scale.
Not even.
No, you think it's worse than that?
I think it's better. You want to talk price?
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I mean, you can get some really nice.
Oh, you got to make her big.
Hold on.
Gonna make you
just
big.
An average
There you go.
size, like average size buds from the legacy market, from the indigenous market.
Yes.
And if you go to the legal market, here
I got tiny little buds.
Here. You get stick. You
Smaller.
get stick and little buds.
Always.
And I'm not gonna lie, I paid $100 for 3 ounces. So
At the res, yeah, you can get a $55 ounce at the res now. So.
She just got three for $33 a piece.
Yep.
And I got a free pre-roll. I got a free pre-roll and a free drink.
Because you spent $100. See, that's a good deal.
Okay, so good you brought that up. The drinks, they're using terpenes in a lot of the drinks now, correct? There, you can infuse them and same kind of things that you can do with oils and stuff, right?
They're using distillate, aren't they?
Are they?
Because that's where I don't like these drinks.
Yeah, I don't like distillates. That's what I like. I don't like distillates, but there's other ways to make them. Marcel knows this.
There was a company.
I don't give out secrets though.
I can't
sell
remember
secrets.
who it was. They made like a Kool-Aid powder, a THC infused Kool-Aid powder. Do you remember, Al? It was at Karma Cup.
Yeah, they infused the sugar is what they did.
Was it Thompson Caribou? I can't remember.
It was
Thompson Caribou had a syrup.
They had a syrup. They had like a cough syrup, and they just. But it was also. It was not a distillate. I don't think. No.
From what I heard, it wasn't oily like that.
I'll ask Dave if he wants to come on. We can talk about stuff like that. He's still around.
I would like to try.
Anymore, but.
I would like to try a drink that didn't taste like it had oil in my mouth afterwards with this like.
And that's the
I can do that. I can do that for you with an alcohol.
They had that issue at the beginning. Remember, Marcel? Tweed had that issue. Was it Tweed? I think it was Tweed.
Well, yeah, they tried. The problem
is sticking to the can.
Right. The cannabinoids are an oil. They're an oil base. So to mix them with water, you've got to use an emulsifier, which means the water is now thick. It's not water. or you can use what's called nanotechnology. And basically what it is it's using sound frequency at a particular pitch to dissolve the oil compounds of the cannabinoids into small droplets that are interspersed evenly through the liquid. Expensive technology, either one, but if there's any separation, the oil sticks to the inside of the can.
Yes, that's what was
So when
happening.
you go to drink it, the oils all stick to the inside of the can, and you're drinking the liquid,
And you're not
with
getting any
a
of the
small
can.
percentage of what was actually in that can.
We've got some people making comments on our stream here, and I'm not sure what they mean by rectify this. Rectify what?
Will there be a rectify this?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I
And
can understand what you're saying, John, but
Alexis says hi.
Alexis.
Hi, you're welcome. We're here every week. Enjoy.
Yeah, the terpenes in drinks would fall. You have water soluble terpenes, or?
Yeah, there are a few.
Yeah.
But most are not.
No, most are still that non-polar type oil base.
You can't get it to dissolve in a water.
Right.
Not easily, no.
No. So they would have the same issue with terpenes to incorporate it into a beverage. So a beverage that would incorporate it easily is an alcohol, because the alcohol will dissolve the cannabinoids as well as the terpenes, and it would mix very well. And you could come up with some half decent drinks that way. But again, you're still back to that whole issue of that's an alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, regulations won't allow that.
Speaking of alcoholics,
unless you want to make a drink with a natural fat, such as milk, that has a high fat content,
or
you can do
tea
that.
Or something.
Right, something like that has that fat base, not a water base.
Hot cocoa would work.
Like an ice cream.
Hot cocoa works extremely well. That's why I make hot chocolate bombs. But they don't work in water; they work in hot milk.
Right.
Hot milk. Well, that's one of the things that I learned a long time ago. One of the first things I learned is that cannabis and milk love each other.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they love each other. They attach to the fats.
That's what I mean. They love each other.
It sounds like you love cannabis and milk together.
And yeah, it sounds like
I
you
can't
love milk.
drink milk anymore.
Well,
that's probably why you overdid it back in the day.
do you know the only animal that should drink milk? Cow's milk or cows? The only milk humans should drink is from their mothers.
You know, milk's just for getting fat anyways, eh?
Yeah, it's just to add fat. I hope John will come back and explain the rest of his question there.
Yeah, kind of
rectify
elaborate.
this? Rectify what? Rectify what?
The industry using distillates. And
Rectify this, man.
That won't be rectified when they can derive THC delta 8 from hemp and CBD.
Well, it was what we were
Sell it
talking
as
about just
THC.
before he posted that. But anyways, while we're waiting to see if John will reply.
Is it break time? I gotta go heat up my tea.
You can go. I gotta heat up my. I gotta make a new tea. You want to do another?
Actually, it's
you
9
got
o'clock. We should.
You got something you wanted to,
It's H
share?
Easterner.
Sorry.
Marcel?
Well, I look at my clock. It says 9.
Should we watch the emergency measures one? It's only a minute and a half, though.
Well, she better be quick. She's got a minute and a half.
I'm
then,
just heating up my tea. Al's making a whole tea.
Are I just do tap tea usually during the show, though. Let it run for a while. Hot water.
Okay, I'm leaving now.
Yeah. Okay. Bye bye now. I only have 30 seconds during the show. Oh, wow. Okay, so I've got this other this hour's 22 minutes video loaded up already, so we can watch that, and then we'll be back with more question and answer period about the big book of Terp with Russ. I've been calling you Ross, haven't I? Must miss Ross. That's what it is. With Russ Hudson, and he is sitting somewhere. Where are you? I forgot.
In Southern Virginia.
Southern Virginia. Well, welcome to Canada for the evening, anyways. Have you ever been to Canada? Have you been up here?
Yeah. Last I heard, I've been barred from entering the country.
Oh, because that
Why?
cannabis thing?
Because I advised a client, a good friend of mine from Spain, with concerning some business in Canada. He was detained at the airport. They went through his phone and found, my contacts in our conversation there, and threw him out of the country after taking 11,000 euro from him and his wife. Instructed him that he should never return and that I shouldn't come to the country either.
Bastards.
Fuckers.
I'm going to test that though, so we'll see.
Yeah,
Come
do
and
that.
visit.
Test
Let
that.
us know when you're here. We'll be at the airport. I'll come pick you up. We'll videotape the whole thing.
Just don't have anything with you, so you don't have a reason to be detained.
Yeah, right. Obviously.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so there's our smiley Trump wannabe.
Trump. No.
Got a nice smile. No.
No, you can't call him a Trump wannabe. He's more of a Biden wannabe than a Trump wannabe.
Oh, okay.
They don't think the same.
And now,
okay, here we go.
Things are out of control. Justin Trudeau has invoked the Emergency Act for the first time ever.
Yeah.
And now you can too.
Fixed.
Hello, Mr. Jones. This is the CRA. It
not
seems
fixed.
you haven't filed your taxes for the last 2 years.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
What?
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
Sir, you can't do that.
Just watch me. Thanks, Justin Trudeau.
Overwhelmed, stressed, incapable of handling a situation? Invoke the Emergencies Act.
I'm sorry, Gary. You just haven't landed any new accounts, so I'm going to have to let you go.
I invoke the Emergencies Act. You can't fire me.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. It's a thing. Look it up. Sorry.
Gary?
These special temporary measures help you cope with any urgent and critical situation long after you should have.
Gary, I'm leaving you.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
I've met somebody new.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
Damn you, Gary. We have to face this.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
The Emergencies Act. It's for emergencies. If you fail to act, Emergency Act. Not available in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba.
Hey, this is Cheech. And this is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Ooh.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Are you an independent musician? How would you like to have your songs played on hundreds of radio stations just like the one you're listening to right now? Join MusicSubmit.com and we'll promote your music to radio stations and blogs in your genre. It's free to set up your account, and we guarantee your music will be considered for airplay by radio stations worldwide. Why not sign up today? It's free. MusicSubmit.com. Radio promotion for indie musicians.
This is how we grow the music.
Darcy, you're up.
Yeah, Darcy.
Darcy, you're up. We're back. It's the 420 radio show. What's that look for, Mary Jane? What are you eating?
Come on, what are you eating?
Did you bring something for all the whole class?
What is it? Is it sauerkraut because you started to love it?
Should we show Russ?
Yeah,
show
should,
Russ.
should show Russ.
Nasty.
Okay. This happened a few weeks ago, Russ.
3, 2, 1.
It's good.
Makes me smile. Mary Jane has a thing where she's trying something new every day or so.
And she decided to try sauerkraut on the show. So what did you do new today?
She muted her
Maybe
mic.
unmute your mic first. No,
Okay.
unmute.
Okay. So today, normally when I have something I need to do and it's like really bad weather like this, because I do not like driving in nasty weather, I would just cancel it. I would just call the person and be like, I'm so sorry, I can't make it today. I can't drive in this. However, I had to go pick up my boyfriend's son and take him to work. And there's no way that he can get to work if it wasn't for me. So my new thing for the day was to just suck it up and go do it.
You saw,
and I did it.
You saw the other day, I'm sure, Mike and Amber's feed. They went off the highway on the 401 there with their camper.
Who's Mike and Amber?
Mike and Amber are very well known in Ontario.
You don't know Mike and Amber?
They were at
Amber
the thing.
Do they have a last name?
McIntyre,
Amber
Amber
McIntyre.
and Mike.
Oh, the pin girl.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. They had an accident on the highway. They
But they're okay.
They're okay. Yes.
They're okay.
But
They
trailer
broke their truck and trailer.
Yep. And that's exactly why I don't drive around with my trailer anywhere.
It's this time of year, man.
Yep.
But those two are on the road all the time.
Oh yeah, they go back and forth and up and down and everywhere. All of them.
Well, they're out.
That's probably their house. Are you talking about they rolled their house then too?
Well,
I don't think so.
I mean by trailer because they're always on the road. They rolled.
Yeah, but it was a camper trailer that it just jackknifed basically.
Oh shit.
Yeah. On the highway during one of the last storms. Oh, I'm sure it did. Anyways,
yeah, it's been nasty this winter.
We are chatting with Russ some more. Hi, Russ. How are you? Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Probably wishes you could go out and smoke a joint.
You don't smoke?
I can just do that.
He's got his bong already loaded.
Perfect.
He's surrounded by cannabis. Look, he's got it.
Nice. That leads to a question right there. How do you prefer to intake your cannabis? I'm going to assume because of the terpenes and all the other stuff that you get. Correct?
Yes, but also there has been some pretty convincing evidence showing that filtering smoke through water activates THC. So people who feel that they get higher from smoking a bong are 100% correct. You do get higher from smoking a proper water pipe.
I don't do bongs, but I have a squisher next to me that I enjoy daily.
Cool.
So do you use vaporizers?
No, they don't really work for me.
You don't use chatterizers?
You realize the difference between smoking a bong and vaporizing. What about dabs? Do you do dabs or?
I have, but it just doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
So
you get your best results from a bong.
But what do you mean it doesn't work? Like, do you not feel the same relief, like the same?
Right. Yeah. When vaporizing or doing dabs, I mean, I can get high, but it only goes to a certain point and it's not satisfying. You know, I feel like I could vape all day long and never get to that satisfied level. It's only when I combust cannabis that I feel, you know, satisfied. And that's probably a chemical answer there. You know, there's something.
I said it for years.
Combustion.
Yeah.
That vaping is not the same as smoking, and that smoking is not the same as eating. My preferred method is ingestion, but that's more of a health thing than anything.
Right, of course.
Can you explain to me why some people like to mix cannabis and tobacco? Is it a terpene thing?
No, I think I wrote an article about this years ago. I think it's titled "How Europe is Getting It Wrong on Cannabis." And there are several different reasons, but often it's cultural. That, you know, people have just been doing it for a long time, and the reasons behind that cultural use is one, people get too high, so they want to dilute the cannabis with tobacco. Two, they can't afford the cost of the hash or cannabis, so they again dilute it with tobacco, or they're stretching it, or that's just
how they do it.
that's just how they do it, and obviously they're addicted to the tobacco, and to varying degrees may be addicted to the cannabis as well.
What do you have to say about that, Marcel?
Kiss my ass.
I have something to say to that.
I don't
I'm
mix.
I'm a blunt smoker, so
But I don't mix tobacco. I
You
don't
don't
mix
sniff?
tobacco with pot,
No, you
I
mix
do.
it with hash. I realize that.
hash, and oil.
Yeah.
Because I'll make an oil joint or I'll make a hash joint.
You need
But
something
And
to
I'll
burn
use
it
tobacco.
with.
We
So,
also
did you
know
know
that
that we have nicotine receptors in our body?
Hmm.
makes
We
sense.
have
We have
opioid receptors
nicotine.
in our body.
So one could say in plant form, not in like actual like opioid, but we would be able to, or possibly require this in small amounts to
Like
stimulate
cannabis.
our receptors.
Right.
Yeah, just like the cannabinoid receptors.
So I'm gonna go and start licking poppies.
Make
No,
sure
you
you
could
take
eat
a
the
razor blade and
poppies.
slice them open first, buddy.
Well, you slice them and bleed them a bit, and then chew on that. Whoops, we shouldn't be telling people that.
So
Do not slice poppies.
I used to when I smoked, I used to mix all the time. But it's also known that tobacco opens your air passage more, and you actually get a deeper toke when you've mixed it. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, but there was another.
I heard
It's actually the
cannabis. I
opposite.
heard cannabis opens
Yes,
up.
that's
Yeah.
Mary
Cannabis
Jane
opens
is
them up,
correct
yes.
that
Which is bad when
tobacco
you mix the
restricts capillaries.
yeah. As soon as you mix the tobacco in, what happens is the cannabis opens it up and allowing the tobacco to get even further to do damage.
That's
what I was understood.
Yeah. But that makes sense as well. Yeah.
Alexis just made a good point, so I put it up.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why we've been here for 15 years doing this, Alexis.
Yeah, she's joining us from Iowa. Well, you join us every Friday. We're here.
I'm curious where Russ is. You're in the States?
Yeah, I'm in Southern Virginia right
He's
now.
already said he's in Southern Virginia about 20 times tonight.
Oh,
because
I
of
missed
Hal.
it. I missed it. I'm sorry.
She was
Southern
sniffing on some
Virginia.
terpenes. Can you get any benefit as far as a stone from sniffing terpenes?
I mean, the evidence shows that myrcene, when volatilized, is a sedative.
What do you mean
Myrcene,
volatilized?
it's in the air.
Okay. Okay.
So it's been made into a vapor.
We lost Mary Jane.
Limonene has also been shown to have very specific therapeutic effects, including decreasing the heart rate and instilling a feeling of calm over study participants who unknowingly breathed limonene that was pumped through the vents. So there are several different terpenes that have effects that are actually normally attributed to cannabis. For instance, Ethan Russo, who is the leading researcher in the entourage effect, has said repeatedly that the calming effect attributed to CBD is 100% wrong. It's not attributed to CBD. It's attributed to myrcene, and the preponderance of evidence shows that he is almost certainly correct in that regard. Another reason why we need to start talking about terpenes and why we need to start making the separation that just because it's a cannabinoid doesn't necessarily mean that it's some kind of holy grail. And there are other compounds that could be doing that work. Myrcene is certainly one of them.
We're just getting used to the whole cannabinoid thing and the THCA and Z and V and XYZ.
And new ones they keep isolating.
Yeah. So I mean, like we were talking at the beginning of the show, I started doing this as an entertainment thing 15 years ago, and it's come into more of a medical thing because of Marcel and Lori before him and Jess and a whole bunch of people. And it's my classroom, and it's how I learn, right? That and YouTube, although I'm careful about YouTube.
But he brought up the point earlier. It's because the plant has been so restricted to research that we've had to backyard scientist everything to get to where we are today. And things that they're coming out with scientific papers now, we figured out 5-10 years ago, right? So they're slowly catching up and proving that we were right all along. It's great, but the science has still got a long ways to go, because us in the background industry, or the backyard scientists, are finding out way more every day of how we can make this stuff work better. And a good example is enhancing with terpenes.
Now, are terpenes on the restricted list like some cannabinoids are? Depend?
No.
Not in Canada.
Okay. But are they are in the States, Marcel?
No.
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, absolutely not. All the terpenes are generally recognized as safe.
Yeah. But do you remember years ago they used to,
For now.
yeah,
For now.
the police raids, when they'd raid a guard, they would wear masks and everything so that their officers wouldn't get high. And we
Oh, I
used
wish
to
I
laugh.
had loaded that reporter thing by the fire.
Yeah, but we used to laugh at them doing this because we knew that they
there's
weren't getting
reasons.
high. They were just getting that nice, relaxed, calming effect from the terpenes that we get subjected to whenever we're growing. That's why growing is so therapeutic for us.
Well, I know that this year, Russ, was my first outdoor grow at my farm, and I chopped it all down and then put some strings up in my trailer and just sat there for, I don't know, 2 weeks doing my thing, and just absorbing in my hands. And I've helped a lot of people trim before, so I know, don't do the thing with your eyes and stuff like that. But
you still do it.
you still do it. But the when you're surrounded by drying plants, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of chemical reactions going on there, right? So there's a lot of terpenes in the air. There's a lot of air in the air, because they're still making air and they're making other things and they're dying basically. But it takes a while for them to die. I guess what I'm trying to get to is, with pot, when is your max time that your terpenes are like, this is when your little things are perfect, when they're drying, and this looks like that, and you look at your bud, and is there a way to tell your bud is ready by the terpenes and the odors and the smells? And
oh, I thought you were going to say how would you get your maximum terpenes?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Thank you, Marcel.
Well, you can get your maximum terpenes, but as soon as you cut your plant, you start losing your terpenes.
Now, I guess a two-part question is that when they stop being as potent, like they degrade quickly? Is that one of the things that degrades really quickly?
Upon cutting, yeah. I mean, that's what we're really talking about when we're talking about the loss of terpenes from processing cannabis. So the harvest time, as far as the maturity of terpene content, is going to vary greatly from one chemovar to the other. But once you sort of figure that out, because you have to get to know that chemovar, you harvest at the correct time and you have one phytochemical profile at that time. The process of drying and curing is going to completely change that.
Well, I think that we're in for some interesting things coming in the future on this front, because I'm finding that, you look at the gadgets that are out there now. You've got gadgets that if you want a toke, you get a fake joint. You want to use terpenes, you can use this. You want to use this, you can use that. Like, there's something for everything. Are there delivery systems out there for things like terpenes? I guess there would be, because they just infuse.
Yeah. If you like, there's a good example in the foreword of my book that was written by Mitch Earlywine, who used to be the co-chair of NORML, National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, which is one of our most prominent marijuana advocacy groups here in the United States for going on 50 years now. And he talks about their experiment of going around with just terpenes in vape pens and allowing sort of random folks to puff on them and report their results. So you can get terpene delivery systems just from vape pens. That's certainly an efficient way of doing it. It's from a marketing and manufacturing.
You're starting to see them on the market, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But you can have gadgets and technology all day long, but going back to what we were talking about before with the harvesting is, even if you harvest at the ideal time and with all the ideal technology, you're going to lose monoterpenes. They're just very volatile. That's what they do. They were, not to say designed, but it would seem that they're designed specifically to volatilize into the air. And not a whole lot that you can do about that, considering that, just movement or heat or light and temperature can all affect those monoterpenes. So you can try to stave off some of those losses of monoterpenes by good drying and good curing techniques. But in the end, if you are looking to get a big dose of myrcene, you could just put myrcene in the vape pen.
And which is what a lot of the vape pens are.
Well, people are going to catch on to that. Like, I mean, are we in for?
But distillate has no flavor.
But are we in for the whole CBD type of thing with the terpenes and the flavonoids as well? Are we going to end up with that?
They already are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't use vape pens. I use my shatterizer. That's it. And I smoke doobies, right?
Because they already add terpenes to many of the vape products that are on the market.
Well, I know that they re-add terpenes into shatters and other oils and stuff like that, just so that they're there.
But why?
Right? Well, because the process takes them out.
Right. For the vape pens, because they use distillate, there's no taste or smell to distillate. So they have to add terpenes into it to be able to say that it was Kush or whatever.
Yeah, otherwise it's just a pen full of something that gets you stoned.
It's just full of something that's going to get you high for 20 minutes, and then you'll be wondering what happened.
Yeah. Alexis, is it Alexis? Alexis. Yes, she has another thingy she put. I like this being able to chat with people who are listening.
Yeah. It works better. I don't know where they're chatting from. Oh.
In the comments.
No. I'm trying to figure out what the...
LinkedIn. And John
YouTube.
was on LinkedIn as well. And then Roland was on YouTube. I have a feeling that's
Raylan.
The YouTube one is a post or something, a spam post or something. It looks kind of suspicious to me.
Vom NGO.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't care. I don't either. If it's important, they'll come back and tell us.
Yeah. So I'm looking at. I'm just looking through your blog here some more.
No, now I want Ross, to tell everybody where they can get this big book on terps.
Yeah, you can get it at thebigbookofterps.com. That's the cheapest way to get it. I can offer hand-signed copies, hardcover copies, of course, shipped directly to your door for $125 out of my office. You can also get it for the retail at like Barnes & Noble or Amazon. Of course, those companies charge much, much higher. It's around $169. So best way to get it is directly through me, a nice signed hardcover at thebigbookofterps.com.
See, that was simple.
There you go. Easy peasy. Terpene.
Yeah. The Big Book of Terps.
Big Book of Terps. So what?
I would love to read that book, Al.
What is next? As far as is there going to be a part 2? Or is there going to be?
Yeah. So right now I'm working on the second edition, and what that is going to do is it's actually going to pull out all of the flavonoid content, because I found that the flavonoid market or people who are interested in flavonoids, that demographic is not the same as the people who are interested in terpenes. So I'm pulling the flavonoid content from the book. I'm replacing it with 8 new terpenes that are not currently included in the book. Replacing also, I'm going to add a Chemistry 101 chapter. I think it's important for people to have a basic understanding of organic chemistry before they really tear into this. And then Susan Trapp, who is the world's leading sort of terpene expert, She's going to be writing a chapter on the most sort of cutting edge and leading recent work on the medical side of terpenes. So the Big Book of Terps is going to be devoid of flavonoids. We'll have much more content about terpenes, and at the same time, I will produce what will be called the Formidable Book of Flavonoids. That will also be a monstrous scientific text, but that will exclusively feature flavonoids. It will be probably about the same size. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, around this time next year, we should be ready to publish the Big Book of Keys, which is ketones, alcohols, and esters in cannabis. And I may be able to include sulfurs in that book as well, pending size restrictions. These things get a little bit out of hand, and we have to do our best to pare it down. So that's what's coming up next. Also, there is a TV show in development called Terp Talk, and I've written a suite of 18 songs that can help people to learn terpenes. So there's a song about all of the individual top 10 terpenes in cannabis, as well as some songs about like mother compounds and flavonoids overall, and a song about what we were talking about earlier in the show, about not needing cannabis at all to get these terpenes.
So you're a very musical person as well.
I like
cannabis.
Right on. Dale, you two could collaborate in some songs.
Some terp songs.
Some terpene songs.
Terpene songs.
It's called Terp Tunes.
Terp Tunes. Dale's not even unmuting his mic now. I guess he forgot he was supposed to be doing the grow segment tonight.
Yeah, no grow segments tonight. No, Darcy had a stone.
Darcy got stoned. That would be a better way to put it. Darcy got stoned and couldn't be here.
You showed us pictures.
Did you see the picture of that stone?
I told him to get another one and make her a set of earrings.
Oh, fuck.
Polish
it looks pretty painful, though.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do that.
No, it's pretty jagged.
He's had so much practice with them, though.
Oh, I know he's got bad luck with them.
It's not bad luck. He knows how to not get them, but after a month, he'll stop, and then they come back. It's just, I don't even have sympathy for him anymore because it's self-inflicted.
Food related.
It's not food related. He has supplements that he can take that'll stop him from getting them.
Oh, okay.
Right, but they're not cheap supplements, so he cheaps out, doesn't want to spend the money. He figures he's all better, then it comes back.
We should set up a GoFundMe page for Darcy's stones.
Yeah, Darcy's Stone Fund. Then everybody thinks that he's just buying pot with it.
So we're just wasting air now. Is there anything that you want to add specifically?
No, because stop right now. Because before the show, you said you guys stop talking about that, save it for the show, and now you're not even going to let us talk about it.
Of course I was. Of course I was going to just ask him if there was anything specific that he wanted to bring up, like maybe he was doing a conference or going somewhere to speak, or
He's speaking right now, but I still want the because I don't know. Does the book have anything on Hashanine or?
I think it has a cursory mention here or there, but it was very new at the time. I mean, we're talking just
within the last 2 years, yeah.
Oh, right. No, that was for the sulfur with abstracts this fall. So there's a mention, but there's not a big focus because there isn't any research. So there isn't much that I could say about it that would be approaching it from factual place.
Right. So just to yeah, but just to catch people up that are listening now, we're talking about a new terpene that they've identified called Hashanine, but it's only identified in hash that comes from Morocco and only processed in a certain way. And yeah, obviously there's not enough research on it, but it's a very unique smell. Even if it's a combination of the other terpenes with this, I don't know they say that it's its own separate terpene. It's possible,
Right.
but it's a unique smell. I love it.
Interesting.
It's one of my favorites.
My mom always loved the smell of cannabis. She just, I think mostly the skunk smell. Why is it that most cannabis has a skunky smell to it? Is that a specific terpene or something that's involved there?
It looks like that's a sulfur. That's the work that Abstracts has recently produced this fall and published. You know, whether all varieties that have that skunky smell are due to the sulfur, we don't know yet, but it's certainly possible. But we know for sure at this stage that at least some of that skunky scent of some varieties is due to sulfurs.
Huh. Well, that's something that's new to learn, that's for sure.
Right. Yeah.
And sulfurs are very, very potent. Like when you light a sulfur match, it's like instant, right?
True. Yeah.
What were you going to say, Marcel?
I was reading the comments there. I'll show you this comment from Alexis.
Cool.
So she wants to hook up with you, I think.
Cool.
There you go.
Just for song.
You can find them on LinkedIn, I'm sure.
You can find, yeah, and you can find them at the Big Book of Terps.
Right, Russ at thebigbookofterps.com.
That makes it easy.
Yep.
Oh, we got more comments here.
Yeah, I know. We have people in here listening that aren't participating that also comment, but their comments show up in the different spots. We've got to go back and forth to 2 different places, look at comments here.
Yeah.
Which only confuses some of us some of the time. Where are we? 9:33.
Yeah.
Got any more cool shit or? I got some news we can always talk about.
Sure.
I don't know. Does Russ want to stay around or does Russ want to bail out?
It's up to Russ.
Sure, I'll stick around.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's go take a look at Mike Tyson's new venture.
Yep.
Mike Tyson is teaming up with Click to launch a cannabis mouth spray.
Saw that this morning.
And that's awesome. I mean, I was making buccal sprays, 10, 15 years ago.
Isn't that the best way to administer? Under the tongue? In the mouth?
No, not necessarily.
Up the bum?
Well, that's one way. It depends on what you're looking for and what you want. Buccal
Where
sprays,
you want it to go to.
right. With buccal sprays, you got to look at, a lot of times it's going to be an alcohol base as a tincture or an emulsion base as an oil. So you're either going to get a mouthful of oil or you're going to get a mouthful of alcohol.
Not necessarily either.
I'm not sure what Click is doing yet because I haven't gotten there because it takes forever to load this page. But what can happen is you can get a quicker response with a buccal spray, because if you put it into a capsule and you swallow it, then you've got to wait for the enzymes in your stomach to break down the capsule. Then you've got to wait for the cannabinoids to get into your small intestine for the uptake of the lipids that are carrying the cannabinoids. That's why it can take 45 minutes to an hour, whereas a buccal spray, especially with an alcohol, as bad as it is quicker. It has a much faster uptake and it's more cerebral than physical. So it depends on what you're looking for. But their mouth spray is going to have a bottle that contains 375 milligrams, and each spray has 5 milligrams of an orange punch flavor and is said to take effect in about 7 or 8 minutes.
I'd like to try that. That'd be good for neuropathic pain.
So what I would suggest is with something like that, one spray and wait and see.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it comes down to it. Very likely, it's going to be a distillate, so it's not going to have the same effect as a whole plant extract would. But I wouldn't, jam 7 sprays into your mouth first time.
That sounds like something you could make your own pretty quickly.
Like I said, I was doing this, 10, 15 years ago.
Well, I've been making tinctures for a while too, as you know. I've got the
But no, I was doing
and
buccal sprays in little 5 milliliter bottles.
I've been doing just the drops. I used to make. That's what I started making was drops. Right.
All right. What else is new in the news? A couple arrested after baby reportedly test positive for cannabis, and each parent was
this
charged.
Conversation with parents before.
Yeah, each parent charged with chemical endangerment by exposing a child to an environment where drugs are used.
Damn terpenes.
This, of course, happened in Alabama, and it was a couple when they've been charged with felony chemical endangerment. After their 1-year-old tested positive for cannabis.
We've heard this story a few times.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't anything new. You got kids, keep your cannabis away from your kids. Yeah, you keep your Tide Pods away from your kids, I hope, and your floor cleaner and everything else. Why not keep your cannabis away from your kids, especially edibles? Because even though the legal market says you can't put packaging that would be enticing to kids, the black market still can do whatever the hell they want. So a lot of them will look exactly like kids' candies. So if it's got cannabis, lock it up. Don't be stupid. Yeah, that's an old story. No, that's a news story
but we've heard about it before.
Old story many
we've
times.
We've had a couple of parents on the show that have been charged with things like that before.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's something that Russ might feel the need to join in. There's a lot of talk now in the news about cannabis and COVID. Truth, no truth from your research and stuff like that. Do you think that this could be something that's very serious? I know they're working on it in Israel, where they work on things like that.
I mean, I think what happened with the recent stories about cannabis and COVID is typical of the industry and media in general. Is something was seized upon without having all the facts, and also was seized upon by people who aren't trained to understand the facts and to report on them in the first place. So is there potential for cannabis compounds to be used to treat COVID? Yes. Are we close to that? No. It's very similar to many of the things like I report on in the book, where yes, this was done in a laboratory. Cool, super fascinating, major implications. Can we actually apply it in human medicine? And often the answer isn't even no, it's the processes required to find out are too cumbersome. So it's likely that
it's not worth the money to spend, is what it is.
That could be the biggest part of it, but it's also likely that something else will happen before a particular cannabinoid-based medicine might be available. I think the cannabis industry has a habit of really wanting to believe that cannabis is the savior, and I think that's honorable. And I've made a career of cannabis. My life has been about cannabis for 33 years now. I've been working with cannabis since starting, selling as a kid, street kid, nickel and dime bag. And so I understand, cannabis for me is a savior. Like, I don't know what my life would have become without cannabis, and certainly don't want to imagine life without cannabis. But the tendency to just want to assume that cannabis is the savior and is going to save us from cancer and COVID is
because it's the big story.
Strong.
Yeah, it's the big story now. So quick change of pace here. Okay. What about psilocybin and other mushrooms and things like that? Are there terpenes and flavonoids and
Oh, there's flavors to mushrooms. It's called
No,
shit.
of course there is. But do they have the same kind of chemical makeup as?
No, I don't think that they do. I think they're quite different. I assume that they must have terpenes, but we're probably not talking along the same lines. But I really don't know. I haven't studied that aspect of mushrooms. I did study mycology a bit when I was younger and experimented with lots of different and sort of funky types of mushrooms outside of the psilocybin range. So I don't know exactly what those compounds are. I think it's important that we start to take a look because we know this as good medicine, and it needs to be available to the people as soon as possible. And the way that we're going to be able to do that is talk scientifically about it.
We're actually
doing trials in Canada.
Trials right now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
for mental
and
health.
we have Oregon and Colorado where you can buy cannabis, mushroom edibles. I recently flew to Colorado. I work for a cannabis consulting firm in Colorado, and we had a company Christmas party, and we're able to freely consume different mushroom products and have a fantastic time. So this is already happening. And Mitch Earlywine, who I talked about earlier, who wrote the forward for the book, he does a lot of work in this regard. So if you don't already follow him, you should check out his work. That's Mitch Earlywine. He's the
Do me a favor and
professor at New York University.
send me his information, because that's somebody that I want to follow and have on the show.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're going to ask him about terpenes and mushrooms. You know that.
There we go. Well, we do know a few people that will know the answer to those questions, but because they're still illegal, even though they're in the industry, they can't come out and talk about it, which sucks. It's like back 15 years ago with pot.
Right.
Shut up and just use it.
But in some countries, there's still a lot of those researchers that can't come out and talk.
Oh yeah. For sure. We just have to tap into that. We haven't really tried to tap into that market quite yet, but we're gonna
get the researchers that are feeding the other researchers in legal countries. But more and more countries are coming legal. I mean,
okay.
I never expected Thailand to do it. So,
Dale, I'm playing it right now. Just a sec. This is something that Dale's trying to come up with.
What?
I bet he didn't think I could play that through. That's really good, bud.
We should get Dale on the show.
Yeah, we should have Dale on the show sometime. So we'll play that when he's done doing his thing.
We'll make him play it live.
Oh yes, we will.
On the show.
Yeah. With a full band and everything.
Maybe we'll have Russ join him. What do you play, Russ?
Yeah, what do you play?
Several different things, but mostly guitar.
Oh yeah.
I dabble.
Yep.
I play a few things, but nothing really. I just play for fun. That was recorded with COVID. He said.
That's how I got that scratchy voice.
Yeah. There you go. Jamming with Jail. Yeah.
That's why he's got his mic muted, because he's got that scratchy voice.
I
think it's awesome. That's why I keep trying to make him talk.
Raspy. When I first started doing, when you start doing stuff like that, you want to try and find a voice. And the guy I was doing the show with, Dave, he had a booming DJ voice. He was the DJ at a big club here in Toronto. So I started talking like this, but nobody liked it. It was like, I don't know.
Don't like
It worked for Wolfman Jack back in the day,
Yeah.
But
now you're just copying Wolfman Jack.
No, I'm just me.
Got to be yourself, man. Be yourself.
So, Russ, do me a favor and tell folks where they can find you, your socials, all that stuff. Once again, please.
Cool. Yeah. My full name is Russ Hudson. I'm pretty easily found with any search term related to my name and cannabis or marijuana. I'm on LinkedIn and Facebook, Instagram. The book is hosted on my website, thebigbookofterps.com. And people are free to reach out to me at russ@thebigbookofterps.com.
And if you want to be a guest on the show, hit one of us up. We're easy to find. Just look up the 420 Radio Show or 420radio.ca. What else you got, Marcel?
This one's funny.
Okay.
Not gonna funny. Here's a funny bit of news for you. In Australia during the pandemic, a lot of places have been shut down, and a gentleman that owned a Titanic themed restaurant in Australia came to check on his property and right away called the cops and had the cops come because he has no idea how 200 plants ended up on the roof of his restaurant. So growers in Australia have been using the lockdowns to their advantage, and they're going to the roofs of these buildings that aren't being occupied and growing cannabis on the roofs. So that one had 200. How many plants did they get away with? I think it's hilarious.
How many haven't been planned? How many haven't been found?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a pretty ingenious idea.
I remember a story a few years ago in Concord, I think. There was a donut shop that was turned into. Do you remember where the original Eddie Shack donut shop was in? Was it Concord or something like that?
I don't.
Myself. Anyways,
no, because I didn't hang out in Toronto.
Somewhere near there was a restaurant that was just going about their business, and then eventually somebody saw the lights on above. They were growing. There was hundreds of plants upstairs above this restaurant for years and years and years. They were growing up there. I don't know if the restaurant's still there anymore.
That's like the picture you see on Facebook all the time. Every once in a while, it's a house in England that they got busted because they were growing in the attic of the house, but it was in a townhouse and it snowed.
It just
and
went
all
right through.
this all the snow over their grow house, because the ceiling's going to be heated from all the lights, had no snow on it, but the neighbors on either side have like 6 inches of snow, and that's how they ended up getting busted.
That's how they found out they were growing at the old Molson Brewery as well. They started seeing things like that.
Yeah, areas where there's no snow on the roof where there should be.
Yeah.
It's an easy way to find a grow in the wintertime.
That's one of the techniques they use in Alaska and up there in the north. They find grow ops, or they used to find grow ops that way very easily.
Yeah. Alaska, they don't have to worry about it anymore. That's why they developed autoflower strains, was for up north.
How many states are now legal?
I was looking at the map the other day. There's very few that there's. I'll tell you.
You don't know off by hand, Russ?
I think there was 37 that last count.
And there, how many states are there?
50.
Oh, 50. Yeah.
52,
50,
isn't it?
yeah.
Right, 52.
50. Yeah, 50 or 52.
So that's not even 40 out of 52, we'll say. That's not a lot.
Okay, so
2022.
Right. What they have is they have it broken down as legal for recreational use, legal for medical use, because there's a lot of the states still have medical programs,
right,
but not a recreational. Then they have
you got
the illegal
18
states,
recreational.
and then they have states that have it decriminalized. Even though it's illegal, it's been decriminalized, which means you just get a fine instead of going to jail for 20 years for possession type thing.
The sniff fine.
Does it give me numbers? This, of course, is Wikipedia.
Yeah, 37 states, including the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, have some type of regulated cannabis use, and then 18 of those are recreational.
Yeah.
So that leaves like a dozen or so states that are still have nothing.
Well, let's see. There's like Texas is illegal. The Carolinas are illegal.
California is legal, but and has the weed traffic calmed down between California and Mexico now, or is it still going full?
It's actually been reversing. I just attended a webinar last week with Steve D'Angelo and several folks from Mexico talking about what's happening in Mexico, and they were commenting specifically about the reversal of that flow, and that now a lot of U.S. weed is making its way into Mexico.
That must be upsetting the cartels big time.
Well, we can hope.
I mean,
well, they've just started going legal anyway. So
right, Mexico's doing their own legal process, or they're going to have to fight with the cartels for that piece of the pie.
And Jamaica is doing the back and forth with Canadian weed, right? Are they not? I thought we were talking about that like a year or two ago.
And that's still up in the air. I mean, COVID threw a wrench into everything because it shut down almost everything for the last 2 fucking years. Right? And that's kind of screwed everything. So a lot of deals that were going to happen 2 years ago aren't going to happen now because of this shit.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of businesses that are have gone down or are going to go down because of COVID, because of the whole legalization process up here as far as cannabis goes as well. They're starting to drop like flies right now. You know,
what are dropping like flies?
What's that?
What's dropping like flies? The
cannabis businesses. Yeah, in Canada.
Yeah, we're you're gonna see
the honeymoon is over.
Well, no, I saw an interesting thing here that Freya, Broken Coast, 2 other ones now have kind of combined for their medical program.
Hexo has just kicked a bunch of people out.
Right, but what you're going to see is you're going to start seeing a lot of these cannabis companies like Broken Coast and Freya and these ones coming together with their products to make a complementary product line. So they're pushing now for the medical market, which everybody fucking ignored when legalization came out. They started realizing they need the medical market. So they're now combined forces so that where the medical you can only order from one LP, well, you can now order from this LP that actually is being supplied by 3 other LPs. Right. And I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of that.
I think that like I said, the honeymoon is over, and we're going to start seeing some of the sticker-arounders not really sticking around.
I want to read what her comment is.
That's why I put it up.
Because she's from Iowa. So states like Iowa might as well not have a medical marijuana program at all. It caps at 3 grams per 3 grams per 90 days? No, you mean 3 grams per day. No, 3 grams for 90 days. Who does that? So not every state that has a program can be counted as having a 6. Well, that's definitely not even a program. 3 grams.
They also don't allow flower.
That's just a way to collect some taxes. That's really
that's a gram a month.
Yep.
A gram a month.
Yep.
I have a license for preparation. I have a gram for 30 grams a day.
I get 3 grams a day.
I get 30 a day for my condition. For 90. Oh, yeah. Iowa shouldn't even say they've got a medical marijuana program. They've got.
I've actually tried the 3 grams a day thing, and I do okay. You know, I do all right. I usually only have maybe 6, 7 a day, anyways.
I do. I could do 3 grams a day concentrate. Yeah. Wait, that's what I do is 3 grams a day of concentrate.
Yeah, but that's not what they mean. I guess that's what they mean. 3 grams is 3 grams.
No, they're saying 3 grams for 90 days.
Dried flower.
No,
even Even,
Oh, okay.
but
That doesn't
even
matter.
concentrate,
Yeah.
90 days, a gram a month of concentrate. Yeah. How do you divide that up? In capsules, 1 milligram capsules.
Wow, that's not right at this time and day, where
Definitely
cannabis is pretty much, well, was the number one subject in the world.
Yeah.
Now not so much, but it's there. You know.
Yeah, it's in Canada, it's kind of been screwed with legalization because the medical side has been pushed back. And Alexa says that's dried flower.
Jeez.
That's 3 grams of dried flower.
Yeah,
every
really,
90
Dale?
days.
Dale says he smokes a gram
Iowa
of
does
morning
not
coffee.
allow dried flower. They only allow cannabis preparations. It's 4.5 grams, but there's a waiver that you can get if your practitioner says that you need more. So 4.5 grams of cannabis preparations, but no flower is permitted in Iowa at all.
Wow.
So 4.5 grams of
The
cannabis
lack of
preparations
education,
every
yeah,
90
that's
days,
for sure.
unless you
Yeah.
get a waiver.
My doctor would create some waves signing my prescription in Iowa. No, he needs that every 3 days, not every 90 days.
I don't know. 3 grams would last me of oil would last me a month. Sure, it would.
Dale says he smokes a gram with his with his morning coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
Dale, I smoke 3 joints before I make coffee.
Yeah, it's the first thing I do when I wake up. Although, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't need it right away.
See, if I don't smoke 3 joints, I can't move my joints enough to get pill bottle open to take a capsule.
I can't eat unless I've had 2 or 3 doobies before I can eat. Yeah. So
there's
in the morning, anyways.
In Canada, because of legalization, it kind of screwed the medical patients. Well, it didn't kind of screw it, definitely screwed the medical patients because all of the producers went after the medical market or the recreational market and left the patients with nothing. Now they're trying to recoup those patients, which is the opposite of what I told them all to fucking do to begin with, but they don't listen to me, so they can learn from their mistakes.
So says Marcel, and that is our time for tonight.
Yeah.
I don't
Russ,
know what
been awesome having you on here.
Russ just fell.
I lost my camera.
He fell off his bong.
Man down.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been
You're
fun.
very welcome,
Oh,
Russ.
it's been a blast.
Please come and say hi again, and let us know when you've got your new books coming up. Sure,
Cool.
Marcel
All right.
would love a copy.
We'll be looking for you for that show too.
For sure. And do me a favor, like I said, send me that contact information because I'd like to have somebody on that really knows that kind of stuff with shroomies and stuff like that.
The funkiness.
You got it.
I can't call them Zoomers. I just can't do it.
They're not Zoomers. They're just funky.
Yeah, I just can't call them Zoomer. Anyways, this is the 420 radio show. We're here Fridays 7 till 9 Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for listening. We'll be back.
We'll be back. Peace, love,
Right.
and hippie shit. All that other stuff.
All righty, man. Take care.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
On to our next story from cannabis.net. This one kind of caught my attention. The last prescription. Why the dying should have access to any relief they choose. A thought-provoking opinion piece from cannabis.net is reigniting a conversation that sits at the intersection of medicine, ethics, and personal autonomy. This article argues that individuals facing terminal illness should have the right to access any reasonable form of relief that may ease suffering during the final stages of life, including therapies that remain restricted or difficult to access under current regulations. The author points to the experience of a terminally ill patients who struggle with pain, anxiety, depression, existential distress, and loss of the quality of life, despite receiving conventional modern medical care. The piece questions why patients nearing the end of life often face significant barriers when seeking alternative treatments that actually may provide comfort. Particular attention is given to emergent therapies involving cannabis, psilocybin, and other substances that have shown promise in helping some patients cope with end-of-life distress. The article argues that when cure is no longer possible, patient choice should play a larger role in determining treatment options. One of the central themes is autonomy. The author contends that terminally ill individuals should have greater authority over decisions affecting their comfort, dignity, and emotional well-being during their remaining time. The piece is clearly written from an advocacy perspective and acknowledges that concerns about safety, oversight, and evidence remain part of the discussion. However, it argues that these concerns should be balanced against the realities faced by people living with terminal conditions. Whether readers agree or disagree with the author's conclusions, the article raises a question that continues to gain attention as psychedelic and cannabis research advances. When time is limited, who should decide what forms of relief a person is allowed to pursue? And as more evidence emerges around palliative and end-of-life care, that conversation is likely only the beginning.
Twist up another rollie, pass it down the road. Ash in the mason jar, bare feet on the floor. Your grin says trouble, mine says let it go. Bluegrass in the moonlight, dust on my jeans. Your hand on the table, my heart on the beat. We got all night and not much in between. Take a little drag now, hold it like a prayer. One more for the road, babe. Meet me halfway there. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more lap, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Boots by the doorway, bottle on ice. Your name on my tongue tastes sweet and wild. This old room still buzzes When you get this high, take a little drag now. Hold it like a prayer. One more for the road, babe. Meet me halfway there. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. If the night gets restless, we can slow it down. If the stars start falling, we'll keep them around. One spark, one circle, one more round. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the AC Roundtable number 77. We have true historians as well as mentors in the cannabis movement joining us today. Of course, you're all familiar with the wonderful Al Byrne, but we also have a unique documentarian of our cannabis space and times over the past 30, 40 years now. He has been steadily keeping everybody aware, going back to the Jack Herrera days when he used to have a small show on side cable, I guess, there in Los Angeles. But Casper Leach is joining us today, as well as with Al Byrne. So thank you for both joining us today. And in our previous discussions with Al, we got the answer to this one. So Casper, we're just gonna go straight off into you. And how did you originally come to cannabis? Tell us your story about how, you first were turned on to cannabis, and then when you knew and how it became an integral part of your life and lifestyle. So welcome.
You want to know when I first began smoking it, or when I first became an activist working with Jack Herrera?
All the above. It starts when you were first turned on. How old were you?
Jeepers. I was 15 years of age. So I was born in the middle of the last century. I was born in 1955. So you can do the math. But a friend of mine who was like 2 years younger than me, his folks thought I would be the good influence and keep him out of trouble. Well, he showed up with a bag of cannabis, and we tried it, and I was not impressed. And then a couple of weeks later, we found it and we smoked it again, and I was not all that impressed. And then a couple of weeks later, he went to a different school than I did, and vice versa. We we decided to skip school that day and just raise hell and go riding on our bikes. And we stayed home, and for a little while, we twisted up the fat joint, and we were sitting there watching a rerun of Gilligan's Island, smoking this fat doobie, and all of a sudden, Gilligan's Island had never seemed so funny ever in our life. We were rolling on the floor when Gilligan got the professor all upset. We couldn't believe that the millionaires were trying to buy their way off the island. It was just insane. And then when the Beatles were also promoting them, and I was a huge Beatle fan, still am. And it was impressed upon me by the musical industry that cannabis was an interesting way to launch your creative inner spirit. And I did find that to be true. And I became quite a poet. From every time I smoked pot, I would smoke out some really good stuff too. It wasn't very expensive back then. I'd write a lot of poetry, and my poetry was getting published in my high school, getting published in my hometown newspaper, getting published in the state magazines. And then I started writing articles, and I found myself getting invited to be part of the journalism department at a very early age. I only let seniors in, and I was invited in as a freshman. And so marijuana was my way of turning on my creative juices. And people also considered me to be a bad influence on their children because I was rather open about what I did, even though it was illegal, because I just thought it was stupid to put people in jail for smoking a weed that my grandparents knew. I mean, there was one day when I came home to my grandparents' house, and my grandfather looked at me when I walked in the door. He goes, "Boy, you got those really red eyes. I got a funny feeling you want some apple pie out there in your grandma's kitchen." And my grandma looked over and went, "You been smoking that wacky weed?" And I went, "What?" And my grandparents were all smart to cannabis. They weren't concerned about it. They was glad that I discovered it. It was just my parents that was annoyed by it. So it's true that children and grandparents have one common enemy, and that's the middle age. But so I got involved in cannabis at a very early age, more I think earlier than many of my contemporaries. And as I went into university, I found myself with like-minded individuals, and we pretty much let the campus know that cannabis was a way to open your brain, open your thinking, and open the door to love. Is this mic on?
Yes, it's on. Thank you.
Oh, I did not know. I thought.
No, it's all right, Casper. You did good. You did good. Shh.
Yeah, you did fine. Absolutely fine. Next up, Council Member Michael Davis with the next question.
Hey, thanks for joining us. So, how did you come together?
You mean to the cannabis movement itself?
Oh, you two together. I know y'all are working together, and you came.
Oh, you mean? Well, that's because I was. I'll let Al share with this as well, but Time for Hemp had gone from being a small little community cable access show to the first community cable access show to go national, the first community cable access to go international, courtesy of all the hemp activists that Jack Hare met along the way on his hemp tour. People would get copies of the Time for Hemp shows to show them in their area. And because of that, Time for Hemp became the first community cable access show to go international and national. That's also courtesy of Mark Emery and Chris Bennett up in Canada, and Al Jockers, who showed it at the Hashish Museum. And I tell you, it was just really interesting. And so as time went on, people noticed my work, and American Freedom Radio asked me to join their team. And then after a while, they went under. And I had an audience that still wanted to hear about cannabis, so I launched the Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network. And a friend of mine by the name of Marilyn Malthry, and I met her husband, Al Byrne, where they were participants in this wonderful organization called Patients at a Time. In fact, I think they were the founders. And so I rang them up and said, "Hey, you know, I've got an idea about showing putting a spotlight on some of your amazing patients and some of the hard work you do. would you like to do a regular broadcast on the Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network? And Al said, yeah. Right, Al?
I agree. Next.
Oh, fine.
Now, Casper, we've been working together. Casper and I have been working together now for whatever the hell he just said until right now. There's another question about what are we going to do right now. We'll answer that. But that's the way it went. Casper was the tip of the spear. He brought this kind of information out to the public in new ways. He was very, very, out there on this stuff, but it worked. He got supported, as he said, by some really good guys, and it worked. And I joined in. It was easy to join somebody that's on a roll, man. And I hoped it improved. I think it did. I hoped I helped again. And that's we'll get to the next question, but I agree. Casper was the brains behind this, the technical expertise behind this. I'm just a mouth.
And what a pretty mouth. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Some of the girls say the same thing, and they're getting younger now. Wow. It used to be the 75s. Now it's the 65s.
Careful, those 55s might be looking.
Woo, we can help, huh?
Next up, Council Member Jones. Hit it up, Baggy.
Hey, Al. Good to see you again, brother. And nice to meet you, Casper. Thank you both for joining us this evening. And thank you for doing the Time for Hemp show. I remember it being on very late at night when I was in school and watching it when I could. And because of that show, I've always tried to keep an open mind about cannabis. And so I learned a lot about cannabis from your show, and I wanted to tell you thank you for putting it out there. My question for you fellas is, we understand that you two working on a project together. Would you tell us about what it is?
Well, he's smoking, so I'll talk. We got together. We worked for years. We both took a break for a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. We worked heavily before that. I did with Mike Kravitz. I and Casper, I did a show with Mike and Kravitz and Casper like 7 years or something. But we all took a break. And then a year or so ago, Casper and I got together in some sort of conversation, and we agreed upon something that one of us said, which is the Time for Hemp show, which you just talked about, Peggy, was archived. Every one of them. Casper had the forethought to keep every one of these shows. And we thought together, wow, that's a treasure trove of not only information, which it is, and it's still current information, but also historical, it gives us the historical ability to talk directly with some of our icons, Jack Herr, Lester Grinspoon, Dennis Perone, etc. So we thought, well, we're old. And I think Casper's words were, who wants to see two old farts sitting around on television talking about something? And he was absolutely correct, of course. So what we thought we'd do is we would take this archive and show it, but interspace it with younger, better-looking folks than us. And we just finished one of those shows just a couple of days ago with Dan Sky. Huh? You guys know who Dan Sky is? Malcolm McKinnon, a legend at High Times Magazine. And we brought him on, and he discussed his new book, which is called Pot Shots. It's a video. It's a photographic book. It's about, I think he said it's like 250, 60 pages and 300 and some photographs. And so we're gonna publish the shows. Casper will get it out, not me. Again, I'm done. But anyway, so we're doing that. In a couple of days, we're going to interview Brian Buckley, one of our own, BAC. And we're going to talk about his use of, first of all, his company, his cannabis company, which is a very high quality. And the fact that his company, any excess profit, he pays very well. He treats his people great, by the way. But any excess profit goes to his foundation, the Battle Brothers Foundation. So there's to us, that's a wonderful mixture of capitalism and altruism all in one story. Plus, as we all know, Brian is a registered friggin' hero, retired Marine captain, retired medically for combat wounds. So anyway, that's what we're doing. We're taking the show and we're interspacing current, interesting, important cannabis people, veterans or not. This is not a veteran show we do, although I'm a vet, Casper's a vet. It's not our focus. Our focus is veteran and cannabis, as we started with Malcolm. So that's what we're doing. And we're going to, I'll let you, Casper, you tell me, but we're going to try and do this like every 2 weeks. We're already hooked up in Canada. Casper, tell us about all that.
Well, as Al said, there is this archive, and he's right. I retired 2017. It was just too exasperating. It was at one time I was like one of 5 cannabis podcasts out there on the internet, and you couldn't even advertise on any radio or TV without getting shut down if you had a cannabis product or something that was trying to promote the legalization of medical marijuana. They just didn't want to hear it. So there were like High Times, Normal, me, and maybe 4 or 5 other podcasts that were focused on ending medical marijuana prohibition. And then as the internet grew, it became more of an outlet. You wanted to put it up on Facebook, wanted to put it up on Tumblr, wanted to put it up on SoundCloud, got to get it up on iPod. And then I was also producing not just my show, but when I went for American Freedom Radio, the owner of that network got busted transporting marijuana from Oregon into Texas, and his network went down. But when the Time for Hemp network came into existence, I realized, well, there's more than just my voice. So I got Al Graham on, got Al Burns on. We got a handful. I was producing a handful of other radio shows, what I called them radio shows, podcasts about cannabis. And so after a while, it became exasperating. I mean, I was really overwhelmed from trying to promote it on all the social outlets, trying to get all the little video snippets to do the advertising, trying to get the guests lined up, get everything recorded, get everything edited, keep it up on the website. And then just finally, I had to say, enough. I can't do this anymore. And 2020 came around, and right before that pandemic hit, everybody was planning to do their big hemp festivals. And they had a lot of guest speakers lined up at different events in Seattle, Washington, New York, everywhere around the world. And then the pandemic hit, and all those events came to a close, and people wanted to find a way still to come together. So I came out of retirement for one event, and we did the Love Fest, the global hemp fest from around the world that started on April 20th, 2020 at 4:20 a.m. And every hour on the hour at 4:20 in a new time zone, we moved the show from zone to zone to zone, went all the way around the world, spoke to activists. And that's up there on the timeforhemp.news, again, timeforhemp.news website. And then after that, I was just, the world became such a mess, and it became a political divide. No matter where you turned, no matter what you said or what you did, you were being canceled. People were fighting each other. I was too exasperated to deal with new fights. And I just decided, that's it. I'm done. And then I got thinking about 1.5 years ago, I've got this amazing archive of material, and I made a promise to every guest that came on my show that I would do everything I could to make certain that your interview would be heard by as many people around the world, so that anybody who needed to hear about how important it was to end cannabis prohibition for medical uses, or for using it for fuel, or for creating new jobs, I would do what I can to make certain your interview would be heard until the end of time. And I had the internet to help make that promise come true, but I'm now dealing with age, and I can't be here long to take care of that promise. And I had to figure out what to do. And I thought I had a group of people that I could turn it over to and say, here, it's yours, just take it. I'm done with it. I walked away from it. I thought they were going to use Time for Hemp as a way to launch new voices and new tools. I even gave it for free. And they didn't do a damn thing with it. So I thought, well, now wait a minute, this ain't working. So I took it back in the first of the year, gave Al a call and said, Al, look, we got Jack Heron here, like Al said. We got Dennis Perrone in here. We got, oh my gosh, we got all kinds of great voices. We got Robert Randall in here. We got May Nutt in here. We got Michelle Rady. And some of these people, when they came on the show, it was like they did it like a week or two before they passed away. And Michelle Rady was talking about the importance of cannabis helping her deal with her pain and getting through a day and being able to cope with the things that she had to cope with. As she was dying of cancer, she died at age 30. And one of the last chances she had to say anything was on my show. I owe it to her and everyone to keep my promise.
We respect that greatly, and we thank you for attempting to try. And you tried, and it didn't work out, so you're just retrying. So thank you for not giving up, most importantly. Councilmember Kravitz has a follow-up. Michael?
Thanks, Etienne. Yeah, wanted to chime in here to say thanks for coming on, guys, and also, too, to throw down a little bit of praise on that idea of going around the world. I just came in as a personality, if you will, to that endeavor. If you could, there's a two-part question. First part's real easy. After I'm done talking, if you could tell us a little bit about the guy that did actually do the work for that, because I don't remember him producing a lot of stuff, but he did a fair amount of work. I remember him doing a fair amount of work producing that, because he had to talk to people in 6 different time zones. And I just want to say this: of all the cannabis activism I've done, that is a particularly special memory to me of a cannabis thing that I did, going around the world on the podcast. And it wasn't that complicated. It basically, we just kept 420 going. It was 420, and then it was like 430, 440, 450. Hey, bye guys, we're going off to the next time zone. And next time zone, we pick it up at like 350, 345, whatever, and work our way to 420. It was freaking cool. It was really, really cool. It was always just before 420, and just after for a whole day. It was pretty spectacular. It really was. We got to hang out with Ben Drunkers in the middle of somewhere in Asia in the middle of the night for me, but it was his 420 and it was bright and sunny there, and I learned, I want to say this, I learned more about the geography from that than I ever did from any of my geography classes in high school. But anyway,
let me jump in there for those who might not know it. Well, let me jump in here for a minute. Michael was was the official joint host of that event, and Michael helped make that event happen. Not one person can host that. He's right. There was a handful of other people who made that event a reality, and Michael did a brilliant job on joint hosting. And I want to thank you, Michael, for all your hard work on that effort. So and that's why you were talking about it, and it was pertinent, I wanted to jump in there and say that. So thank you.
Well, that's cool. I appreciate that. Well, anyway, the last part of my second question was just tell us a little bit more about the idea. Like, if you said something about it already, I apologize, but like, had that idea come to you? Whose ideas was it? And the first part of the question, if you remember, was if you can remember a little bit about the fellow that helped produce that, because I can remember almost his face, but can't quite remember.
I can't remember his name. You're right. He popped in, and then shortly after that, he got lost into other projects. But it was Jay Nair Harden who actually pushed me into doing an event of that nature, because I had been retired from doing any type of work on the Time for Hemp project for almost 3 years at that point. And it was Jay Nair who was like in touch with the people who did the Million Man Marijuana March, and who were also involved in doing this 420 event in Los Angeles. And everybody was disappointed. And she said, Casper, you have the platform. And she said, she introduced me to this guy. And she said, I think the two of you could probably put together at least an event where maybe, and we talked about it. Next thing we know, we were calling up Michael, and then we were ringing up guests and people go, yeah, we'll come on. Yeah, we'll come on. And it came together within, I don't know, 48 hours. And then we were promoting it and boom. It was fun to watch it unfold right in front of our eyes, wasn't it, Michael?
Pretty amazing.
Next up will be Council Member Tony Landry with our next question.
Thank you, ATN, and welcome Al and Casper. It's a pleasure, honor to be here with you and here. I didn't know a lot about you, Casper, but I've read some about you and I'm learning as we go here tonight. Now, always been a mentor of mine, and so thank y'all for being here and for always being out there advocating. So my question is where do you think the conversation around cannabis needs to be, and what talking points do you see the media needing to communicate with the public?
Well, you know, everybody's fully aware of medical cannabis. And I think it's weird how they're still focused on smoking cannabis, when in all honesty, they outlawed this plant by telling us that we had to outlaw marijuana because people were smoking it and it was making you bad. And then when they went to put in their hemp farm crops, they couldn't. And so they kept us focused on, wow, you outlawed the smoking. Wow, you outlawed the smoking. Wow, you outlawed the smoking. Let's change it. Let's change it. Well, now that we've changed it, we're still not paying any attention to utilizing hemp for the solutions that all the green enthusiasts are jumping up and down screaming, we got to save the planet. And right there it is. Right there it is. Right there it is in front of your face. So as long as the cannabis movement is going to jump up and down and scream, we need this for medicine, we need this for medicine, we need this for medicine, and we do, and continue to ignore that we need it for fuel, we need it for the 3D filament to do 3D printing for 3D houses, we need it for hempcrete, we need it for clothing, we need it for food, we need it for everything else. Until that happens, we're going to have a lot of greedy people making a lot of rich, fat cash off of the taxes, off of the licenses, and then the people who are in the dispensaries are just raking it in as well. And nobody's going to get any wiser or any better off because we've legalized this plant. You haven't legalized this plant. You've legalized an aspect of this plant and let the plant that it is a direct competition to, all these other industries remain ignored. Oh, I know you can grow it in 50 states. Oh, I know we got the hemp law. But do you see it happening? Do you see it being promoted? Do you see it being pushed? The same way that they're pushing the dispensaries, they're pushing the medical use and the gummy bears and the edibles? No, you don't. So until they come together and realize that it is a plant, not just for medicine, but for paper, fiber, fuel, clothing, we're going to have a great divide.
Al?
I agree. You know, it's a wonderful plant. And the book that I produced in 1987, Cannabis in Medical Practice, actually had 3 of the 15 chapters, I think it was, dealing with not just human or animal health, but the health of the planet. And two chapters on that. Dave Pate and Rob Clark wrote those chapters. And then we had a chapter by Donnie Wershafter, wonderful Don E., on nutrition and how valuable the nutrition in these plant seeds are, these cannabis seeds. It's phenomenal. So I agree with Casper. We don't want to let up on the medical issue. It can help so many people that don't even know they could be helped. We still have a terrible time with the educational process, professional educational process with MDs and RNs. They're not all being taught about cannabis in their schools. A little history. This is a history lesson show. Patients at a Time had a conference in 2010 somewhere. Might have been Arizona. And we invited a doctor to come because he had done a survey. He was a professor someplace, so he had his grad students do a survey on medical schools in the United States. At the time, there were 256 of them. This is 14 years ago, give or take a year or so. And he had them call up these medical schools and say, do you have a course on medical uses of cannabis, on the endocannabinoid system, or anything related to cannabis at all? The answer was zero. There was not a medical school in the United States of America in 2010 that had any educational process going on. And I do not think that changed until a guy named Yehan Maku, a PhD candidate at Temple, who came to one of our conferences, got smart, went back to Temple and said, you got to teach this shit. And they did. And then the University of Vermont's pharmacy school picked it up. So where we are, fast forward now to today, 2024, we're dealing with about half of the medical schools and about half of the registered nursing education in the country now has a course on either or medical cannabis or the endocannabinoid system. So we're doing good, but along with the emphasis that Casper talks about on the products, they're obviously good things that can be produced from this kit plant. I'd concentrate on both medical education and the hemp and its wonders.
Well, and I think the other aspect of it is it would help if the big business would tithe, as Al said about the guest we're having next week. He tithes. He puts his money where his mouth is. But there's a lot of organizations that have made a lot of money off of the medical cannabis or the industrial hemp movement. And, it would be beneficial until it's completely legal all around the world that those organizations find an organization like Normal or somebody like your show that they can get behind and tithe to it, donate to the movement to help raise the voice and to help activists who are trying to end prohibition make that happen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next up will be Councilmember Freeze. Leslie.
Hi, fellas. It's really an honor to be here with you guys today. You guys have done so much to get us to where we are currently. My question is, how do you see the VHA changing how they work with veterans with the rescheduling of cannabis?
I got that one. I think it's wonderful for the veterans. The VHA that I've worked with for whatever the hell we've worked for them, 20, 25 years, has been as cooperative as they possibly can. Mike Kravitz will tell you, it took 3 years of work to get them to say cannabis was a medicine, but they did it. And that's the best they could do. And Mike and I have complimented the people that made that decision over and over again, although everybody says they, whatever they say in government, Mike and I think they're wonderful. But that being a given, the objection that the federal government employees have been, well, not the objection, the ruling that the federal government employees have been under that work for the VA in states where cannabis is not either medically or recreational legal have been unable to allow veterans in that state to use cannabis and be included into the veterans treatment protocol. So with the if they go to Schedule 3, that allows these physicians who have up to this point been denied the right to use this stuff. Not only can they recommend it, they'll be able to friggin' prescribe it. Well, if they can prescribe it, that means the veterans can go to the veteran pharmacy and get it for nothing. So I see this thing in Schedule Fee for the veteran community as a win-win-win. However, I see people like ETN who have been running honorable dispensaries for decades being put out of business. Because what did I just say? If it's going to go to 3, you can go to your doctor downtown. He can write you a prescription for cannabis, totally legal. Yeah, it'll cost money and all that shit. But all of a sudden, your insurance companies will pay for it. So boom. But then you go to the pharmacy. That's a pharmacy. It's not a dispensary. You see the problem?
It's not a problem. We see it as normalization. We never expected. We knew we were a place and a time, right? After Dennis and them bowed out, we were the second generation to push the envelope. We knew that we were not going to exist forever. Eventually, change would come. So I'm okay to eventually become a dinosaur so that you can go to Costco and get your low, mids, and highs. You know what I'm saying? At a good
but
price.
you're a big boy.
Well,
You're a big boy,
but, yeah, I'm
Cal,
rare,
you are,
but
and you've been a leader in this shit. No, every 4 or 5 months I get a call from somebody that wants to open a dispensary and pick a spot. What do you think, Al? Is this going to make money? No, I've told every single one of these human beings, stay away from being a dispensary. Go do something else. And so we agree, Tian, but you're taking it like a leader does. You're gracious, you're honorable. You're wrong. You should be pissed.
I just, having Dennis and Jack and others see over the horizon, and I just have to accept the horizon sometimes, even though it's sometimes sunset for you. So it's all good. But until then, I'm still enjoying what I do. So next up will be Council Member Peggy Joe. No, it's Michael Krawitz. Aha, I forgot I was going on to the next one. Michael Krawitz has this one.
Hey, thanks, Etienne. Actually, wanted to go back a little bit in your memory there and ask about experience that you had in being part of the UCLA smoked marijuana study and the significance of being the first to smoke legal cannabis, at least inside of the U.S. government funded laboratory.
That was, I tell you, that was just amazing. Time for Hemp. I know we'd had maybe 4 shows, 5 shows. We didn't really have a lot done. I was surprised at I was surprised at the response that the Time for Hemp had gotten. And I was a friend of mine worked at a publishing house in Los Angeles. And her publishing company was doing a big party for the 4 or 5 authors that they were releasing new books for. And she was invited to the event, and she wanted to go with a friend that she could leave behind if she met somebody that she wanted to lead the party with. And then she wanted to be able to say, no, I'm with him if she wanted to. So she rented me a tux, and she got me all dolled up, and she took me to this little highfalutin party. And it was really nice, and there's this big commotion going on at the front door of this party, and in comes this guy named Timothy Leary that some people may know, and he's making his way around the room saying hello to people and what have you. And when he comes to the little group where Sharon and I and her little group of people that we were talking to, that she expected that she was going to be meeting. He goes, "Aren't you Casper Leach that has that funny marijuana show?" And I went, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, we watched that in Berkeley. I love your show. It's so funny. I loved your interview with Jack Hare. I know Jack, and I'd love to be a guest on your show." And I went, "Well," he's, "I'd love to be a guest on your show. I'll be in Los Angeles in 2 months. See if you can arrange here. Here's my card. Call these people." And I was blown away that Timothy Leary knew anybody knew my stuff, let alone Timothy Leary, right? Hello, right? Jeepers. So I told Jack, and Jack laughed his ass off. I was working for Jack at the time. Jack had hired me to run his office when he was on the road promoting it, when the hemp tour, promoting his book. So I took care of the T-shirts, and the bookcases going out and answering the mail and all the. Anyway, and I said, Jack, I want something really unique as a roll-in for Tim Leary. I said, I know that you were part of the smoked marijuana study at UCLA. He goes, yeah, with Dr. Taskin. I said, I don't know who, but I know that you were part of it. He goes, yeah. I said, can you get me to be part of that and see if I can film it? And Jack, well, I don't know. I'll talk to Dr. Taskin. He and I are friends. I don't think he'll let you, but I'll talk to him. So about 2 weeks later, I get a telephone call from Dr. Taskin at UCLA, and he said, hello? He said, yeah, Jack told me that you'd be at the office today and I should give you a call. And Dr. Taskin told me I could be part of the study and I could film it on the condition that I did the whole study. And what it meant was that you had to come in at least 3 times, and they had a canister of 3 joints that you just blindly picked. And one would be swag, one would be killer, and one would be kind of so-so. And you had to go through the eye-hand coordination test afterwards. They do a memory test with you afterwards. And there was a couple of other tests that you did. And they also tested your blood every like 20 minutes for about 3 hours for a white cell count. So you had to have a catheter in your arm the whole time. And I had to think about it twice. But in order to get the film footage, I thought, yeah, all right, I don't care. I'll put a needle in my arm. I'll do 3 events. And I was blessed that the first time we went was the killer shit that we smoked when the government grew. And we got good film footage of it. And it was to be used for the Timothy Leary show. So I thought it'd be really unique. And by happen chance, it was the first time that study had ever allowed anybody to come in and do any type of photography, film footage, video, snap. Didn't make any difference. It was pretty, tight. It was a government study by UCLA. And I had to sign extra paperwork for it, make sure I didn't show anybody's face. And but I tell you, it was fun. It was interesting. And it's because of my involvement with Jack Hare that it made it happen. And it's because of my Time for Hemp show. I did that show because of Jack. That Timothy Leary even knew who I was. And it was just all a freak accident. And it was, now that I look back on it 100 years now, way back in the past, I can't help but giggle. It's like right place, right time.
Michael Krause has a follow-up.
Well, I love the Timothy Leary connection there. I just say it's worth noting. You first of all, you learn the craziest stuff and you meet the coolest people. That's the first takeaway from what I'm about to say. But I actually, because of Al and Mary Lynn, Patients at a Time, I actually got to spend a bit of quality time with Dr. Tashkin twice. And once was when he came to our conference to speak just before he released 35-year study results, right, on what he was feeling was almost potentially enemy territory. Because when he first, 35 years earlier, said what he was going to do, he made certain hypotheses. And here's a high-ranking professor from a United States University making these hypotheses, something like, if you smoke an unfiltered marijuana cigarette and you hold it deep in your lungs and you don't let it out for quite a while, it could do the damage maybe of 3 cigarettes of regular tobacco. That was a hypothesis. And because of that hypothesis and because of who made it, those thoughts, that's all they were unproven, yet to be proven, possible facts or possibilities, but they wound up being proven wrong. And the wild variations of them, I think the one that was the most extreme was the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who said that one marijuana cigarette was 125 regular cigarettes or something like that, which is just an extrapolation of Dr. Tashkin's hypothesis. And Dr. Tashkin was scared to death to come to the conference the year before his results were given because he was afraid of us. And we turned out to be, pussycats. He wound up really liking us, although he was a little nervous, around us. I think in the end, we won his heart, and he really liked being around us. And then the next year, he released his study results, which confounded his initial hypothesis and actually destroyed the position of the federal government. All of a sudden, he wasn't 35 years. He was the darling of the federal government. All of a sudden, now he's the pariah of the federal government. Couldn't get anybody on the phone at the federal government. So he comes back to old friends, at our conference, and now the government has turned his back on him. What a change a year makes. But anyway, I learned so much from that whole interchange with Dr. Tashkent. I just thought I'd throw that on the table. I don't know if you have anything to comment to it, but it was quite beautiful getting to know him.
Well, I know he had a charming sense of humor, and he and I giggled throughout the 3 times that we got together, and I found him very personable, and it was a joy. I tell you, he made the whole thing fun. He really did. So and like
he's a pretty good dude. We got him the first time he spoke about that study that Mike relates to was actually at our first conference in Iowa City at the University of Iowa in 2000. And he came in then, and I think I wrote it in my book. He was intrigued because he sort of alluded to the fact that what the government thought was going to be the results of his study just wasn't going to happen. But he couldn't come out and say it. And there's backstories on that. He came a day late because it was April and it was friggin' snowing. Everything happens wrong when you try and do a conference. But anyway, skip forward to 2008. We were over in a syllabus in California, and he came on and made the announcement at the conference, which he knew would be, attended by 300 MDs, and it would be videotaped, et cetera, and his results could not be altered or hidden. And he announced it at the conference that, and this is essentially it. Like Mike was saying, it was like a 30-year study of. I'm making up the numbers, but I'm damn close. It was like 10,000 people. They were in 4 categories. There were people that smoked nothing. There were people that smoked cigars, cigarettes. There were people that smoked cigars, cigarettes, and cannabis. And there were people that only smoked cannabis. Now, this study was Tashkent. He was a professor of medicine. He was at UCLA, and the government paid for this. Results of his study that he announced at our conference was this. That if you smoked cigarettes and cigars and stuff like that, you were going to go get lung cancer and those kind of problems, just like the government said you were going to do. If you added in cannabis to that mix, didn't matter. The cannabis was not going to help you. You were going to get lung cancer and screwed up lung shit, just like the government said you were going to do. If you smoked only cannabis, nothing but cannabis, there was not one patient. Some 2,500 individuals smoked cannabis only for 30 years. Not one of them had lung cancer or COPD. It was a better outcome than those that smoked nothing at all. Now, this is 2008. Okay, fast forward. May 2023, the Journal of COPD, Chronic Obstructive Pulmonary Disease, the journal, May 2023, UCLA study, 7 years long, many less patients, exact same results, only better. Because this particular study found that some of the people that were involved in the study had COPD entering the study. Not only did nobody got cancer, nobody got COPD. The people entering the study with that disease were cured, every one of them. So this kind, so smoking, it needs to be addressed.
Next up will be Peggy Jones. This one's
Thank
for
you.
Al.
Thank you, Tim. Al, as the author of For Country and Cannabis, could you give us a glimpse into the themes and messages conveyed in your book and what you hope readers will take away from it? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Peggy. I'm not muted, right? Well, the book, to begin with, it's a memoir, okay? So it's about me. and I'm 80, so it's about 80 years of existence. I try not to be boring with the, we all went to high school, we all did this, we all did that. I always thought my life got worthwhile and pretty interesting when I actually went on active duty in the Navy in 1961 and reported to a destroyer and served on her for 2 years. That 2 years was a wow. But it was a few years after that my father died. And this is where cannabis came into my life. This was late 1966. I was an officer on active duty in the Navy, and my father was dying of liver cancer in Boston. He was a volunteer. He was taken on to this novel, really, think about it, 67, chemotherapy treatment. Brutal now, way worse then. Anyway, he put up with it. But he was a 200-pounder. He'd been an athlete in college, and now he's down 100 pounds. He couldn't stop vomiting. He couldn't eat. He was dying anyway. But it was kind of brutal to see my boss let me off the ship every weekend to go see my dad, and it just got awful. So on one of these weekends, I went to see his doctor. I hate to be long on this story, but I think it's worth the distance. I went to see my dad's doctor. My dad had graduated from Boston College in 1932. His doctor was a classmate of his in that class. My dad went on and did his shit. His buddy went to medical school. He was in medical school from 1933 to 1937. But from 1933, 1934, and 1935, part of his medical education was how to use therapeutic cannabis for your patients. So when I went to my dad's doctor, and he knew what was going on, and I just like, damn, isn't there something I could do for my father? He says, go get him some cannabis. So 1936, December maybe, a medical doctor of the United States told a caregiver of a dying patient to go get cannabis to relieve that patient's symptoms. That's a long fucking time ago. And we still can't make these assholes believe that this is a true story. So I got the cannabis. I gave some to my father in joint form. He used to be a smoker of cigarettes. Anyway, he took the thing. He hated cannabis was the devil's fucking weed. And he took that thing. He took 2 inhalations and he wanted food. And I gave it to him and he kept it down. 2 months later, he was dead. But I saw what I saw. I was only 22, just barely turning 22. My father just died, but I saw how he died. And I saw the comfort, if you can use that word, if I can use that word, at the end of his life. And so right there and there, I said, well, yeah, that's amazing, because everything I ever knew in my life growing up to 22 years old was cannabis was an evil thing. It was terrible. It was awful. It was a terrible drug, Oh, shit. And I knew it all of a sudden, right there, I knew I'd been bullshitted, So I decided at some point that I would do something about that. I tried for country and cannabis. The first half of the book is about for country, my service in the Navy for 24 years. I tried to involve cannabis stories as much as I could, but I also tried to enlighten the civilian population, who's 99% of our citizenry, that the military, the people pay a hell of a price just to do the job. And I sit here and I see Army, ETN, Al's Navy, Tony's, what the hell are you, Air Force or Army? I forget.
Navy.
Casper's in the Army. Wade's in the Navy. Mike's in the Air Force. Peggy, Army.
Air Force.
Mike?
Air Force.
Well, so I know this is the Veterans Action
Army.
Council.
It was Army. Damn it. Army.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I know this is a Veterans Action Council, but I'm trying to say that I tried to involve these stories and how it affected military personnel. And so then I get out of the Navy, And I got involved with Normal. I became its executive director. I had wonderful interfaces with hundreds of really good activists and advocates, all the names you can mention. Man, they were flying around out there. And in the middle of this thing, but I was running Normal. Normal at the time, this was a legalization of marijuana outfit. That's what it did. One subject matter. In the door comes Jack Hurd at a board meeting. Well, it changed everything. I'll shorten it up to say, well, now the Normal board is sitting there going, well, are we a legalization outfit, or are we going to get behind this hemp thing that crazy Californian keeps talking about? And we're like, well, and then I got bold, I guess. I remembered I promised my dad that I'd do something, and I spoke up. And I said, medical cannabis has to be in this agenda. And the board of directors agreed that from that point on, that Normal would be a legalization hemp and medical cannabis outfit. Fell apart, got nasty, mainly because of lawyers. No, because of lawyers. And I split off with my wife at the time, Mary Lynn Mathry, and we formed this organization, Patients at a Time. And basically, I did that to stick the finger in the face of the federal government. Because every time we come up with something, they say, oh, these guys are bullshit. They don't know anything. Da, 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 da. So Patients at a Time's job, and became what we did successfully, was to give an accredited conference on cannabis used medically, and therefore blessed by the American Medical Association and American Nurses Association. And God damn it if we didn't pull it off. The University of Iowa Medical School and Nursing School are sponsors to the AMA and the ANA, and life went on. And now you have what you have. And the whole concept of the book that I try to explain is that once we got into this medical cannabis issue, that was not easy. It was difficult. The medical doctors were in total rejection. Individuals would pat us on the back and wouldn't want to have their picture taken with us. We developed all kinds of different methodologies to push the education of medical cannabis forward. The book has a lot of education. I've heard back from any number of people, hey, will you sign your book for me? Yeah. And I ask them a question, what did you get out of this? What did you learn from this? Oh, shit, Al. There's so much information in there that will help me and my mother that I can't believe it. There's, the other thing that I wanted to identify in the book, and I hope I did a very good job, is there were some remarkable people at this time I'm talking about. You went to jail there. You didn't get put on TV selling this shit. You went to jail, along to prison. They took money, your homes, your kids, your dogs, and they took everything. These were remarkably courageous folks. So I wrote their names down in my book. And then there were a whole bunch of, well, there were some people who were just assholes. I wrote their name down too, and I explained why they're assholes. So I wanted this history of the people, the places, the good guys, the bad guys, and I also wanted to identify, and I hope I did a good job of this, the absolute mendacity, the evil behavior, if you don't know what mendacity means, the mendacity of the U.S. federal government, not only to the issue of education, but to individual patients. Let me just give you one story in this book, just one. These guys know me. I'm a storyteller. And the book is a whole bunch of stories, but I hope each story puts a lesson in it, you know? I'm not trying to write the Bible here, but I'm trying to explain to people that this stuff is good for a particular disease. And hey, here's a doctor that agrees with me. Here's an organization that agrees with me. Here's a patient. Here's what she said, that kind of stuff. Mendacity. When we started this issue, there were 5 citizens of the United States that were getting medical cannabis from the federal government monthly, from the government that said it wasn't a medicine. Right away, any logistician in the last millennia would say, well, this is a breakdown there. So I got these 5 people together and I said, let's form Patients at a Time with a couple of very, very courageous doctors and nurses. And they did so. And they did so. None of these people wanted fame or glory, the opposite. They were scared to death. Let me tell you, they were scared. But they were honorable. And what they wanted was to let the average citizen know that their government, you see my shirt? You see that thing there? I don't know if you can read it. You know what it says? Your government is lying. And that's what these people wanted, you and us and all these people that have worked as advocates, people that now believe wanted the world to know. Your government is lying, and we're willing as patients to stand there and say so. And they did. So one of these people was a widowed from an MD, woman in a wheelchair, severe arthritis, going blind, glaucoma, in Fremont, Nebraska. She applied to the IRD program for cannabis, which was open at the time. She was accepted. An MD friend of her deceased husband did it for her. So she was accepted into the program, and regularly, without a beat, got her cannabis can delivered to her home in Fremont, Nebraska for a couple of years. Then she came on Patients at a Time at a conference and called out the federal government and said, it's a plant. What the hell are you afraid of? It's good medicine. Give it to people. 62 years old, sitting in a wheelchair. She went home to Fremont, Nebraska. The pot didn't show up. It didn't come. It didn't come that month. Didn't come the next month. She called me. I was calling all over what the fuck, you know. And I'm sorry to all law enforcement, but a DEA agent showed up in Fremont on the front door, and basically told her that her cannabis had been misplaced somehow, and we just found that out. And by the way, you know, we have a tendency to do this if people speak out and don't say the right things. And they went away. And a couple of days later, the can showed up. And it never was interrupted again. Here's the problem for my friend Correa. She's gone now. That 2 months that the can didn't show up, she lost 80% of her peripheral vision forever. So that's one story in a book full of mendacity, harassment of the federal government's patience, of free speech, of educational liberty. I hope people read my book. And back in 2006, we did a conference in Santa Barbara. Some of you guys were actually, Mike was there. And the introductory talk to the opening of the conference, which was at the college there, was beautiful setting, gorgeous, was the mayor of Santa Barbara. And she was very brief, very welcoming. And here's what she said as she closed her quick speech. She said, you guys are going to sit here today or tomorrow, and you're going to learn from some of the best cannabis clinicians and researchers in the world. Take it all in and go forth and multiply. Go forth and multiply. And I wrote my book, again, with so much information about cannabis and the mendacity and the research and the international aspect of it all, so that somebody may read this and go forth and multiply. It's an educational project for me. That's why I did it.
Thank you, Al. Next up will be Council Member Freeze.
Thanks, Etienne. Al, thanks for your work that you've done in the medical community. I was in a medical doctorate program before I entered the cannabis space in 2015. And I want to think there was only 10 medical college at that time when I entered the industry that was even talking about the endocannabinoid system. So it's great to hear that 50% are doing it now. We're actually, my family, we're dealing with a family member that has cancer, prostate cancer, and I've read some literature and research that says that high CBD cannabis can really help with prostate cancer and actually be selective to prostate cancer cells. And when I asked the doctor who specialized in prostate cancer about cannabis, they couldn't even have a conversation about it. You know, I get it if you don't want to subscribe to it. We haven't had clinical trials yet, whatnot, but you should be able to have the conversation. And I hope that those conversations continue and multiply. My question is, how do we fix the regulatory system for hemp and cannabis that currently exists?
Well, Casper, I don't know what his answer is. I'm going to give a very short answer. Cannabis is a plant, grows in the ground. It's not a drug. It's a plant. Should be administered like all other plants are in this country. Department of Agriculture.
I agree with Al. I mean, Jack Hare started me out the right way by saying, treat it like a tomato plant. I mean, you use it for ketchup, you can use it for medications, you can use it for a lot of things. And so if you're using it for like a medication that's coming out of a pharmaceutical where they're using cannabis extracts in medications and that are being prescribed and had to be overlooked, I guess, you know, there's those regulations. But if you're not doing anything of that nature, if you're growing it to make hemp porridge, or you're doing it, growing it to make hemp fiber, or it's a plant. I treat it just like the agriculture treats corn or peanut or I don't any other rhubarb. Just quit being stupid about it. But they're not going to do that because it is such a versatile plant that if they treated it like they should, it would put a lot of other companies out of business. Gateway Galbraith used to say, well, as soon as they bring cannabis back into the farm community as a cash crop, you will see the biggest wealth transfer in the history of humankind take place. Because they did. It happened the other way around when they outlawed it in the 1930s. Kentucky went from being the most prestigious, vibrant, wealthiest commonwealth in the United States to the poorest within a matter of 14 years because their cash crop, cannabis, hemp, had been outlawed. And all that money was now going into the pockets of pharmaceuticals and people who made fuel. And it was just, well, you know, the history. I'm talking to the choir here. But so, yeah, if they treated it like they should, like a plant, it would be all good. We wouldn't be having this conversation ever on any level.
Well, gentlemen, well, wait, you have a follow up?
Yeah, I wanted to ask either of you for your opinion, your vision, if you will, of how do we get to what you're just describing. I completely agree with both of you around the idea that if it's treated as a plant, then all kinds of harms are eliminated. But what we have right now is some versions of the plant are treated like agriculture, and all kinds of products are being developed and put out into the market, but there's no testing or any consumer protections. So, yeah, any suggestions that you might have about how to get to what you're describing? Thank you.
Wade, nice to see you, man. I was hoping you'd be around tonight. Good to see you. No, I don't see any silver bullets. To me, this has been a progress, step by step, incremental. People want it all at once. The now generation and everybody before them for the last 30 years. It just doesn't work that way, especially with the bureaucracy and the Congress as dysfunctional as ours. So, no, I don't think there's a magic bullet. I think it's working its way through the process. We're talking about Schedule 3. Well, shit, that only took about 35 years. So, and we do have, there is the other thing. I mean, this started with me back in the 90s too. When I took over Normal, the federal policy was failed. Normal was broke. Nobody was paying a goddamn bit of attention to Normal or anything else, and it was a matter of survival. As I talked about, bringing hemp into the issue, bringing medical into the issue. I'm trying to run a company that needs money, and if I can attract, just like now, you advertise. So we were advertising Normal, and we were advertising these issues, and we're asking people to support the issues. Well, all the issues were still being worked out of the same office. So I still had the same rent bill and electric bill. I just got more places to drag the money from, and yet Normal was doing good work. And of course, we would go off on that, Paces at a Time and Jack and all that. All of that became true. So, but it all took time, and it took incredible patience, tenacity. Look at Kravitz sitting over here. He's been badgering the United Nations for, I don't know, a couple of decades, and every time they send him home and they go, yeah, they pat him on the back. They actually make some kind of a tweaking kind of encouragement. And then Michael knows on the way home, I got to go back over there next year. Well, it's just the way it is. Tony Landry in Louisiana, ETN, Cash, all of us have just been slugged, beaten down, spit on, yelled at, told we were idiots. And we go, yeah, we heard that. Okay. In the meantime, I got this thing I'm going to try and tell you about. It just has to go on like that. And I think it will. I do think, as I said, I think there's some major changes coming. I'm not sure the dispensary industry, if I can use that word, is viable. I'm not saying individual dispensaries might not, but as an industry, I don't know. Hemp as a product as all the items that Casper already ran through, absolutely. There's a crop there. The family I was involved with for 40 years up there in North Dakota grew wheat. And essentially after the year was over, they made $50 an acre profit after their labors. They had a lot of acres and added up. Right across the line in Canada, they were growing hemp. Not wheat, hemp. Making $200 an acre. There's a story behind that too, but I'll leave it go. It'll happen.
All right, Casper?
Well, as Al said, I agree with all of that, but I also look at Popular Mechanics as being the spearhead of this plant becoming outlawed again when it produced its article claiming that it was the first time the word billion had ever been used in a sentence referring to dollars being earned by anything. In 1937, when Popular Mechanics put out this amazing article about how, because of the decoricator, the once difficult to manage and to harvest and to make much out of anything other than a few pieces of clothing, hemp plant was now going to turn into a multi-billion-dollar industry. Well, this frightened, it really frightened the 1% who had the money. And it is frustrating because over the years it's proven to be the bane. As long as there's $1 billion to be made in this, now nobody wants it legal. It used to frustrate Jack that when he tried to get people to support his cause, he couldn't get growers to support it because they wanted to keep it outlawed because they were making a lot of money on the black market. And they couldn't get anybody in the corporations that were running the American industries to support them because they were all in direct competition with this plant. So as long as this plant is able to produce 90% of all the products on this planet, and that sounds, whoa, far-fetched, but it's not. It really is not. We wouldn't be having oil spills. We wouldn't be having fights over the oil industry. We wouldn't be having coal people. And then my generation, we were the we love you generation. We're going to solve the world problem generation. We got technology at our fingertips. We got ways to grow like hydroponics, all kinds of food all around the world. And we got this amazing plant that produces 80% of all your creature comforts. And yet the very wealthy, whose pockets are lined by all the corporations who are in direct competition to this plant, have actively worked to make certain that this plant never becomes legal. So pharmaceutical companies don't want it legal, so it won't be. And people who sell it on the black market don't want it to be legal, so it probably won't ever be. Here, there, everywhere, but not all around the world. There will always be some kind of taxation, some kind of money labeled against this plant to make it prohibitive for the average Joe to go into his backyard and put in 10 acres of hemp and produce enough crop to produce a small little factory of a local industry, a cottage industry of making clothing or making food or making great products. And it'll always make you dependent on the government and corporations for all your needs. That's the other aspect about it. This plant can make small companies and corporations and even small communities self-sufficient. But they don't want that. They want to make certain that you can't get your money on anything but what they want you to have. So yeah, as long as there's money around this plant produces $1 billion a year worth of products if it's allowed to. And it's in direct competition to all those people who produce those billions of dollars from other resources.
Thank you so much, Casper.
I think somebody fell asleep there. I guess I'm a little dull.
I think it's Dan's pros. No?
That's funny.
There he is. Hey, Dan.
Sorry.
Well, you can tell you how some people reacted to your speech, Casper.
Yeah, they fell asleep on me. Well, I guess it's time for me to go take time for hemp.
Anything to promote before we go, gentlemen and ladies?
Just thanks, guys. It's good to see you all again. I haven't forgot one of you. I work individually all the time with different ones of you. And Casper and I are gonna stumble on, like I say, our next interviews with one of our own, Brian Buckley. Are going to get him to tell his story, et cetera, as I explained. And then we'll throw in a couple of archive interviews, maybe Lester Grinspoon or Andy Weil or some of these luminaries and really leadership people that in the past. And then we'll go back to a couple of live interviews, and we'll keep doing that to try and attract a younger generation or a less informed generation with an S, and see if we can't capture some of their attention, and like the mayor said, and go forth and multiply. That's all you can do.
Well, all right, everybody. So let's get that up. I would like to thank Peggy Jones, Mike Davis, Tony Landry, Al Byrne, and of course Casper Leach, Michael Crowitz, Leslie Fries, Wade Laughter, and myself, Etienne Fontaine. Thank you very much for joining us for VAC Roundtable number 77, Casper Leach and Al Byrne. And we'll be back in a couple of weeks. So thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your weekend.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Circle date on the calendar. April haze in the afternoon. Backpacks, rolling papers, markers, plans laid out in the group chat. Boom. Surround a crowd on the front lawn. Posters inked on the kitchen floor. Legal doesn't mean it's over. Still some locked for what we're here for. April 420. We all rise from coast to coast. East to west, north to south. Let the whole world know. Hands up high, clouds roll low. From Canada to the USA. See the green hearts glow. April 420. Yeah, we all show where the love grows. Where the love grows. From the prairies out to the coast, let the whole world know. Downtown Vancouver smell drifting over the bay. Niagara mist drifting over cardboard signs. Old heads, young parents. From Canada to the USA. Peterborough Park gets louder. Homemade signs busking on a case. Passing hats for the bill. Chanting till the cops just roll their eyes. See the green hearts glow. April 420. We all rise from coast to coast, east to west, north to south. Let the whole world know. Hands up high, clouds roll low. From Canada to the USA. See the green hearts glow. April 420. Yeah, we all show where the love grows. Where the I guess old lies, new dreams in the same fresh air. We cough, we joke, but we still care. April 420, we all rise. From coast to coast.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and our social media locations. Good evening, Tamara. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm not doing too bad.
you
Actually, actually, today was my injection day for my treatments.
Yeah. And I was more worried about because you were not feeling good from before too, right?
Correct.
Do you feel
Yes.
better now from that as well then?
That's cleared up, and probably just in time because this stuff arrived
Right.
today, and it's one of those things where I got to do right away, or
Yeah,
within a
absolutely.
reasonable time, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I do. Like I said, I've got to take my medication at the same time on the same day every week. I got an Alexa that reminds me.
yeah. Well, I'm lucky. I don't have to do this every 2 months, so but it saves
Yeah.
me a lot of time. I used to be a 5-hour day getting
Oh,
my treatment.
I know because like I'm at the methotrexate level, like with the RA, like you were with the Crohn's,
Yeah.
right? In order
Yeah.
for me to get to the Humira, I have to do injections of this first, and then do something else first, and then there's so many different medications you got to go through before you can actually get to what the.
Get to it, eh?
So I'd rather not have to do injections anyway. So this is fine. It's been working for 3 years now anyway. So
Yeah. Well, at least this isn't like a methotrexate injection.
no.
Yeah, this is a machine and a little device, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Kind of like when you go for an intravenous kind of treatment.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you feel the quick prick on your leg,
Yeah.
and it's all over in 5 minutes instead
Yeah.
of hours. So
Well, it's like diabetes now. I've got a friend that has diabetes, right?
yeah,
And she's got a gauge on one arm that
hmm
like, she can read on her phone that tells her what her blood sugars are and
yeah.
whatever. If it gets low or highs, it
That's
alerts her.
it's similar to
Then,
the needle that I would get. Yeah,
right? And then she's got another one that's actually an insulin pump. So now she can, if she gets highs or lows, because she's like kind of like back and forth, all the time they haven't really kind of gauged
right.
her. She's still early into the stages. The pump releases what she needs into her body.
Oh,
So she's got,
automatic.
yeah. And before she would have to go and inject herself with the insulin. Now she can just hit
Right.
something on an app on her phone and it will release what she needs. And so she's not having to poke herself all the time to check her blood, like on her fingers, right? And she's not having to poke herself with needles all the time to give her insulin. So yeah,
And does it do a required dose for at that time, or is this thing set up for a certain dose each time?
she can set the dose that she needs because it'll tell her on the
Yeah.
app, and then it sets on the app.
Oh,
So it goes up and down, like if she need because you're
right.
not necessarily going to need the same dose every time, depending on whether you're
No,
having a high
correct. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
And you want to
that
try to level things out too.
right,
You don't want these and
right, right. So instead of her having, I mean, she also like gauges it with food too. So she doesn't have to use the insulin. She doesn't because she just
no.
needs a little bit of orange juice or something, whatever, right? But
Mhm.
but what a different step comparably for diabetics from, where
Yeah.
they're pricking their finger all the time and then
Oh
having to
yeah.
inject themselves all the time. So I just think that's fabulous, honestly.
Yeah, as long as the pump thing isn't a an issue where you're having to carry things around. It's just something that she can just go hook into
No,
for.
she just puts it on once a week or once every 2
Oh,
days, whatever it is. So it's
yeah,
got so much in it that lasts for a certain period of time.
yeah.
So she's not
Mhm.
having to take it off and on every day. She's able to leave it on for a period of time. And then once it's empty, then she has to change it, right?
Right, right,
And she
right.
can move
All
it
right.
around, like she can wear it on the same spot. Yeah. But I thought that
Yeah.
was great. Just so many different technologies that are helping people stay
Yeah,
healthy.
things changed. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. All right, talk about changing of things. Let's change the subject. Why don't we discuss and bring in our guests for tonight?
Sounds good.
All right. So yeah, at this time, I'll introduce our guest, the fellow who I've only actually met, I believe, once or twice, and that's been involved in cannabis advocacy work. So I like to find out, a bit about our guest, the kind of advocacy stuff he does, patient story. Always like to share one's story in order to educate others. So we'd like to welcome Dwayne Boudre, aka the big guy, to the Pace Radio Show. How you doing, Dwayne?
Welcome.
I'm awesome. How are you, Tamara, Al?
Good, good, good.
How are you?
Doing all right.
You were saying you had a storm coming in from your end of things too, so we Al's frozen again.
Oh, is he? Yeah, he's got
Oh,
that.
am I?
Oh, no. He just had that money look about him, like yeah. Awesome.
Sometimes it's just a matter of me just sitting still, right?
Yeah, I don't do that well.
That's what I said. I'm not dedicated to stay on my Vyvanse, so I'm a bit squirrely, but whatever. Sometimes you just need to take that day off.
Yeah. So, Dwayne, as I mentioned, we've only probably talked once or twice at a Global Marijuana March. We met there, and we talk often about it. And just so you know, I got the interview you and I did during the
Is this
march.
the interview that you had that he had never been to a Global Marijuana March before?
Yeah.
So, don't get me wrong. Now, like, as far as like an organized global marijuana march, yeah, that was my first. Now, before legalization, I did go to Queens Park at one point.
Oh yeah.
During one of the rallies and whatnot. But that aside, that was my official first global marijuana march, and it was neat. And actually going into it, it was kind of neat to think because, like, I think most of us in Ontario, or I'm in Ontario, so pardon me, let me paraphrase that, or let me say that again. In Canada, like, depending on your access, I think you feel that we're pretty lucky. I think the average person does, like the non-advocate or the non-industry person, probably just it's all as long as they got somewhere they can go, everything's good for them, right? But
they don't remember prior to legalization because a lot of people didn't consume either prior to legalization, right?
Yeah, like we weren't supposed to anyway.
Yeah,
right?
or they stayed in the closet.
Yeah,
it
nobody
was,
right?
But yeah, continue.
And, but the thing is what we were talking about, actually, I think I did see the interview up in that on YouTube, I think it was, and Facebook, I believe.
Yeah.
So
we'll see it tonight too.
I remember talking to you about it, and access isn't the same for everyone.
No.
So, like, there's a lot of people that have medical needs that aren't getting adequate medicine or the knowledge. Some people, there's a lot of new patients, I think. Like with recreation, I think it's opened that box for a lot of people's great aunts and grandmas and stuff that are now new dispensary customers because they heard about the wonders of CBD, and it kind of went up or down from there, right? So
yeah, and they feel more comfortable probably going into a business.
But in reality,
with it being legal versus not knowing who.
Market, right? Yeah. The CBD is medical. It shouldn't be being sold out of a recreational store. And I was talking to one of the store workers, bud tenders, yesterday, at one of our stores, and he goes, well, there's ways of getting around that. And he was talking about the jolts, which are those candies. We can get those in BC. And the
Oh, we
caps.
don't get in here.
Oh yeah, no, we got those. They're called jolts or something. They're like
Yeah.
10
Yeah. The 10 milligrams per candy. Yeah.
right? So apparently you can get them at Prime Cannabis here. I didn't know that. And the caps, and we had discussed the caps
Yeah.
too,
The
right?
capsules.
So again, but they've got and I said that to him. I go, you got a wellness area, But again, he agreed there should be a course that is given so people that don't have any medical background in it, so that they can actually open something that is able to be medical, right?
Yeah.
And that is the faulting right there.
Yeah. So the way I think with legalization, and it sounds like it's very different. I think there's similarity yet difference from province to province or territory in some cases, right? And in Ontario, it's called CanCell. That's the certification required. I believe Al's also CanCell certified. Are you not?
I am.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm
It's
CanCell.
sell it right here in BC, and I've got one of them too.
Perfect. So,
Yeah.
like, my point being, and the reason I brought that up is I think it's because once they established those systems, they had to create people from within it. And I believe that, like, at least in Ontario, as a person who is CanCell certified, my education level was very minimal. Like it's voluntary. Like you pay. It's not much different than becoming a bartender or a lot of other responsible types of things, right? So I think that it's the absence of assistance to work off of to start, and the need to have a system. And you know how the government is. Like they set up a system. If you ask them, it's perfect, right?
Oh yeah.
No, they do know that there is gaps. That's why they keep doing consultations and we'll have another consultation probably within 3 years now. But they have to keep consulting because the fact that it is evolving and is changing. And Al and I just did a show not too long ago about the consultations that were just had. But the most disheartening thing about this consultation is that nobody actually does it. There's only 600 people that actually filled out that survey that gives the government any information that they need to have. So how do we keep blaming the government for their shortfalls when Canadians don't take the responsibility on their own to let them know? Nobody votes, nobody does the surveys, nobody does anything anymore. They just sit back and expect the government to fix it. Well, if they don't know, how can we fix it?
Agreed. And don't get my sentiment wrong. I think that part of to add to respond to that, I should probably state that that's part of. I felt the same way. I decided that the only real way I could actually at least understand the needs and what is available is to be part of it, and that's why I did take the time to get certified. So for me, it was like that same kind of feeling. I think, at least in some ways, was that driving force, at least for myself personally, to kind of get a little bit closer to the education level to see what is out there, because it's kind of like what you'd said, like there's not a lot of responsibility on the average person's side, right? So I think it really depends on how vested you are in it, that your voice is going to become whatever octave it is.
Well, Al and I
are
vested. We've been doing it for 20 years, so that's how vested we've been in it, right?
Yeah, exactly. These banners behind me, they used to stand up at trade shows in Toronto and educating people
And I
before
went
legalization.
went to legalization roundtables with the Liberals after legalization, and was at the Liberal convention in 2014 writing the policy with the Young Liberals to bring cannabis actually to legalization. So you've been around for a while.
Okay, now that we've got your CanCell, we know that you got your CanCell and stuff, but let's find out about you yourself. Sometimes I like coming out with the first question being asking people, do you remember your first experience in consuming cannabis? And sometimes people have funny stories, some people have medical related stories, and so on and so forth. And like I said in the intro, sharing one story helps educate others. So
absolutely. As far as the first time that I ever smoked cannabis that I could recall, I was a teenager. I don't remember the date exactly, but I could tell you it was in October, and it was in 1991 or 92. And the reason I know this is because the same night the Blue Jays won the World Series the very first time. So I was in high school. I was an Army person So even as a younger person, I was in the mindset that like I was already an Army cadet and I was looking towards getting the military. And back then, cannabis wasn't something that like was really accepted in any real capacity, at least in my circles. And the military definitely, you know, they kind of had this "you'll never get in" type of mentality. Like you would think that, oh, you're going to fail the drug test.
It's
So-
it's an illegal substance, so they're not going to
Right,
support it.
so-
Crap.
I mean,
So-
even after legalization, it took a lot, and you still
Yeah.
like use it. Like, yeah,
It was a
Yeah.
prohibition for me at the time. I mean, like it was
Sure.
enough to keep me away from it, right? But
Mm.
my buddies and I were parting away, and so I was. The two funny things about this is this. I'm going to tell everybody right now. This is probably the big highlight. You wouldn't think with a guy with the name D the Bug Guy would have done this, but I blew into the bong the very first time I ever tried it. I don't know what came over my head, but I'm gonna tell everybody right now is this water pipe. Everybody got so pissed at me because it took so long to dry out before it was
yeah, you got yourself a funny first talk. That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
It might
That's
not have
what
been funny at the time.
So here's the other funny part. So I do that and I like it, right? So my buddy's like, "Oh, you're Mr. Big Man now, eh? You want another one?" I said, "Sure." So he walks me over to the sink and it's got this thing. And if I remember right, they called them Hiroshimas back then. And it was like the sink was half full of water, and they had a 2-liter
Coke
like
bottle
plastic.
for the day.
Sounds like a bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like they push it down, like they brew
Yeah.
it up, and then they would push it down, and it would just like force it. So I took
Gravity,
that, right?
gravity bong.
5 minutes
Fuck it.
later, I'm puking out front.
Oh.
And my friends had like I totally greened out. My
Yeah.
friends literally grabbed me and like they're like, "Okay, stop puking. We're going to the city," right? And because that was we were going to like the Jays were doing pretty well. It was a close game and they could win that night. Our plan was always to go, so it was like, "Come on, let's go. We're going to the city. We're gonna go watch the Jays win." You know?
You tried.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Did
Yeah.
you get there?
Pardon me?
Did you get there?
Oh yeah,
This is a
yeah,
big
yeah.
day game.
That was a great night. Like, you know, and I don't believe cannabis played any part of my life for some time after that. I didn't actually, I guess the follow up and a much easier way of saying it, like my experiences, I got into cannabis on a more routine basis
Right.
when I did get out of the military. Because, and here's my parallel, and I think I took the thought that some people may. I felt like I was very close to being or if not, maybe an alcoholic. I felt like in the military, drinking was very part of the regiment. It was very much part of the culture, and I definitely was good at it. So I felt like I wanted to try to do other things. A lot of my friends growing up were cannabis regular users, and I just never, I never really got too much into it. Like it wasn't really my thing. But then I realized I'm probably just okay at both. You know, I don't really drink much, but cannabis really just kind of slowly but surely replaced alcohol in my life.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
you.
exactly. And it's a better path to take the cannabis versus the alcohol one. There's no doubt about that.
And
So
again, that's a huge step to be able to put that, because addiction is, alcohol is hard to put away. Like, so good for you. Congratulations.
yeah.
Thank you. Like I said, I wouldn't say like there are much respect to anybody going through anything in that respect. And for me, it was more of just a culture shift. I do like I never like I do drink a little bit, but it's not something that I do really often. So I just wanted to separate that because I wouldn't want to be, any
No,
hypocrite.
I totally understand.
Yeah. You know,
But,
it's fine to have. Yeah.
But it's clearly like honestly, I just looked at there's definitely a different person. Like, and I was never a mean drunk or anything like that. It was just
Okay,
I knew
that's
it
good.
wasn't good for me. I just knew it wasn't for me. Like I wanted to make a change, and for me that was. I think we all needed advice, and
Would you say
it.
cannabis was your gateway out of possibly alcoholism?
I think it prevented me. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it definitely did because, as much as I'll be the first to admit, for a time I was getting really good at both. I think that what it did is it got me through the darker times better in a more healthy sense. Like life is apexes and valleys, right? Like so like, you know, I think it's really just when you look at yourself, and if you really are committed to being a good person and you want to have a good life, and you have kids and you have these things, I knew how easy. I've seen so many other people take the other path. So for me, it was like cannabis kept me in line. Like it kept me, you know, like ask anybody who does both. I think like cannabis is good. Like if you're going to do both, a lot of people say, "Oh, I can't do both because I get the spins." And
yeah, I remember those
if that's
days.
the case, I'm telling you right now, just smoke
real.
first.
Yeah.
Just smoke first, because you'll barely want to drink anything. This is water, but like you'll barely want to drink anything because you'll be so high that just
Hey,
alcohol is not like,
cheers.
you know, right? Cheers, right?
I got water too.
Yeah, water, right? So
I've got Sunny D.
I love
That's orange water.
Yeah. I heard you
This
talking
is a
earlier
strawberry.
about.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I heard you mention earlier, Tamara, about CBD and gummies and things like that. And I don't know if it's something that comes to your market, but like for me, gummies have come a long way since your buddy made them. You know, like
I used to make my own stuff. I had my own bakery before legalization. I would make 1,000 milligram candies. So
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with the dosing and the application and how to do it.
Yeah.
My beef is that 10 milligrams in a package is not 10 milligrams per candy. It's in the package. So that candy itself, or that gummy itself, isn't even a milligram. So you have to eat like so many packages, right? You're gonna get diabetes before you're gonna get high. And the ones too, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Or just get medicated, you know,
right?
if you're eating
Or
CBD
whatever.
ones. Right?
And
Yeah.
me and Al were actually like looking through too, like there's not too many brownies or cookies, and I checked at my store when I was there yesterday, Al. They do not have brownies or cookies. It's
No,
chocolates, caramels, or candy, gummies, that's it.
no.
And they don't even have hard candy. They have gummies, chocolates, and caramels mainly, right?
And you know, that's where the legacy market comes in. I don't know if those are legacy market gummies that you've got there, Dwayne.
So yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what I wanted to say about these and why I do like them is, yes, they are low dosage, but what these are for me is like a supplement. It's like a vitamin to me.
Yeah.
Because this is the CBD as well as CBG and THC. So
nice.
for me,
Nice.
so what I was going to say is I'm no scientist, but what I believe I thought I heard was if you were to introduce these types like CBG and CBD in your body before THC, you will have much more better overall experience. So for me, I don't know if it's just a psychosomatic thing or just feeling comfortable about
I
my
can't
record.
imagine how that would work though, because CBG or CBN, was it CBD? Sorry, CBD actually counteracts adrenal. So if you get too high, you want to take CBD.
CBN, pardon me, I meant to say. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you.
No, it's just like, yeah, because I know, like, if you get greened out, you get somebody CBD and they're, you know, whatever.
But it can counteract the
It counters
THC.
it. Absolutely. I actually helped a guy at a 420 party with that. I gave him CBD gummies and it helped him. So,
good.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's something that they say, like, you know, or orange juice, honestly, if you know, or sniffing pepper. You can
I
actually.
always found a cold floor was good.
I'm surprised about orange juice though.
Orange juice is the acidity or something, because just like a THCA, it's got a high acidity, right?
Okay.
So a THCA has also got high acidity. It's something to do with the acidity in the orange juice.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue.
Wasn't challenging. I just never understood.
No,
the
that's
logic of it.
I was actually told that by, I can't remember by who, at the Treating Yourself Expo.
Yeah, that was before legalization. The Treat Yourself Expo was the first medical cannabis expo that was held in Canada. It was held at the Metro Toronto Convention Center.
Okay.
It was the first one ever held in the federal government building. And we had the Marijuana Music Awards were held. They had documentary movies that were released, such as What If Cannabis Cured Cancer? Activists from all around the world, companies from all around the world, Europe, South Africa, It was huge. Yeah, it was
be a fly
in
in
the
that
same
room,
building where
right?
Lyft is. It was before Lyft because TY went from here's the TY poster right here.
Yeah.
Right there. And it went from, as you can see, 2010 to 2013, and then there was Champs that came in, and then Lyft came in after them. And during the TY days, we had plants on the floor, plants that were in full bloom, plants that were in
We were
veg.
smoking, we were vaping,
4,600 square foot vapor lounge right on the floor, man. Yeah.
smoking joints on the back patio.
That's badass.
It was good. Yeah, just go to YouTube and type in "Treating Yourself Expo," and you'll
For
see
sure.
the
You know
video.
what? I'll have to check. You know what? Like for me, I don't know. I'm still kind of like a half a civilian. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm still very much a civilian when it comes to this. Because I really only ventured into it like 7 years ago.
That's still,
Yeah,
you still
okay.
got, that's still fair, good time. And thank you for your service. You said you were in the army, so thank
Yes,
you for
thank
your service as
Yes,
well.
yes.
And that is that kind of how you got reintroduced? Was it through one of the veterans groups or anything like that? Or because we've got several veterans groups that are also cannabis users too, right? That were
Absolutely. And I actually I'm on a grow team, and one of our grow team members is he's an Afghanistan veteran, and shout out to him and to all veterans and to anybody who served on any capacity. Respect. I was fortunate to serve in a peaceful time. At the time, I'm a little older, maybe some people know or think, because I act like a kid, that maybe I care. I hope I at least carry myself younger than I think. But I guess all I'm really saying is that no, I didn't find it through that. For me, it was my friends. Really, it was kind of like I found it recreationally. It wasn't until I kind of understood how much I needed it and looked back on when I got through certain things. I looked at myself and I looked at my own lives and behaviors. That I started looking at it better. And then as legalization came about, for me, the real exploration of cannabis, like on a deep dive for me, happened. And where I really started to vocalize and start to dig deep and ask questions and say, obtain my own thoughts and really look at all the work you guys did before me,
Yeah, do the research. Yeah,
find
out. Yeah,
that was what it was. It was like all of a sudden, it was like everybody was willing to tell their story. So it was through legalization that it drew me in, and what it did is it gave me some garden space. So I'm a grower, right? And for my first love,
me too.
growing it.
I'll
Right?
too.
We're gonna get into that too.
Yeah, like
We've only got 2 minutes to break. So.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think it was more of that.
Well, then it's something
would you so as far as consumption purposes now, do you consider yourself more of a recreational consumer or a medical consumer?
I see myself as a medical consumer, but a recreational advisor.
Yeah.
And there's I think you know a bit about my social media activity, and I think I say it because of that.
Right.
I do
I've got them here.
Yeah, like I do a lot of I don't know, reviews and promotional content for Canadian companies, and some of the companies that I think are doing good things, and some of the ones that just are maybe good to me and other people, at least that I feel that I become associated with. So through that, that's where the recreational kind of part is for me now. But now I say medical because now not only am I medically licensed to grow it, and I enjoy the fruits of my own labor.
Yeah.
But when I do look at what I'm missing, I feel better about what I'm getting now. I'm supplementing it with I love the concentrates, for an example. That's part of it for me. I have part of the reason I talk so much is because I can't shut myself down. My mind's very much like I have OCD. I do have ADD as well too, and different parts of me as D the bud guy get to help me facilitate those particular needs through. That's kind of like the exercise part where they say like you should go for a walk and change your diet before you just start taking medication. Like I kind of feel like in a way it's just looking at the way, like knowing yourself and looking at what's missing and doing your best to try and see it along the way, because like my best advocates, like my best understanding of it is through this community. It's not through a medical situation yet. The information's still good. Like, you know, I think I said this to you when we met, Al. I believe we met at Can Expo this year. Okay.
We did. Yeah, we're gonna get into those events.
Yeah. But what I wanted to say is I really felt coming out and going through that is our understanding as a whole. And I don't mean you guys, because you guys are at the forefront of it. Okay. But I think that generally the information is on the same level as the world's now round, and it was flat. And that's where I think we are about, because of the prohibition on cannabis as a plant.
Yeah.
So nobody's really been able to establish that for sure and say this, because otherwise there's a lot of grow science out there, and there's a lot of things, misinformation, and you know, there's a lot of people like me, and I do my best, and I don't know. I hope that I get my stuff right, but you know, you just never know. So as a whole,
cannabis has really never been actually infiltrated, so that it has been the only misinformation I would say is that it's a devil's lettuce and that it's harmful for you, and that you can overdose on it. We all know that's right, and we know that you know, before, prior to what we've got right now, Harper made it sound like it was, you know, the worst thing ever, and he was taking it away from patients. We had to fight him in court to get it, and that was all on the government level, how we got to licensed production, right? So there, like I said, depending on, it's not depending on your political realm, it's got nothing to do with that. It's what you've been fed. You know, prohibition started in you know, 1920.
Well, you know, or what, you know, maybe what you're taught as a youth through
as a kid,
school to, or your
there's
parents.
the AIR program and Reagan, and the, you know, the years with your, you know, this is your brain on drugs.
Yeah.
And different parents, right? Like you said, you were in the military. My mom was in the RCMP. Like I grew up in March. So you know what I mean? And then there's other people that have grown up with their parents smoking it with them. So again, like you have different realms of what your background is.
Oh, absolutely. My background, like me personally, and my background are very different. Like I did grow up around it, but that's more of like somebody else's story. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, time for us to take a break. After that, we'll continue our discussion with our guest, Dwayne Boudre, aka the Bud Guy. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Some day that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're back with the Pace Radio Show. And for those who just joined us tonight, Tamara and I are joined by our guest, Dwayne Beaudry, aka the Bug Guy. All right. Before the break, we've talked about a bunch of different things, including social media, and we started talking a little bit about events. And I just wanted to get back to that just briefly, and the social media thing as well. You mentioned the Can Expo, where we had met at the Can Expo. We actually were on the same stage, but at different times. That was for the awards presentation. So congratulations on the award you won. But unfortunately, I can't remember what it was. It was an Advocate Award.
It was the Advocate of the Year. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And I thought,
Appreciate it. And congratulations to
I
you.
talked to him.
Yeah. And congratulations to you and Timmy as well, and Mary Jane for their win as well, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Yeah. They did a great job. That's right. Exactly. And they got themselves a large following of people that like their podcasts, and it's educational and that's and funny at the same time, because Timmy's he's not a consumer of cannabis, right? And
It's a great perspective. It's very much like my wife and I. Like my wife doesn't consume, so
See?
they just like love each other. Like whenever we see each other and meet up. And Tony doesn't. My wife's Tony. She doesn't come to events very often, but pretty much every event she does come to, the newbie and the doobie are there, and she adores them. They're great ambassadors for the cannabis plant and for pretty much anything they're associated with.
So what now that legalization here, this is the Can Expo and it's happening again in 2025. There's other events, cannabis events. At one time there wasn't anything. Obviously, we mentioned that earlier. Do you attend many of these events, and what do you think about what they're being able to do in order to educate the public?
Yes, I do attend the events. I've been attending events now for at least 4 years that I can recall, maybe a little bit longer. I'm not sure, but I love the interaction. Part of why I got into social media, which was really how I really found the cannabis community that I know today, was because of I was looking for that kind of connection, and I found about the events. And as soon as I went to the events, I really understood the people in the cannabis end of things so much better, because it's very different online and in person, and that's a whole sub conversation.
Yeah. And the events give you the opportunity to meet some of those people you would never have met unless you met them on social media.
So like for me, it was honestly, it was an expo, I believe. And like one of the people that I admire the most that were the educators, on the grow side, they were the first to get me. Okay. And so going to these events, I got to meet so many of them. And for me, that was like meeting your hockey hero or something. Like it really was. It was man crush galore. Shout out Northern Scrogger. It's just you see these guys and gals, like very much so as well too. Like all these amazing people in the community, and then you get to see them in person, and so many of them are the same. And I always said that D the Bud Guy is just Dwayne. So like I vowed on being the same person in this interview as you would meet at the event as you would be I'd be in the next interview, sincerity was important to me, and I didn't know how to sell anything. I wasn't trying to sell some side gimmick. I didn't see that as a cool way of doing things. Like it complicated it. So for me, going to the events it was a great interaction, as well as a great chance to meet education. And not really going back to Canada Expo, coming out of that, like you touched on it earlier too, Tamara, the innovation available. You were talking about your friend's diabetes device and the innovations and things that we're
Oh, and
able
the
to
things
do.
that
I
have
learned,
changed since like our first TY Expo to now. Like, you know, like
yeah,
vaporizers, for example. Like we were talking about the Magic Flight boxes and the boxes and the tubes that they started out with, and even the dabs. Like we thought the swing vape was, you know, the coolest thing ever. Well, now
Oh
there's
yeah,
yeah,
and it was the dabbers and you know like so that is exactly it. It's evolved and it's brought more people into this little industry and the community with the glass blowers and all the different, you know, joint rollers and all the different artsy people that have come in, the bakers and all the people showing their talent. And the talent is cannabis. And cannabis has brought all this talent together with all these events. And like Al was saying, before legalization, we had lots of more events than there is now. We had cannabis cups. We had like it was almost like every weekend from one end of the country to the other. You could literally plan your year from basically the middle of February with Mum Cup starting in Vancouver all the way through 420, all the way through Global Marijuana March, all the way through pretty much till Halloween. And
yeah.
that was prior to legalization. And you could literally, and people did. They'd fly around the country, down to the States for Hemp Fest, like down to Nimbin for Australia's, you know, party in August too. Like worldwide, people yeah. So this has been, you know, the new people that are coming up have actually honestly missed out on the actual real community that we had. It's kind of dwindled away a bit. To be
yeah.
fair.
It's new. It's I find
Different
it's all new. Yeah,
different
Yeah,
it's
completely.
and it you know that's what we wanted. We wanted
yeah,
we wanted more people to get involved. We were speaking up, right? More people got involved. The louder our voices got in order
mhm.
to force change, right?
Like,
So
I really enjoyed listening to some of the most powerful speeches,
mm,
on the stages,
yeah,
as well as where I was going with the products though. It was like some of these things were very unique. It wasn't just about like they've looked at things from a new person's or a preferential standpoint. My examples are this: they had like terpene separation things that they were teaching about, like where you can
oh yeah,
you can take it to drink, or you can take it as an aroma, and it would give you the calmness. And like I felt that very educational. Like it was
the
really
seminar.
vigorous. And do you remember the guys? They had the filters. They were giving out those papers, and what he
Yes,
would do, like cannabis smokers, like and smokers in particular are terrible, right? Like flick the ash and there it
correct,
goes.
correct.
And the premise of it is this tip is this wax filled tip that is a pleasure to smoke. And then when you get rid of it, you actually just put it in the dirt. And what happens is there's a seed in it, and the
Oh,
seed
Yeah,
grows into a flower that helps produce life for bees.
oh, that's
Like
yeah.
awesome. That's
so,
awesome.
All right.
Yeah.
that's where I was going with it. Is like for me, because remember my introduction to the cannabis community was more so on a social basis, like social media. So
Yeah,
that comes with a different kind of vibe altogether. And I'm not trying to hate on anything. I'm just saying is it's not as people are very different when you meet them in person, right?
yeah, they are
Yeah.
versus
Well,
the,
it's kinda how
behind the
we all kind of
computer.
connected too when Facebook kind of got going. We didn't have the video though. Like that was even harder because people text and write a lot different than they are in person. Now at least you have the ability to, you know, Zoom, and it was what we used before, it was Skype, I guess, when we first got going. But
Yeah.
It's Skype.
even
Yeah,
Al and I, you know, when we first started doing our podcast, we didn't do video. We were just doing it
yeah.
audio.
No
The audio,
video.
MSN Messenger chats.
right? Yeah, well,
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah. IRC.
right, like yeah, we're talking like
Internet
dial-up,
relay.
right?
Merc.
So but so
But-
I like because even texting, like I find texting it can be really abrasive, and then when you meet that person, you get a
Wait,
totally different vibe from them, right? That's why it
yeah.
was so important for us to actually have the events and go to protests and stuff like and gather our
Mm,
little our each community. Like I did the first Global Marijuana March in Lethbridge, Alberta in 2008, right? So you build that community in your own little cannabis community within your own community. And that community gets to meet Calgary. So then Calgary 420 would come to Lethbridge, and Lethbridge would go to Calgary. And then, like, you know what I mean? And then Edmonton. So then we had Calgary 420, Edmonton 420, and Southern Alberta Cannabis Club all going back and forth across
yeah.
Alberta, right? So we really, and in Ontario, it was the same. There was little pockets of people all across
Yeah,
Ontario.
originally there was only one. There was only
Yes.
one 420 march originally.
Ontario is a lot of pin dots, like when it comes to
Oh, yeah.
activity stuff. And
But originally there was
respect
just the
everywhere in
hash mob, right? Was it the hash mob, Al?
They were around it, yeah, at one
It
time,
was,
yeah.
it was Goodwins, or I don't know what they
Yeah.
called themselves. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it was the hash
Chris and
mob.
Aaron.
Chris
I
and
was
Aaron.
actually,
Well, it wasn't
messaging.
Aaron, it was Chris and Steph. Because remember, Chris was married before Aaron.
I'm
was
not
Chris
getting
and
into
Steph.
timelines. Yeah, that was early.
Early.
Yeah. When it comes to social media, I happen to have your Instagram account right there, up there. I see you've got all kinds of videos on here, including the one here you've got from the Apple.
Yes, you have to actually, yeah. So the Apple, as well as the new drop by Erectric Dave.
Oh, okay, I got the Apple.
I'm a big fan. You know, I got my Apple right here.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Changed my relationship. I'll tell you, like, I bought this. They don't, like,
Yeah,
nobody
same
sent
here.
me this. Nobody asked me to post anything. But as this changed my relationship with hash altogether.
Yeah.
Because when like, for me, again, I'm a dirty smoker. Okay, so don't, like, anybody who see my fingers can probably tell. But the reason I say that is I like my cigarettes differently. I like them away from my cannabis. I like my cannabis without it. You'll never find me, like, I was never the guy in high school who added batch or any shit to make the point bigger. Like, none of it. You know. So for me, this really just allows you to get every bit of flavor and just the best of it. It's also a good test. So if your buddy goes, here, this is good stuff, this will tell you, because it won't burn, it'll fall apart, you know.
Yeah.
You can tell a lot about it. And then the newer version that you're showing there is called the drop. And so he just developed this. He sent me and about 10 other people them to try them out and just kind of put the word out. And what's nice about this is it's a double system, and it now it takes water. So having the water tightens it up. So you know, with the Apple, you will get a little bit more maybe air sometimes than you like, depending on how the stem's sitting. So that eliminates it. It's so tight, and the nice thing about it is it's just like a regular Apple. If your hash is any good, when you put it back down, it's going to light itself back up.
Can you buy those online?
Yeah. So the apples that Al and I are referring to, you can buy from Nugs Canada. They have them in a lot of dispensaries as well, or you can. I can gladly send you the link. It's a fellow that we know as his name is ERR.Dave. So it goes like a rectic. I hope I'm saying that correct. He's a very talented glass maker from the Ottawa area, and we've become friends, you know, through this. And his new thing's called the Drop, and I think it's going to retail for $99 on his site. It's worth it. A Apple's about $50 on the sites.
That's decent.
Yeah,
and here's the thing: is he blowing them hand blowing himself?
Yeah,
blows every single one of them.
They're worth, you know, then they're worth double that. To be fair, because he's putting his own talent into that. That's amazing.
Canadian Ontario boy.
Yeah, exactly. He, I was speaking to him in Campbellford. He was at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford. He was there, and that's why I bought it when he was there. I don't know. I was there for probably like 2 hours talking to him.
He's a.
We had a good gab. And normally I would see him in Toronto at events. For example, at the Karma Cup, he'd have a setup doing his glass blowing, right? So I'd walk by and show people what he was doing and get a word or two out of him, not too many.
Very good,
and then,
very supportive guy, good community. Yeah, he's wicked. I love that. I'm glad you asked. You spoke. You know how to make a guy smile. Let's talk about his Apple.
Yeah, well, I tell you, like, I was so used to. I don't even think I saw these or like some people talk about. Well, they're sort of like something a newer version of something in the past. Whether you want to say like bottle tokes, right?
Yeah.
It reminded
But
me.
I wasn't doing hash as bottle tokes back then,
We used to
and
smoke it. That's what when I saw that on your Facebook page, Al, when you were smoking the hash from an apple, it reminded me when we were teenagers smoking out of an apple. When we used to
yeah.
yeah. So like, and I immediately thought that was super cool because that's
You
what,
know that drop with the water it would be nice is nice. The only thing I wonder about is that well, I guess because it's got a smaller chamber.
Yep.
It would fill up faster. But then you don't have to inhale. Yeah.
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 Get it.
Is there, where does the hash hang? Like, does the hash just hang in there? Like, how do you put the hash in there?
Yeah, so the top of it's like imagine an apple has like a little stem and then at the top piece, right?
Yep.
So what he does is it also continues on into the glass. Here, I'll show you.
I know I saw the hash hanging there, but I wasn't sure how it hangs there. Like, how do you attach that?
So you make it a hash worm. So
Yeah,
that's part of it.
yeah.
And then if you look onto the
Oh,
end,
okay, I see. Yeah.
it's got a little pop. Sorry, let me
Go the other way. Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
see what you mean. Then you just stick it in between. Okay.
Yeah, it's just
Then
a
you light it
little
up.
groove. It's just a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
groove
no,
in there. You push.
I just didn't see
and
that
then-
when you had it. I didn't
light
like
it
I
up.
didn't when you had it lit, right?
Yeah.
Because you had a picture, so it was hard to see.
And
It's not very big either, then. Hey, like it's not.
No, it's not. But like so Al, the new one's got a flat bottom, a really nice flat bottom. It's because of the water, but also the additional oval shape. It's a lot. It has a good feel, like it has a heavier
Does
feel
it?
to it. Yeah, and like I think the reason I bring that up is if you have a apple, it's beautiful to hold, but like I don't know how you feel, but I'm scared to death to put it down half the time because it just feels so. It doesn't have a thick gauge to the glass or anything. Like
Correct,
it
yeah.
feels fragile, right? But
Yeah. I don't want to. I
you
keep
don't
it
want to
in the
break it.
box.
Then
Keep it
I
in the
probably
box.
would break it.
When I take it somewhere, I keep it in the box. And in there it's centered nice and it's in this little cradle and the whole bit. So, but yeah,
That's a good thing to tell people because if they're gonna buy one, and don't realize that, then they might. Because I'm a klutz, I'd end up breaking it.
Now the
And you know-
only thing, and it's not the apple's fault, it's the hash. Sometimes I find that the hash just sort of wants to melt instead of simmer. To burn slowly, it just sort of melts
What the hell's that?
And-
That's not hash then.
and it doesn't simmer.
That would be shatter that's all rolled up or oil mixed in too much. That's not even real then.
It's like bubble hash.
Yeah,
Mm.
the bubbles will do that. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
bubbles will do
They
that.
can't use salt. Yeah.
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 For me, I recommend like if you want to use your apple, I find the best is like an Afghani traditional or an old school hash type of a thing where it's nice,
Yeah.
it's gummy, still pliable. You don't want the harder stuff obviously because it ain't gonna stick and it just burns
No.
itself up. It has that shit taste anyways. But yeah.
Yeah. It's a nice thing to have. And I gotta make my own hash. I got almost a mason jar full of.
I seen
Kef.
your key.
And I just cleaned my Kef container, my joint tray.
I still.
And
That's
yeah.
My friend gave me this. I don't even like it. She just come in and gave it to me. It's got no labels on it.
It's a nice block.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put that in my apple.
How would you do that? You can't make it into a worm. It's hard. Do you melt it? Like I could make this into a worm.
Yeah, no. You can make it into words. Too hard, eh?
Yeah, it's more keef, like a press keef. Like more like a blonde hash, right? Where they just take a bunch of keef and just push it all together.
Those are bowl toppers for me. Like what? That's how I
what
smoke
do.
that.
Yeah, like this is just like basically we add it to a joint or something too, right?
Yeah.
Or if you have a hookah, those are great for hookahs.
Yeah. I don't even have my bongs out anymore. I kind of outgrew all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like I used
I know
to
what
have
you mean.
all that stuff. I don't know.
You got
but I was
clean
also,
walls.
I got a 15-year-old in the house, right? Like when I was like before, yeah, it was different. My older kids lived with my parents, I didn't have to worry about it. But I've got a 15-year-old in the house, and he's already vaping with the vape pen. I don't need to bring up.
So my
Okay,
daughter's
It
I
helps him sleep. I don't care. Like I buy it from him, the legal market for him, and I don't care because he needs it to sleep and he needs it to eat, and I don't care. That I know where it's coming from because it's tested and it's safe, and he's not looking for it from some dealer down at wherever the skate park with who knows what else is in it. So
yeah. You know what? Like
Um,
the way I look at that is like I don't know how it was for you, but I'm willing to bet that you had the same thing I did. We all had that one parent or that one mom or whatever that was super cool. It's like, hey, no, you guys aren't going out fucking partying everywhere.
you coming to sleep in my basement?
Everybody drinks in my basement.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
I told them that, but they don't. None of them want to
Yeah,
drink. They
no,
want
they're-
to smoke weed. So they all go upstairs to my kid's room and they bring their bong and do whatever, and that's where they go. But the
Their
thing is,
problems
all
are
their
small
moms,
and micro from there, right?
there's 3 of them, but all their moms smoke too, and all their moms know. So it's like they can either come here, go to any of those houses, and I know that when he's out, he's safe. So
Yeah. And if my mom gets a call from your mom, you don't get to come over anymore.
right.
Right?
All right, you two. I was gonna play this before the last break, but I didn't. I'm gonna play it now though. And this is from the Global Marijuana March, our interview that we had. And then
Yeah,
from
right
there, I'll go right from there. I'll go into break, and we'll come back. And I got 3 things that I want to touch on
Okay.
when we come back, and that includes obviously growing cannabis.
Yeah.
Right. My favorite subject.
Yes, yes. Subject we all enjoy. All right, so off we'll go to break. We'll continue our talk when we get back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here on the Pace Radio Network. But first, you're all going to hear the interview that Dwayne and I did out on the road at the Global Marijuana March. Here we go.
So what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, I was talking with Timmy earlier. It's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first March. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first March. So
Really?
yeah, like, so it's really exciting to be part of like, the movement and has, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice collectively, we're going to get more done. So,
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
yeah, that's it. I like, I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of
Not lots of times.
like, so if you don't believe, like, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference. And
You should let everybody know who you're talking.
so, pardon me?
Should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. We have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one. Yeah. But there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. So basically, you march for.
Access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, just we're here to support the plant, and the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces, and a lot of new faces. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So, like I said, me being one of them with the march, but there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better. Yeah. So it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Pace Radio Show, and we are live with our guest, Dwayne Boudreaux, the bug guy.
Camera. I went to go see if I could dig up this bag of seeds that I still haven't done.
Those seeds have a story, eh?
I don't, you know, I was in Central last year, some guy just came in and gave them to me because I was hired as their cannabis expert.
Now, Dwayne, you said a lot of important things during the interview, but I've got to think that the funniest thing that you said, you might have experienced it last weekend or recently while camping, and that is having a mosquito in your tent. If you think it's something, if you're small, you can't make change or be heard. But yeah, the mosquito. So how was camping? Did you get any mosquitoes?
Not too many. Like time of the year, and you're from the area, so the nice thing is they're not too bad that time of year. Barely camping. It was more of what called glamping. It was the only way I can get my wife into the outdoors. She had enough of it a long time ago and decided that we weren't doing anything that resembled roughing it. So we compromised on a geodome, and I'll tell you, the moment we got so if you're not familiar with it, it's a dome shaped like shelter. And it has it has a wood stove in it. It had a beautiful observation view at the top, so you could see like celestial bodies. The moon was so bright when I was up there. It was amazing to see. And as a city guy, it's nice to get out and remove myself from all that artificial light and get real memories and reconnect. And his end game on the it's an eco retreat is what it's called, and he's working towards getting fully off grid and whatnot, but that will take time. It's a bit of an investment for him, but he had a great setup. But I'm not gonna lie, like this thing had a hot tub, like was pretty bougie. I'm not used to these things, but this year's been good that way.
Right, it sounds like a nice place.
Yeah.
I'll get my lung back. Now, growing of cannabis.
Yes.
As you mentioned, we all do it. Have done it. It's something that we spend a lot of time doing. I consider ourselves Mother Nature, especially if if you're growing inside, you have to be Mother Nature, and you have to be with them quite often. And as they say, if you love them, they will love you back.
Yeah.
Very much.
And you gotta make
Yeah.
sure your environment's good, right?
Yeah, like that's always the greatest challenge is trying to mimic Mother Nature. And when you think about it, it's so hard to do indoors. And I think part of that's because of the chaos that the beauty of nature itself.
Mm.
It's a beautiful balance. It's hard to find, an environment where it's going to be ideally humid at certain points and not at other points, and hot at certain points and not other. But it's the sciences that got me in love with it. Like growing cannabis, like growing medicine is my medicine. It's a
Yeah.
expression I started using when I became a grower. I probably heard somewhere, I don't know who, shout out to them. And for me, it's just getting through and having that connection. That's when I really started to understand the plant and appreciate it on a level that I didn't necessarily see, like as a person who was just consuming it. And I'm not putting down a consumer.
No.
Consumers consume. That's what we do.
That's right.
But like when we start to evolve ourselves in it more, you get to see some pretty neat things. It's cannabis plant's so much more beautiful when it's alive than it is in a bowl.
You find though that
That's
most people
true.
that once they start consuming it, they want to grow it, even if it's just in a cup on their shelf. And that's the
Yeah.
beauty of cannabis is it shares its education and it makes its own community. People come together because of it, right?
Yeah. It's
Like I know.
I put it with aloe. Like aloe is a healing plant. Everybody has it around because it's medicine. You know that on an emergency, that's something
Yeah.
that's going to feel better and help you heal. In a lot of ways, a plant is a plant. Like I look at plants as gardens, so that they're almost the same thing. But like on an emotion, like on a connection level, it is like an aloe or a mint, like that's going to give you a soothing or protect you from a bug on your deck or whatever. Like they're
Yeah, I have
sorry.
one of those.
Yeah. Yes.
A lot of patients would tell you, especially when they were
It's an
trying to
L
take
plant.
this away from us, right? A lot of patients would that was the one thing that they mentioned. That's part of it. Getting up every day out of bed so they can tend to their garden was a whole
Yeah.
part of why they were alive. And that was one thing we really emphasized when we were fighting for our gardens back, is that what part of that was part of the whole therapy of the plant.
Therapeutic. Yeah, they're growing it for sure. Now, I don't know. Do you have a special method that you like to grow? Like some people prefer nutrients in a bottle. Some people prefer living organics. And
So I'm organic no matter what way I grow. So I don't grow with the synthetic in any occasion, but I have slightly different styles indoors and outdoors because of
yeah,
what it is. Outdoors,
sure.
it is fully living soil, like it's amendment based. I will give it the optional, or pardon me, like the occasional supplemental feeding later in the season and stuff. But for the most, I feed the soil and let the soil do the work and I do what I can to promote a healthy microbiology system for the plant.
Mm.
I haven't done a good job this year, but I usually keep them pretty good from being pest free and whatnot. And I like to plan. Like I like to grow big plants. So because I've grown them in the past, I look at my environment and I knew that I know that this area here is likely going to give me powdery mildew if I let these plants grow too close to this fence. And I know how windy it gets at certain seasons, at certain parts of the year. So I build a multiple trellis system when I grow a larger plant outdoors. And I do these things for a little bit of show, but a little bit for the protection of the plant as well. And it kind of serves both purposes. It looks really cool. That's where the show part comes in. Is nothing like seeing a 13.5 foot trellised plant like in your backyard that's
Yeah,
11
yeah,
high,
exactly.
like 8 feet front to back, like it is a single plant. So it's pretty daunting when you come up on it if you've never seen something like that. But but the benefit of it is it keeps the plant separated. It allows for better bud penetration or probably light penetration. It gave me a better yield on my lower canopies, and it kept the bugs and the PM at bay. So as
Yeah.
cool as it looked, it had a reason,
Yeah, yeah.
So for me, it's like that's definitely the fun part is figuring out the science of it indoors. I grow in tents. I have a large growing area. I'm lucky. I'm licensed for 99 plants, so
Oh,
sky's the limit. I don't grow that many. I grow closer to
no,
4 most.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. I've always grown under my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there are times where you need those numbers because in order to
We grew under
maintain
ours, but we were still
things,
growing
you need to deal with clones and stuff
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
So,
we
you
still
know,
had 90. We were licensed for 200. We would still grow 90. We'd have 90 clone, like our 30 clone, 30 in veg, and 30 coming off. So
yeah,
it was
and
90.
especially from your point, especially like because again, you were you were medical and a grower and everything much sooner than I. So the reason I maybe cited you in this is I haven't done large pheno hunts as a grower yet. Like I've done smaller ones, but you need to be able to, if you have specific needs, like now we know, and maybe you knew back then, what strains are going to help you with certain things. You can grow very specific, but you don't just know that. You got to grow a bunch of
no.
plants sometimes, and,
No.
and not every
Oh,
plant works out, right?
It's not
yeah.
even, sometimes it's, and you find after a while, the strain that worked for you for a while doesn't work for you anymore.
Yeah.
Right. And sometimes you have to mix and match, but and depending, and since we started, like since Al and I first started growing, the genetics have changed. The genetics have evolved. Now you can get, more people are just doing clones. You don't have to worry about running into male because you got seeds. Like there's just so many different
Yeah.
methods, right?
I'm actually still growing a strain, same strain, for 14 years now.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've been growing this one particular strain.
3 years is
And
the longest I've kept a strain around. I still have it. It's Destiny's Breath. It's by Atlas Seed was the breeder. I hunted it, so I kept it. I ended up getting a cut back, but like when you're a new grower, you just want to try everything.
correct, yeah, you do. And
And then like
yeah.
then once you figure like maybe you got more space, maybe you got a license, or maybe you got something you want to figure out, and then all of a sudden like now it's out of hand. My library's gotten out of hand. I have like 16 different strains that I've decided like I shouldn't have 16 mother plants. I need to break this down to 6. Like you know what I mean? I just it's
But which ones? Which ones?
Yeah, like which ones? Right?
Which ones?
So that's where the growth community comes back in though, right? Because like if you're
Yeah.
good and you're lucky, then you got a buddy or a friend or another grower that you can toss a cut at and know that you get it back again one day. Like that's
Yeah.
true value in that, and you'll find that in this community. And if you don't have access, you're listening to this, and you're a new grower or somebody looking to start growing, this community is great that way. There's always lots of people that are like, hey, I kept this cut. Al's got a cut for 14 years. Maybe one day I'll get a cut of it.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't have a cut of it, but I got a bud of it. No, but Al, I kept telling you I was hoarding this bud. Al
Yeah.
sent me this. Yeah, and this is the G. So I've been hoarding this for like months, but I got one bud.
Grape escape.
You get the
Yeah.
shit that you put it away when your friends are over just in case. It's like no.
No, I put away my really good stuff. I stash away a little bit just for like the rainy days, right? And that bud's been around for a while, but I keep on hanging on to it because it might be another rainy day, and it's good stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The I was able to grow enough to share
so
around.
finished off the indoor growing part. I do grow. I do bottle. I do use in a nutrient line. It's called Green Rush Nutrients, and it's really simple. It's water soluble. It's fully organic. It's an Ontario-based company, and like all the ingredients, like any good product, is listed right there for you. You know exactly.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't. It just works. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I've always find when I read the ingredients, if you can read the words, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Because there's some stuff. What?
And I always,
what is that?
I always used. I was always like, using liquid. I always do, but I use Remo's nutrients, and that's what I use. Yeah, so I used Remo's nutrients from the time when Remo first brought it out, and prior to that, I used Advanced nutrients because Remo was with Advanced. So
Yeah.
I kind of went along with Remo and Sandra with in their, with their nutrients, and that's yeah. I walked into his garden when I went to Vancouver and went, "Holy fuck, am I ever an amateur?" His boy came out garden.
Like indirectly, I found like same thing. You found I followed a person. So like Joe, the owner of Green Rush Nutrients, worked for another nutrient company. I won't
Mhm.
mention. They're still operation, and I've said more about them in the past. So I'll just leave them out. Bottom line,
Okay.
he ended up leaving them and starting his own company, and I was fortunate to kind of be there at the early stages. He asked me to try it and see if it worked. So we gave it a nickname. We called it Mystery Plant Food X before it was known as Green Rush Nutrients, and got a couple other people to try it too. And we did like this little test and see, and the plants look great. So ever since then, it's they've built this great business off of really just kind of helping growers. They do banners,
Yeah.
they growers logos, and
They sponsor Cannabis Cup.
You know,
yeah,
They
like,
sponsored my cup. Like they're all like I've known them for like forever.
yeah,
So I
you
know
know what?
exactly.
Exactly. So when you find people that support, like not just you, but like also the community around you and
Yeah.
whatnot, and they happen to have nutrients that fit your growing model.
Yeah, but Remo walks the talk, right? Like Remo was with
I
us.
love Remo. I've met him a few times. We're not friends, but like I wish.
Yeah, no, but like when I was telling you about like writing the policy with the liberals in 2014,
Yeah.
Remo and Sandra were there too. So
Oh,
like, he's always walked the walk. That's
Yeah,
the
that
one thing
was
about
the
him.
Last time
the
I've
normal
seen
ones
Remo for a while,
alliance.
but I seen the first time I think I met Remo was at Lyft, and I said, how are you doing? And, introduced myself. He goes, hey, how's it going? He goes, hey, what are you doing? I said, what am I doing? He goes, we're going across the street. There's a 420. We're going to do a smoke, and we're going to. I don't recall exactly who it was, and I apologize for not having that name, but
Tracy.
Pardon me?
Tracy
Okay.
Tracy's Lounge across the street.
Right across the street from in the park. So
In the park, yeah. Tracy Crow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyways, my point being is that's the very context I met him. He's like, hey, we're gonna go over and we're gonna pay some dues and some legacies. We're gonna go see some OG shit. Come on. I was like, right on. Let's go. That's the summarized version. That's not what he said. He said he put it so much better than I did, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's Tracy was a long time, very popular, very well known cannabis advocate.
He stopped to talk to my buddy, which I know meant a lot to my buddy too, who's a breeder. And they talked. They'd met before, and he was giving very nice critique on his bud and stuff like that. He found it very helpful. He's like, the nose that guy has is amazing, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Like he could be like, this is like, and like potential pre-1985. It's like what the fuck? It's like a toucan of weed. It's truly amazing.
And then he walks around with a suitcase.
Yeah.
Or a shoulder.
Yeah. Okay, now to sort of switch gears.
Yep.
Before we close up. I know that the date has come and gone, but I still think that it's something that's a worthy cause to be brought up and to let people know. I see that you've been involved in a fundraiser for a family member with cancer.
Yes. So, unfortunately, I think cancer is one of the things that affects everybody. Unfortunately, it's gotten my family a little bit too much over the years. Lost my brother last year, and my aunt's a real warrior. She's done, is it 46 rounds, babe? I think 46 rounds of chemotherapy, and she's still going. Like, she's not a young woman anymore, but she's always been a fighter. And so when things like this happen, you do what you can. My family asked me, as the bud guy, to put a package together, and because she takes RSO, which I've got from the community. Okay, so she's been using Rick Simpson oil as part of her treatment and whatnot. So cannabis
Good.
being a part of it, they wanted to have a cannabis prize. So yeah, that's what you've seen. It was a Bob Marley style party in a sense, and
Yeah.
we were able to do a lot to help her out. So thank you for bringing that up. Like, it means a lot, and to be able to actually, like, when you see cannabis helping people on that level, it's
Yeah.
just like it changed my mom's opinion. Like my mom, who's always looked at things as like cannabis, like my dad was not a good like person to her as he was a drug dealer back then. Like cannabis was some of it. So she had all these things in her head about what cannabis was. And like, it's always like you're being a goof if you're on it or whatever. You're being goofy teenager, or you didn't get this done because you were stoned or whatever. Like these kind of things. So she's always looked at it very, very badly. And
Yeah.
then it saves like her favorites, like her sister. And she'll tell anybody in the world now that like cannabis saved my sister. Like it's amazing to see that. When you see that in your family,
Mm.
like
Oh yeah.
that, like when they believe too, that makes you feel like wow. It feels so
Seeing is
validating.
believing. Seeing is believing. It can switch someone like that on a dime.
Yeah.
That's right.
Like I said, my mother worked for the RCMP for 30 years, was president of Crime Stoppers.
Yeah.
She's telling all her old lady friends to come get a hold of me about topicals. So yes, I've seen it.
But now obviously care is still required, still going on. My understanding from your post, this is the treatment that she's taking is not covered by OHIP,
Yeah.
and this is costs out of the pocket, and this was part of the fundraiser. So, like, I know the date has gone by,
Yep.
but is there still some type of fundraising?
Yeah, I mean,
where
there's an
people could-
there's an active GoFundMe. So it's on my Facebook page. I gladly repost it. I go send it to anybody if they'd like to help. So yeah, unfortunately, not everything's always covered. And as good as it is to have the coverages we have, this is one of those cases. So she has a monthly disbursement of $2,700 per month that she has to pay. So I mean, like she's long past her years now. So
Yeah.
that's a lot of money to anybody, especially
Wow.
predicament. But
Oh.
like we've been able to do quite well for her to get her some breathing room in this case. But it's unfortunate that it's always going to be the case until things
I
change.
don't understand how that's happening.
Yeah,
How are they
yeah.
making her pay for that? Like,
yeah.
You heard me talk at the beginning that I just did my treatment before the show tonight. It's not cheap. Like you said, she's got this $2,700 fee. I do my treatments every 8 weeks, and it averages out to about $2,700 a month, $5,500 every 2 months. The cost for this particular drug. And the thing is, I know when I started, it wasn't covered through the plan that I was on, and it needed approvals. And yeah,
her husband had like a great coverage through his union, and like for the longest time it seemed like everything was okay, but like as it progressed and it spreads, your needs change.
yeah, yeah.
So, yeah.
And then
that's
there could be
like private insurance
caps on
companies.
your coverage, all types of things.
And
Yeah.
yet you're paying these insurance companies off these paychecks and your pensions and whatever else to cover you because it's prescriptions, right? Like, the government doesn't no government coverage at all for prescriptions. And then if you're in Ontario, he's likely going to, tell Trudeau to stuff his pharma up his ass like the rest of them. So,
All righty. Oh, what else I got on here? Okay, now send me the link for any of that GoFundMe thing, and then I will post it.
Please.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And the HAPA link?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
absolutely.
Oh, you need to have a link. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I must have one of those because I know that I know nobody in British Columbia has one unless he's So I'd like to be the first.
Yeah, I took it. We went away. I took it with me. It's just straight hash. Like There's no, like when I was younger, we rolled it with tobacco, right? I don't
Yeah,
smoke
that's what
tobacco.
like even as a smoker, it's just like I don't like it together. I like it separately. I'd like to appreciate each for what it is.
Yeah.
So
I prefer, like, I'll smoke it with cannabis in it, but I prefer not to smoke it with cannabis
I
because
don't
you're not
anymore.
getting, like, it's all mixed together, right? So
That was actually how I first started smoking, was hash and tobacco in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Because we couldn't even get cannabis, right?
Actually,
So it's
hash
like
was
you'd
my
have to
first.
roll it with tobacco and a paper.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I know that some people look at that glass and go, "Oh, I don't need that." Hey, I have knives too, okay?
Yeah,
But
right.
I have a hookah. I have a lot of things, but I'll tell you, I haven't used my hookah since I got the apple.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah. Well, it's easy to carry around.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's
Yeah.
it's a little quicker. Like the thing is what I enjoy about it, and part of the thing is like it's not going to brew in seconds. Like it takes a little bit of time, and I find like some of the better times that I have when I'm enjoying cannabis, whether it be medically or recreationally, is when there's a process involved. I think that's why I really like the dab is because you really got to slow right down. There's a process. You got to be patient. You got to get to a certain degree. You want it to cool down a little bit. Like there's a process involved in doing that dab.
Yeah.
So like when you're smoking a big blunt with that hash worm in it, same thing. You're slowing down, you're taking time for yourself, and it's part of your regimen. That is worth as much as what you're consuming in a lot of ways, depending on how you feel.
Mhm. Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah.
Right?
Very true. Very true. All righty. I see we got a couple minutes left, so it's shout out time. Person, place, a thing, website, so on and so forth. If you've got more than one, by all means, go ahead and mention it, so on and so forth.
All right. So I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm very easy to follow online on Instagram. D the Bug Guy, no spaces. It's just like the caption that you're reading as you're watching now. So I'm at D the Bug Guy. Same thing on YouTube. I do have a YouTube channel. You'll find more of my grow contents there. More of my goofing around, having things, product reviews, and fun is generally my Instagram account. I'm Dwayne Boudreau. It's going to be posted. If you're seeing this on Facebook, I imagine there's likely my name will be in there somewhere. If not, I'll definitely comment in the video. You can find me that way. Appreciate everybody. I'll do my best to follow you back. Shout out wise, I'd like to take the time to thank you for having me on. First of all, I'd like to thank like the cannabis community for having these discussions and for being so cool about it. Like these are the real important things in my world. I would like to appreciate anybody who ever took the time to invite me out to educate me. Anybody who ever came to my place and blazed with me. Anybody who ever tossed me a bean or said that my grow looked like shit and was right. You know what I mean? So I respect each and every one of you. I thank you so much for that. Thanks. Word up to Green Rush Nutrients. They're my people. They're my day ones. TMB Naturals, another great Canadian organic plant company. Burma Beck. They're out of Quebec. So like I really do love this community, and as much as I talk about myself in these things, I really love just talking about everybody else. So thanks for all those people gave me a chance to do it.
Yep. Good one. That's a good one. The I've found, like, because I don't work. I'm on disability due to my Crohn's, but it's given me something to do in my life.
Yes.
Okay.
Purpose is so important. And
Correct.
one last shout out, if I can. I'd like to shout out to the Canna Helpers. Canna Helpers right now, I'm both independently, but I'm part of the Canna Helpers as well too. What we're doing is we're doing what we can to raise awareness for the street community's needs. So at events, we are both using our own resources as well as pulling together with other people in the cannabis community to make sure that we can leave a good impression on the cities and places that we go by trying to help their local situations. It's pontooned into bigger things, like the last event we're in Hamilton. We handed out several hundred personal hygiene packs that had anything between ibuprofen to water. We had pizza parties with some of them and stuff like that. And these were out of our own pockets. And I'm not saying this like for clout. I'm saying this because it's important to let other people know that you do these things. It's not about like, woe is me. It's about, you know what, when you can, you do it. And sometimes that's just enough where somebody goes, you know what, I can do this. And it goes back to what you said and what we said in the video. If you think you're too small to make a difference, then you sleep in that tent with that mosquito.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Alrighty, great shout out. And the Can Helpers, I have seen them posted online. The Church of Peterborough is involved in that. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, Tamara.
No, thanks for coming on. It was great to meet you, and I hope that you keep on, spreading the word and educating people, because it sounds like you are a great advocate.
Thank you so much. It's fun to do this. Thank you again for having me.
Yeah.
It's always, it's great. We get to meet new people and all that. You talk to them about different things. So, and we try to make it just a conversation between three people.
Yeah.
Right? So, and someone's listening and watching. All right. Other than that, Tamara and I will be back next week. You can find the Pace Radio Show. We're on Facebook. Unfortunately, we can no longer broadcast live to Twitter because Twitter now wants some money to do that. All right, you can find us online, paceradio.net. Thank you. Just go to our sponsors, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics, and at ease.ca. Huge thank you to Dwayne, aka the Bud Guy, for coming on to the program and telling us a story and getting to know each other. And we will see each other at events this year. I know that.
Here's the next one.
That's right. All right.
Too, gal.
Thanks, Tamara, and thanks for everybody for tuning in to our watchers as well as to our listeners. Thank you and good night.
Night.
Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Got a chip tin mug, steam in the cool day air. A little paper piece in my pocket and an old rocking chair. I got a tea and a doobie and a day that ain't in a rush. Let that kettle whistle, let that hillside hush. I don't need much but the sunrise and this easy little mood I'm in. Yeah, tea and a doobie and the world starts softening. Boots on the railing, dog snoring under my feet. Mailbox leaning like it's tired, but life still tastes so sweet. I got a tea and a doobie and a day that ain't in a rush. Let that world starts softening. Let the worries roll past like the freight train tracks. If they circle round, they can't find me. I'll be right here where the porch boards creak, sipping, laughing, feeling free. Oh, feeling free. I got a tea and a doobie and a day that ain't in a rush. Let that kettle whistle, let that hillside hush. I don't need much but the sunrise and this easy little mood I'm in. Yeah, tea and a doobie and the world starts softening.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for June the 18th. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing today?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing not too bad, but I can tell you right now that anything that's on the ground outside is swimming because it is pouring out there right now. Yes, yeah, it's raining. It's raining pretty hard. So, see what happens. And yourself?
Doing well. We have, I think it's 20 degrees out there already at 11 a.m.
I don't know what the weather, the temperature is supposed to be like. I just know it's supposed to be rainy, and we've got it. I
Yeah.
can hear it. I'm in the basement, and I can hear it hitting the roof. So, she's loud.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll probably be calmed down by the time we are done today. So, all right, we've got what, 8 stories to cover, some updates, going on.
Yep.
Where are we pointing at? Was that sunny
I
weather
was
you're
counting.
pointing at?
1, 2, 3. I've got another screen over here, so I was counting the stories.
Okay. All righty. Yeah, we got 8. It's a couple updates, as I mentioned in there, and some new stuff. And what do you say? We get started.
I say we should get going.
All righty. You're up.
Okie dokie. First story today is coming to us from the CBC News. The article states magic mushrooms and drug legalization become election issues for conservatives. The actual title, as you can see, is Conservatives Pitch Legalizing Some Psychedelics with Bill to Revamp Canada's Drug Laws. The article says psychedelics have officially entered Canada's political conversation in a way that would have been almost unthinkable just a few years ago, even just a year ago. According to CBC News, Canada's Conservative Party is facing questions about where it stands on the future of psilocybin access and broader drug policy as public interest in psychedelic medicine continues to grow. The article explores the tension between growing scientific research showing promise for psilocybin-assisted therapy and the reality that access remains tightly restricted under federal regulations. Patients suffering from end-of-life anxiety, treatment-resistant depression, PTSD, and other conditions have increasingly sought access through Health Canada's Special Access Program, as we lovingly refer to as SAP. The story highlights how attitudes towards psychedelics are evolving across the political spectrum. What was once viewed primarily as a counterculture issue is increasingly being discussed through the lens of healthcare, mental health treatment, and veteran care. Conservative politicians interviewed in the piece generally stop short of endorsing broad legalization, but several acknowledge the importance of scientific research and evidence-based approaches to emerging therapies. The article also notes that advocates continue to push for expanded compassionate access programs, arguing that seriously ill patients should not be forced to wait years for regulatory systems to catch up with the science. As research continues to advance, psychedelics are becoming less of a fringe policy topic and more of a mainstream healthcare discussion. And increasingly, politicians of all stripes are being asked where they stand. Al?
I have two opinions on this, I guess you could say. I'm very glad that this is becoming a conversation, that this has been brought up. The disappointing part about it is it says conservatives in the headline, but it only quotes one conservative in there. So, and it's private members bill. Private members bills rarely get passed unless the government in charge at that time supports it. So we'll find out where the liberals, whether they support this or not. So I'm glad that this member, this MP, brought the conversation up, because it is something that needs to be done. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. So I just would like to see more than one MP support it.
I'm hoping that he's kicking off something. I'm hoping that him speaking up, is what's going to give other people the willpower, the desire, the courage to speak up as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because there's piles of evidence that's just constantly we reported on here every week.
Yeah. Yeah, and the SAP program, we all know how the SAP program works. One story that keeps popping into my mind is the gentleman who was from Nova Scotia but ended up in Ontario and waited for over a year to hear back from the SAP, got denied. What was it, after 13 or 14 or 15 months or something like that?
Yeah.
And then when he applied for the MAID program, was approved like that, and ended up deciding to go with the psilocybin illegally, and it helped him.
It was Thomas Hartle, was the person. Now, talking about the SAP program, it says that Health Canada allows a limited number of patients to access psilocybin through its application, which is the SAP program. Special Access Program is what its full name is. But it says the process is cumbersome, involving a tangle of red tape that can take over a year to navigate. Plus, Health Canada started rejecting more psilocybin applications than in the past, and presently the rate has dropped to only 30%. Not even 1 in 3 people get approved. Why is that?
I don't know. It's really funny. I've been doing a lot of work with a forager, like a professional forager. She's actually one of the people that has been sought after and hired by the New Brunswick government and Canadian government at that. And she gets international calls about, is this plant good? What does this plant do? Like, so there are so many plants out there, as I'm learning through, working with her and going on these expeditions with her, that are out there, and they're legal and they're deadly. Like you eat it, you ingest this much of it, and you're gone. And this is perfectly legal.
Yeah. It's
They're
something that people,
people,
some people wouldn't look at it as being something you would normally eat, and it just gets looked over, I guess.
Yeah, there's plants out there in our woods that, if you were smart and knew what they were and wanted to use them wrongly, it's so
You
freaking,
could, yeah.
and it's not illegal.
Or like the
Alcohol-
trumpet flower. There's another one. We used to
Yeah,
have them growing in. We had them in the gardens all the time. There's issues with them as well.
So yeah, for something that's out there helping people, just that little bit proves it's a money grab. They want to control it. They want to own it. They want to make money from it. And every time they talk about cannabis or any of these psychedelics, they go back to how we can use them pharmaceutically and how the farm, they've already made 4-ACO, which is the chemical version of psilocin, which is what gets us medicated from psilocybin. So all you're trying to do is copy it and make money off of it and say that your chemical drug is better than the real thing. Like, why can't we just grow the real damn thing?
Have the option. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. From that, we're going to move on to our next story, which is an update from a story that we talked about on Monday. And this one is coming to us from Entrepreneur. And the headline on there says Toronto cannabis shop destroys bong-shaped like World Cup trophy after FIFA cease and desist letter. A Toronto, Ontario, Canada cannabis shop last week received a legal notice from FIFA for copyright infringement over a bong resembling the World Cup trophy. Now, the shop, Cosmic Charlie's, has sold one of the bongs to a single customer for $50 and then received a cease and desist letter from lawyers on FIFA's behalf. Now, after receiving the notice, the owners, Sean and Charles Katie, decided to destroy the one bong that remained in stock. The bong, made of silicone, was destroyed with a mallet and scissors. The owner sent the attorney proof the bong was unusable and unsellable. They told the Atlantic. Now they say the cost of breaking one bong definitely could never buy me all the PR that we've gotten from carrying this thing for a short period of time. I never expected to go viral, obviously, for carrying it. And I'll never forget the time FIFA gave me a red card. Now, Sean told the Canadian press that he intends to frame the cease and desist letter from FIFA. And he says, I'm just deciding which part. It's quite long, to be honest, he says to Atlantic. And that his brothers didn't really investigate too deeply about trademarks and thought it was a good way to lean into the fun and thought that we could get some nice conversations with fans in the stores. Well, Cindy, they got more than this discussion with fans in the stores, didn't they?
They did. They did. My question still remains the same as the last update that we had. Did FIFA go after the maker of the bong? Because this guy ordered it from somewhere. It was a silicone bong that he ordered. So, he might have been selling it and he might have, decided to have a little bit of fun with, media and put it out there that he had it. But really?
Yeah.
Have you gone after
you
people
only
who
went
make-
at him?
Yeah.
That's a good question. The actual manufacturer, because they sold it to him.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he bought two of them from somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. Maybe there'll be a third follow up on this. Who knows? We'll
I'd
find
be
out.
curious. Yeah.
All righty. From soccer, we're heading off to where?
We are heading off to Canada Igua.
All right, let's check it out.
Okay, here we go. Coming to us from Yahoo News, Canada Igua, I think that's how it's pronounced, board to decide cannabis pop-up lounge proposal. A small community in New York State is where it's from, is finding itself at the center of a larger conversation about what cannabis legalization should actually look like in practice. According to Yahoo News, officials in Canada Igua are considering a proposal that would allow a temporary cannabis consumption lounge during a local event. If approved, attendees would be able to legally consume cannabis products in designated spaces, similar to how alcohol is often accommodated at festivals and public gatherings. Supporters argue that legalization should include safe, regulated spaces where adults can consume cannabis responsibly. They point out that many consumers live in rental housing, apartments, or other situations where private consumption is difficult or prohibited. Opponents have raised concerns about public consumption, community image, impaired driving, and how such venues might affect nearby businesses and families attending public events. The debate reflects a challenge that many legalized jurisdictions continue to face. Well, what do you do about cigarettes, dudes? While governments have created systems for purchasing cannabis, far fewer have addressed where adults are actually permitted to consume it. As communities continue adapting to legalization, questions about consumption lounges, cannabis cafes, and social use spaces are becoming increasingly common. The outcome in Canada IGWA may be local, but the conversation is happening in cities and towns across North America. Absolutely, Al, not just in the United States and in New York. It's happening everywhere. And they're worried about the smell and they're worried about the things. Well, what do you do about the cigarettes? And if you're worried about, how people are driving, what do you do about the alcohol? You already have things in place for those things, and they kind of can work with the cannabis too. So,
yeah, well, it just sounds like slowly but surely, society in general is gearing up towards places where cannabis consumption should be available for consumers. And I can't get here soon enough. Some of us have been waiting for the last 8 years for it to happen, but slowly but surely, we're seeing over in Edmonton, there's a place there that's started something up. There are still some of the legacy places that are out there. They're still
well, there's the New Amsterdam Cafe and the Cannabis Culture Lounge in Vancouver. And then the New Amsterdam Cafe is what has now opened up in Edmonton. It's another New Amsterdam. But here's an interesting thing. At the New Amsterdam Cafe in Edmonton, you can't consume.
What?
There's no smoking in the cafe.
Oh, wow.
They're working towards it.
Are they waiting for approvals? Is that what they're doing? Waiting for approvals? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I know, like in Toronto, there's lit research, but I don't look at it as being a cannabis lounge where you could just go over.
Well, no, but in Toronto, there is the boardroom and the cafes that go with the boardrooms, and you can consume in there. And then there's the lit. I'm not sure if they're actually operating anymore, but they were doing research with.
That was a research place, correct? Yeah. I looked at that as research. It wasn't a place where you go in, meet friends, and on Tuesday nights there'd be karaoke going. And maybe on Thursday nights there was a podcast that was being broadcasted live from there.
Yeah.
Stuff like that is sort of what I'm looking. A band playing some music,
which the boardroom has. The boardroom has people coming in for different events. There's Pate nights, there's book clubs, there's comedy festivals. Happening in Toronto, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I look at that as the legacy lounge.
Yeah,
because at one time Toronto had like almost a dozen of them. Yeah, at one time. So alrighty. Well, from that place, hopefully they get things going and get some lounges opened up. From reading the information, it said also that there was permits, 14-day permits that they're either working on or trying to get as well. That could, an event that's going on. Alrighty, from that, we're going to go move on to our next story. And this one is also an update from Monday. And it is coming to us from Stu today. And the headline on it says local dispensary that sold cannabis used in 2 poisonings may reopen soon. The owners of the Little Green Garden in Garden River First Nation say they might only be closed another week after the Anahuashbec Police Service requested a rush on the testing of their cannabis to make sure it's safe after 2 people were poisoned, including someone who died. Now, Health Canada is conducting a test of the dispensary's different types of cannabis. And last week, the Anahuashbec Police Service issued a warning regarding cannabis used in 2 different locations that they said was sold at the same dispensary. They say the flower samples provided were sent out to Health Canada yesterday. The Little Green Garden said on social media the standard turnaround time to receive results is 4 weeks. However, APS has requested the results be rushed so we don't have to remain closed longer than necessary. The police service apparently told the owners they could have results in as early as a week. And they say that we want to thank everyone for their patience and for all those that have reached out with support. We will post another update as soon as we have more information, and we look forward to seeing you all soon. So it looks like, Cindy, looks like we're going to be getting an update on this in probably another week or 2.
Yeah.
Then we'll find out what was going on.
Yeah, I find it very interesting. Like, this is an Indigenous store.
Yeah.
And Health Canada is rushing the tests
Yeah.
so they can reopen.
I thought that too. And then the police services requested it.
Let's just all let that sink in a little bit. This is an Indigenous store that the police services are helping rushing Health Canada to do the tests so this Indigenous store can reopen.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So we have a number of Indigenous people that are fighting raids right now,
Yeah.
and will be going to court and whatnot. And if you think they're not going to be using this first and foremost as part of their defense,
They can be, yeah. There you are.
Yeah,
Health
like
Canada's helping what you guys consider an illicit store. Get
Health
approval so
Canada
they can open.
Police and Health Canada are helping it reopen.
Yeah. You say? Sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm sure there's going to be especially when once the results are in, I can see that will be published at some point.
I
there
hope
will
so,
be-
yeah.
Yeah, there will be a follow up to this because it'd be nice to know what the problem was.
Yes.
So, all right. I see we are halfway through our
Yeah.
story, so that means we are halfway done the show. That means that it is time for us to take a break. And as usual, we'll be back in about 3 minutes. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. All right, we're back. We're ready to bring you some more stories. No more updates, but we got some new stuff.
Yes. Our next story is coming to us from StratCan. PBO, $4.4 billion. Oh, PBO clarifies the math behind the $4.4 billion savings from veterans' cannabis policy. A new federal analyst is providing fresh perspective on Canada's medical cannabis program for military veterans. According to StratCan, Canada's parliamentary budget officer found that Veterans Affairs Canada medical cannabis reimbursement program may have generated approximately $4.4 billion in savings over time compared to the cost associated with alternative pharmaceutical treatments. Let me just say that, if we're helping save $4.4 billion by using cannabis instead of pharmaceuticals for the government, they should not be cutting our funding for cannabis, which they've done by $2.50 per gram. The analysts examined how cannabis coverage may have reduced reliance on more expensive medication and healthcare interventions commonly used to manage chronic pain, PTSD, sleep disorders, and other conditions experienced by veterans. Medical cannabis has been available to many Canadian veterans through reimbursement programs for years, and thousands have reported using it as part of their treatment plans. Supporters argue that cannabis has helped some veterans reduce or eliminate the use of opioids, right here, sleeping pills, and medications that can carry significant side effects and dependency risks. The findings arrive during ongoing debates about Veterans Affairs Canada's reimbursement policies, including recent proposals to reduce coverage limits for medical cannabis. Not even proposals, they put it into effect. Veterans groups have strongly opposed these proposed cuts. And again, they're not proposed, the cuts have been made, arguing that many former service members have come to rely on cannabis as an important part of managing service-related inquiries and trauma. For advocates, the report adds another dimension to the discussion. They argue that the conversation should not focus solely on program costs, but also on the broader healthcare savings and quality of life benefits that may result from the expanded access. The findings are likely to become an important part of future debates over veterans' healthcare policy in Canada. Absolutely, Al. And as a veteran who uses this program covered by VAC and Blue Cross, I have seen the cuts that they have recently made. I am honestly thankful for the producers that have responded to those cuts by dropping their prices for veterans, so we can still get the same medicine covered. The producers are taking the cuts for us, which is just unbelievably amazing.
Yeah, and some question the math that the government used. Like, I'm totally against it, the cuts that they did. They do question the math. As one MP has asked, he says, "Let us look at the actual numbers. Veterans Affairs Canada spends roughly $200 million a year on medical cannabis, and the government is cutting the reimbursement rate by about a quarter. That's roughly $50 million in annual savings. So, like, that's a lot of years. If you're saving $50 million a year, how are you going to get up to $4 billion? in savings.
Well, no, they're not saving money on cannabis. They're saving money on prescription medicines. So like I spend about $1,000 a month in cannabis when I was
Yeah.
spending about $6,000 a month on pharmaceuticals before I found cannabis. So they're
Mhm.
looking at the fact that I spent $1,000. I used to spend 5 to 6. So now they're actually saving $4,000 to $5,000 a month on me.
You're saying this $4 billion includes pharmaceuticals that they're not
Well,
spending.
$4 billion is the pharmaceuticals.
Go ahead.
Not the $2.50 they cut per gram. It's the pharmaceutical coverage that they're saving money because they would cover the pharmaceuticals for the veterans as well completely. And now they don't have to pay as much out in pharmaceuticals by $4.4 billion over the time that they've been supporting cannabis. So this isn't like a month or a year. This is from the inception of VAC actually paying for
Yeah,
cannabis.
they do talk about it being over a period of time.
Yeah.
See that
Yeah.
mentioned in the article.
So, like, I mean, if they're saving $4.4 billion on the pharmaceutical prescriptions,
that'd be great.
Why are they complaining so much about how much they're spending on cannabis? You're saving a crap ton of money.
There is a bunch of money savings there because they reduced the thing, but the allowable amount obviously by $2 there, or $2.50 where it was. And
Well, they've done a lot. They used to approve up to 10 grams per day for veterans, and now they've cut that back to 3.
Yeah.
And then they cut the $8.50 per gram down to $6 per gram that they'll cover. So they keep cutting it back, even though they're saving billions of dollars on pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, I think I thought I had read something about that actually had it split up and on where the cannabis was going as far as the here we go. They said that most of the savings were attributed to the CAF, which was Canadian Armed Forces, and only $2 billion is attributed to the RCMP end of things as well. So
yep.
Yeah, let's hope that they can get. I'd like to see them get their dollar allotments back, but so that they can continue to get even more cannabis, right? They can save. So, all righty. From that story, you ready to move on to the next one? You got anything else that you like to say on that first?
I don't think so. Oh, there's probably lots that I can say, but I should probably just let you go to the next story.
Oh, okay, we'll do that then. All right. So we'll move on to the next story. And this is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. It's got a good headline there. It says, fewer employees skip work days where medical cannabis is legal, especially for manual labor jobs, study shows. Legalizing medical cannabis appears to be associated with reduced rates of employees missing work, particularly in trades like manufacturing and agriculture, where workers are more likely to experience symptoms such as pain that cannabis can help treat, according to a new study. Now, researchers at the Southern Maine and University of Georgia looked at the potential impact of state-level cannabis reform on workplace absenteeism, analyzing federal data from the U.S. Census Bureau and Bureau of Labor statistics from 1990 to 2025. The study, published in the Journal of Workplace Behavioral Health, found that overall, legalizing medical cannabis is linked to a 7% decrease in rates of employees calling out of work due to illness, injury, or other medical issue. Notably, the study, which involved a total data set covering more than 20 million workers between the ages of 18 and 61, assessed the relationship between cannabis policy and workplace absenteeism for different types of work and industries. They say the absenteeism reducing effects of medical cannabis decriminalization are concentrated in occupations and industries in which chronic pain, physical strain, and job-related stress are plausible, important deterrents of missed work, the study said. Medical cannabis laws appear to reduce sickness, absence in settings where therapeutic use is likely to be most relevant. It found that manual laborers missed work 39% less, followed by reduced absenteeism from industrial machine operators at 33%, health service workers 32%, farm workers 18%, food preparation employees 10%, and construction workers at 10%. Now, the industry by industry analysis linked medical cannabis legalization to 31% fewer sick or injured days in the durable goods manufacturing sector and 16% for non-durable goods manufacturing. Absenteeism decreased on average of 16% for the agricultural industry, 9% for construction, and 8% for business services. They say the most substantial reductions were observed in occupations and industries that involve physical demands and repetitive strains of work, the study's author said. And they go on to say that our results are consistent with a therapeutic channel through which medical cannabis access improves symptom management and reduces sickness absence. Aside from medical cannabis policies, the study found no significant effect of recreational cannabis legalization on health-related workplace absenteeism. Although the estimated effect of recreational cannabis decriminalization was positive, it was not measured with significant precision to achieve statistical significance. There you go, Cindy. Access to cannabis. The story is it makes you a lazy person, but in the end, it improves the number of days that people are at work because it reduces work due to being sick.
Mm-hmm. I'm not shocked, right? Cannabis can be used very, very efficiently, not get you high, but to help pain or help anxiety or help depression, quite easily. And for these people, I mean, like, and honestly, it says food prep. Are you kidding? I want my food prep to be like so, like, yeah, like I think that would be wonderful. Like they become more creative and they create better food. They want it to taste good. Like, I mean, I know if I'm cooking after a joint, my food's way better than if I'm cooking before the joint.
Yeah. Oh, it would be. Yeah. Yeah.
Because, I get, like I have fun with it. I add some beautiful spices. It tastes better. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's great. Like, I mean, who wants to go to work when they're high on an opioid, especially in construction? Like, I mean, that would totally.
I don't know. I never tried. I was always in the hospital when I was on opioids. Just cannabis when I'm out of it.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, that's good to see. Improves work absenteeism. Another thing. Check for cannabis. So, all right. Time for us to move on from that. On to the next story. What do you got for us?
On to the next story. It is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. And the headline says, bipartisan North Carolina lawmakers say psychedelic research bill can help military veterans. A bipartisan group of lawmakers in North Carolina is pushing legalization or legislation designed to expand research into psychedelic therapies for military veterans struggling with mental health challenges. According to Marijuana Moment, supporters of the bill say the measure would help facilitate research into substances such as psilocybin and MDMA, with a particular focus on conditions affecting veterans, including PTSD, depression, anxiety, and traumatic brain injury. One notable aspect of the proposal is the broad political coalition supporting it. Lawmakers from both major parties have expressed interest in exploring new treatment options as veterans' suicide rates and treatment-resistant mental health conditions remain major concerns across the United States. Supporters point to growing clinical evidence suggesting psychedelic-assisted therapies may help some individuals who have not responded to modern treatments. Several lawmakers reportedly emphasize the need to follow the science and pursue every potentially effective option available to veterans. The bill does not legalize psychedelics or create public access programs. Instead, it focuses on supporting scientific research and gathering data that can help guide future healthcare decisions. The proposal reflects a larger trend emerging across the United States. Psychedelic policy is increasingly being framed not as a cultural war issue, but as a veterans healthcare issue. As more veterans share their personal experiences with psychedelic assisted therapy, that conversation appears to be gaining momentum in legislatures across the country. The veterans have a strong voice.
They sure do.
And, I truly believe that, if they're getting on this, they're going to be heard. We're going to be heard. So yeah, good. Let's keep speaking up. Let's keep telling our stories as veterans, as humans, and see if we can help some of these laws get passed, both in the United States and here in Canada.
Yeah, I would say when cannabis was there's times there during, even when it was approved for medical use, that there were still a lot of people that were against it. But once the veterans started speaking up, people look at it differently. The veterans, when you see young children who are becoming seizure free or reduced seizures from cannabis,
we know children personally that we have watched. Some of them have passed, but they weren't even supposed to live to 5 years old, and they passed as a teenager. And then there's another young lady that shouldn't have lived past 10 or 15 herself. She's in her 30s now.
Correct. Yes. Young Haley.
Right. So, and the young lady that did pass a while ago, her story is she shouldn't have lived past, 4 or 5 years old. And it was when the government stepped in and cut her off of cannabis that she got sick and died.
And as far as psychedelic ends of things, fingers crossed that things can improve here in Canada, and the SAP program can maybe be, people used to complain about how bad the cannabis program is. The SAP program is 10 times worse. So
yeah,
hopefully they can do something about that and get things rolling. So
fingers crossed.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that as well. Alrighty, from that we're moving on to the last story of the day that comes from Cindy's neck of the woods. And here we go. This is coming to us from CBC News. The headline says, amid declining revenues, the NSLC sees higher demand for cannabis. Changing consumer habits and higher operating costs have officials at the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation looking for ways to spark up revenue. That includes sales of cannabis, which jumped 9% to $139 million in 2025-2026 fiscal year, says the Crown Corporation, which it released on Tuesday with its year-end final financials. Now, the growth in cannabis sales comes amid a decline in the volume of beverage alcohol purchases, a trend that's showing up in other places. They say we are always evaluating our business to make sure that we're staying relevant, says Tara McKinnon, spokesperson for the NSLC, in an interview. They go on to say that we're always making shifts and changes. While the data shows gross sales are up by 1.1%, net revenues dropped by 4%. Total sales for 2025-2026 came in at $898 million, with $269 million in net earnings. It's the second year in a row earnings have slipped. Now, beverage alcohol sales totaled $759 million, which was down by 2.2%, while beverage alcohol transactions, the number of purchases, were also down, dipping to 2.6% compared to last year. Now, cannabis transactions went in the opposite direction, increasing by 4%. The average price per gram of cannabis decreased by 2% to $5.83. And McKinnon says the corporation's 5-year strategy plan calls for further expansion of cannabis sales. The NSLC added cannabis to 33 existing corporate stores in the fourth quarter of the last fiscal year. There are now 84 Nova Scotia licensed corporation or liquor stores locations across the province that sell cannabis. McKinnon said Finding ways to continue to expand, particularly within the existing footprint of stores, is a priority for the corporation. Well, Cindy, it looks like your province is drinking less alcohol and smoking more cannabis.
Yes, overall sales were down for the NSLC, which
Yeah.
just shows us the dip of alcohol sales is huge for that to be happening, and cannabis sales are coming up. You
Yeah.
know, and we're not using as much cannabis as we do booze, and which makes sense straight up. Like, I mean, when I was a drinker, I mean, I drank a lot more, you know. Now that I just use cannabis, I don't use any. And if I compare to how I use alcohol to how I use cannabis, like the difference is huge, right?
Yeah, and the revenues could be down, even though the sales of cannabis are up. The alcohol sales are down, revenues down. Uh, would the profit margins just be less on the cannabis end of things as well?
I think that's what it is, right? So, you know, people would go in and they'd buy a 40 of alcohol and a 2 4 of beer. And that 40 of alcohol, like, I mean, I don't even know what the cost is these days. But the last time I bought one, it was expensive, right? You know, and a 2 4 of beer, I mean, that's through the roof these days. So a person, if they go in and spent that equivalent amount of money on cannabis, instead of going back 2 days later when the booze is gone, they're back a week, 2 weeks later.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's a big difference. So, you know, I've met a lot of people through my psychedelic studies that aren't caught up with cannabis being a medicine yet. You know, a lot of people from the States, to be honest. And, you know, I talk about my sobriety and how cannabis helped me get sober. And I get a lot of questions like, but now you have to get sober from cannabis. You just trade it one for the other.
Ah,
You know, I have this conversation a lot, talking about how it's a plant, you know, and I'm studying with people that, you know, talking with people that are studying toads and frogs and whatnot. And so cannabis is a plant, you know, the combo is a frog, bufo is a toad. And you're telling me that this is bad, but these are good. So, I mean, I've had a lot of conversations with people, and when I went for my bufo training in Mexico, I mean, it was a question that a lot of the people from around, I was the only Canadian there, people from, you know, around the world that were there, they had that question. So we're 3 days into it. I haven't had cannabis in 3 days, and I'm like, well, what does a person look like when they come off alcohol? And so we talk about the withdrawal, and we talk about what they go through, and I look at them, I'm like, I haven't had a joint in 3 days. I haven't had any cannabis in 3 days. Am I going through any of that?
Yeah.
Right?
Same way. Hospitalized for a week or two at a time. Yeah. Yeah.
I went through like my last training when I went out for training in BC. I walked into my training and, you know, I didn't use cannabis for the entire week. Didn't even bat an eye, like whoop-de-doo.
Whoop-de-doo. The one thing I want to touch about on that story before we move on is that alcohol, one big difference why there would be more alcohol consumed versus some cannabis is because of the fact that when you go to somebody's house, do they pass you the beer that they're drinking so you can have a drink? No. You get a beer, you get your own beer. But when someone comes over and you've got a joint, what do? You pass the joint around, right? So
5 people are sitting in a circle, there's 5 beer. You know,
Yeah.
if 5 people are sitting in a cannabis circle, there's 1 joint that we share.
One joint. Yeah, exactly.
And everybody's medicated because you don't need to smoke the whole joint. Like, I mean, straight up, I've been up since 8 a.m. I've lit 1 joint so far today, 1 1/4 paper, and this is how much I've smoked of it. It's going to take me until 5 o'clock this afternoon to smoke that joint, and it's 11:45 because I'm only using what I need to help my pain settle.
Right. Yeah.
Now, if I was using alcohol to help my pain settle, being, you know, an alcoholic, that 1 puff or 1 drink in the alcohol state would lead to more and more
to
and
another,
more.
yeah.
And then once you get a little buzz on, you can't stop yourself. Like, it's just, you know, I need to keep this up.
Yeah.
with cannabis, I mean, I've put it down.
Put it out, yeah. No, I had a friend who took a picture of my ashtray. They sent it to a friend of theirs, and they said, "Oh, looks like Al's got about half an ounce of roaches in his ashtray."
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For later.
For later. I mean, like when I use bongs, I mean, like I went even further. I kept all my roaches, and instead of rolling another joint, once I had 20 roaches, I'd pull out the bong and I'd put the ends of that in, and I smoke that much of a roach, and I'd be perfectly fine. So yeah, it's crazy.
All right.
When I was alcoholic, and when I would put my cigarettes out in the last little bit of beer, if I woke up in the morning and had no cold beer, I'd be desperate enough to drink that beer.
Right.
You don't do that with cannabis.
No. Now, last subject before we say goodbye. I see you've got something you want to discuss.
Always. Always. And I'm going to do this until we have the movie on July 3rd. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society is putting on a movie. We are bringing in the documentary Descending the Mountain. This is a documentary about mushrooms and meditation. We are putting this on July 3rd at the Paul O'Regan Hall at the Halifax Library. If you go to our Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society page on Facebook, you will see the event along with the Eventbrite link that you can click on to get tickets. Tickets ahead of time are only $20. At the door, they are $25. So we invite you down to be part of this movie. We will have a small panel answering a few questions afterwards, as well as the rest of all of the board will be there, but a lot of us will be there. So we can be there to help answer questions as well. So we invite you down to watch this documentary with us, Descending the Mountain, July 3rd, 7 p.m., Paul O'Regan Hall at the Halifax Regional Library.
Sounds good. Yeah. Before we go, I have updates to watch for. The conservative story that we mentioned right at the top of the show. We'll keep an eye on what's going on there, as well as the story in Northern Ontario with the poisoning of the kids through the cannabis consumption, or what appeared to be cannabis, is what, as one story said. So we'll keep an eye on them. And other than that, I think we're done.
I think we're good.
Okay, we're good. That's it. That's it for it, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the program, as well as, oops, I've lost my spot. That's all right. I found it. And thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. We will see you on Monday morning. And other than that, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Raise a cup, the karma cup. Whoa, yeah. Back in 2014, down a hidden Toronto lane, a dream was born in a house with no fame. 80 judges gathered, word spread through the air. 79 entries, cannabis everywhere. Sarah had a vision, fair and blind for all. No labels, no favor, let the finest stand tall. From growers and creators, from the legacy scene, the Karma Cup was born to crown cannabis green. Raise a cup to the Karma Cup, from the underground roots to the legal sun. Toronto nights and championship lights, a story still being sung. From hidden rooms to festival grounds, through every twist faith come. Raise a cup to the Karma Cup, the journey's just begun. Yeah. 2015 rolled around, bigger than before. Hundreds came together, knocking at the door. Vapor lounges buzzing, judges by the score. Canada had never seen a cannabis cup this large before. Then 16 and 17 opened up the gates. Public festivals arrive and attendance escalates. Music, art, education, vendors side by side. Cannabis culture in Toronto shining with pride. Raise a cup to the Karma Cup, from the underground roots to the legal sun. Toronto nights and championship lights, the story's still being sung. Oh, 2018 came blazing, 1 month before the law. The city felt electric, everybody stood in awe. Biggest festival yet, the movement growing strong. The legacy community knew they belonged. The legalization changed the game. In 2019, licensed producers entered a brand new scene. Old school growers mingled with the legal crowd. The cannabis community standing proud. Then the world stood still. 2020 came around, empty stages, quiet streets, silence all around. But Karma found a way through the digital haze. Virtual cups kept burning through the darkest days.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.